Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 7 Ace. Chapter 251 Camus. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 251 Camus. 5 elders thought they were sitting on a high platform, but East Blue was about to fall, and the Golden Lion was coming menacingly. If he really wanted to succeed, the next shot might be their office. They have never cared about these details. They have the strongest marine in the world, and Vegapunk, an extremely powerful scientific research genius. A mere pirate, also provoking celestial dragons. I really don't know how to write. 667. Dead, right. There was a meeting over there, and they were still discussing the next money-making project. However, the pirate competition on East Blue Royer Island was about to come to an end. The fighting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Has been reduced to ruins. Okay. Very good. I didn't expect that there are more than a dozen people alive. It's really great. Advertisement. The double floating in the air said so, but he was only translating the words of the Golden Lion. It's over. After that, we will join the flying pirates. Then he will entertain us with a big banquet and have a good rest. After that, we will find the Golden Lion and kill him. Ace's face was also a little gray, and there was no way to do it. The Golden Lion would drop the stones every once in a while, and the size became bigger and bigger, and the scope of destruction became wider. By the time the 5th round of stones fell, many people had already fled the scene. Then, he was killed by members of the flying pirates who were on guard at the scene. Yes, Golden Lion has already recruited a group of partners in the Grand Line before East Blue's big operation, and it seems to be quite good. I really don't know why the adoptive father gathered his companions in East Blue. These people look weak, don't they? After all, it is the weakest HMPH, it's just a bunch of garbage. Advertisement. After the competition, a guy with the appearance of a girl walked into the ruins. Although he looked a little cute, Ace recognized it immediately. This guy was a man. What? Who are you calling trash? Pirates are all bad-tempered, and when someone scolds them in front of them, their anger immediately rises. Hey, I'm not targeting someone, I'm saying that everyone here is rubbish. The man smiled, revealing an arrogant and ultimate smile. Why does he look like a female brat? But he is a man. Speaking of which, what is going on? He has a woman's face, but he is a man. What are you kidding? Is Dish the same type of guy? For some reason, Ace hates this guy when he sees it. It's not that he is too arrogant, but that there is an annoying feeling about this guy. My name is Camus. According to what my adoptive father said, you will be the first team in the future, and then I will be your captain. Advertisement. Camus boy said, with his hands on his hips, looking at his team members with disdain. Camus. Why does it sound like a lady's name? He. The pirates were called trash, so they immediately started laughing at Camus' looks. It seems to be saying Camus' name, but it is actually saying that Camus looks like a sissy at 5.7. These words caused Camus' brain to shut down for a while, and time seemed to stand still, and then Camus' violent temper immediately came up. I have a bad temper. You give me to die. Camus raised his hand, his fist turned red for a while, and then, the fist exploded instantly. The guy who opened his mouth to laugh had a big hole in his chest, then fell down and died on the spot. Chapter 252 Vice Captain. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 252 Vice Captain. Hey, did you see, Ace, that guy's fruit ability? The sand crocodile was standing beside Ace, talking softly. Of course I saw it. No wonder this guy made me feel sick. It turned out to be a lava fruit. Ace's mouth twitched. That's right. After Akainu's death, the lava fruit reappeared in this world, and then was eaten by this guy named Camus. Moreover, the level of development is quite good. Once such a powerful fruit ability is used, it will definitely be a great eruption, but he controls it exquisitely. Song just penetrated the opponent's chest. There was a smell of sulfur in the air. 24 inches whispering whispers over there. That guy with the cigar in his mouth, come out. Advertisement. When Camus saw the sand crocodile talking to Ace, he asked the sand crocodile to come out. I'm sorry, brother captain, I'm just surprised by your fruit ability, it's really too powerful, I've seen it before, it's called lava fruit, right, it's the fruit of the former Marine Marshal. The sand crocodile started the show directly, showing a pleasing smile to Camus. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ace would never have imagined that a sand crocodile with a dead face could make such an expression. Are you kidding? I'm going to throw up. Are you really a sand crocodile instead of a silly crocodile? You were replaced by some strange guy. Oh, you have some knowledge. HMPH, you will be the vice captain from now on. Camus was very satisfied with the flattering smile of the sand crocodile, nodded, and then stepped forward to pat the sand crocodile on the shoulder. In fact, the sand crocodile is more than 2.5 meters tall, and Camus is also as tall as a woman. Even if most women in this world are tall, he is not more than 2 meters tall. Therefore, if he wanted to pat the sand crocodile on the shoulder, he had to straighten his arms and stand on tiptoe. Advertisement. The sand crocodile just thinks this guy is funny, and he can get it done with a little fiddle. This kind of extremely arrogant guy is most useful for flattery, and the sand crocodile has grasped the opponent's weakness and immediately used it. Okay, the captain will not treat you badly. Now that you have passed this assessment, you are now members of the Flying Pirates. Come with me. Let's go to Lion City, where a banquet has been prepared. Just welcome you newcomers. Camus was talking, turned around, and walked on the ground. You hate the smell of this guy too, don't you, Aokiji? Ace nudged Aokiji with his elbow. Yeah, a nasty smell. This guy Aokiji was messed up by a kainu, he lost a leg, so naturally he hates Camus very much now. If we really want to fight, I'll leave this guy to you, Golden Lion, I'm here, I really can't stand it. Advertisement. Ace said, showing an extremely excited expression. 783 is the fruit of a kainu. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of pirates. What a pity. Garp naturally also saw the scene just now. I think those people in front look familiar. Zephyr muttered, among the pirates in the same team, there are a few guys who are unique. Does that guy look a bit like the One Piece King Luogia? No, it doesn't mean that he looks alike. He was printed from the same mold. Zephyr said to Garp. Ah, it's all a coincidence. Look at that vice captain, he's carrying a gourd on his back. I'm dying of laughter. Garp thought the appearance of the sand crocodile was very strange. Chapter 253 Lion City. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 253 Lion City. This time, Ace really took great pains in the camouflage of the team members. In order to ensure that everyone will not be recognized, he tailored a plan for everyone. Aokiji is wearing a black tights, wrapped in a yellow-green coat, and also matched with various wonderful heart symbols. The sand crocodile has a big gourd on its back, makeup on its face to hide its scars, and thick dark circles under its eyes. Jinbei was more difficult to deal with, so Ace put a set of metal armor on him directly, so that he couldn't see his identity as a murloc at all. Because Enel is a new face, he doesn't need to pretend, he just needs to be himself. Advertisement. Ace is even simpler, just follow the appearance of the One Piece Luogia to fool around, no problem at all. From what you said, that kid is indeed somewhat similar to Luogia. Could it be that Luogia has other children that I don't know about? Garp didn't understand, but instinctively felt that there seemed to be some big secret hidden in it. HMPH, after all, he is a pirate, he must have defiled some woman, and then left a seed of evil. It looks like this, it must be that guy's evil seed. We must find a chance to kill him. Zephyr showed a gloomy smile, and now he is leaning towards absolute justice. When he meets a pirate, he just wants to kill him quickly. Kindness should be reserved for people, and pirates are obviously not human. The crowd followed Camus and came to stand on a huge rock. Then, Camus contacted the golden lion above through the phone bug, and the rock began to float upwards. It's amazing, it's unbelievable that the fruit ability can be applied to such a long distance. Advertisement. Ace said, watching the stones continue to rise, it became difficult to breathe. There is no doubt that as the altitude continues to increase, the air becomes thinner and thinner, and everyone feels dizzy for a while. But it's nothing. Everyone is a powerful existence, it's just that the air is thin, and they quickly got used to it. Soon, Camus brought everyone to a huge floating sky island. This place was created by Golden Lion using its ability. Multiple islands are assembled and mosaicked together. To be honest, it looks a bit nondescript. Various countries, different architectural styles, and different customs and climates are all blended together. Welcome to Lion City. This is the base camp of our flying pirates. I will take you to meet the leader of the pirates, my adoptive father, Golden Lion. Camus led the crowd into a magnificent palace. Advertisement. There are also many powerful masters here, and they are all partners that Golden Lion has been gathering over the years. As a former Marine admiral, Aokiji recognized several familiar faces. There are a few big pirates who used to be domineering, but they disappeared. Now that the answer is revealed, there is no doubt that these guys were all recruited by the Golden Lion into the Flying Pirates. Yes, because, ha ha ha, welcome to join the Flying Pirates, you are the elite of the elite, although East Blue is the weakest sea, but your strength has indeed passed the test, I am Golden Lion, you can call my boss. Quote. The Golden Lion floated out, showing a hearty smile. Neither Ace nor Garp moved. They knew that the guy in front of them was a fake. Unexpectedly, when meeting new partners, Golden Lion would not show up, it was too cautious. Chapter 254 King of the World. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 254 The King of the World. The banquet started soon. Everyone sat down and began to eat and drink. The atmosphere is relatively relaxed now. Speaking of which, people from the world government came to me today and said they wanted me to join Shichibukai. Don't you think it's funny? Not long ago they were talking about dismantling the Shichibukai system, but now it seems that they are going to build this system again. Golden Lion's fake body began to talk about this matter under the signal of the phone bug. That's right, Marine's crusade against Shichibukai failed, so 5 elders ordered Kizaru to see if they could re-establish this system. They provoked the old Shichibukai, but failed, and even got an extra Marine 440 Emperor. Advertisement. So, in order to target these guys, the world government decided to recruit another batch of pirates and approved them to become the new 7 warlords of the sea. The Golden Lion, which is in full swing, is the first choice of the world government. Garp's face in the audience turned black. Why is the Marine so unreliable? It said it would be banned, but now it needs to be rebuilt. It's crazy, right? But Marine is helpless. This is the order of 5 elders after all. Guan Yuan can only obey orders. How did Marine become what it is now? Aokiji's expression was also very bad, and he said his classic, Sisi, lines. This method is not bad. Anyway, the crusade against Shichibukai failed, and continuing to chase after them is only a waste of military funds. You can definitely promote other pirates and use them to deal with pirates. Isn't this interesting? The sand crocodile smiled sinisterly. So, what's the point of holding the World Summit? All countries have said they want to abolish this system, and now they are doing it all over again. Isn't it funny? Advertisement. Ace smiled. The scene was quite noisy. After hearing what Golden Lion said, the members of the flying pirates present were all discussing, but no one cared about Ace's conversation. I'm dying of laughter. Garp, why don't you leave Marine immediately and join my Neo Marine? I can make you the second in command. Zephyr scoffed at Garp. Shut up, Zephyr. Kizaru is a bastard. He doesn't have any opinions, he just listens to the celestial dragons. What a good dog. I'll give him 2 high and low punches when I get back. Garp turned his grief and anger into appetite, snatched all the food on Zephyr's table, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and started eating. The old man refused. Become 7 warlords of the sea, serve as a dog for the world government, and help them eliminate pirates. Then a few years later they kicked me out, and then they found a new group of people to kill me. It's almost done. The goal of the flying pirates is far more than that. Advertisement. Golden Lion smiled. So, boss, what is your goal? Is it the One Piece? The person speaking under the stage was obviously a trick, and seeing that the atmosphere was almost perfect, he hurriedly asked. My goal. One Piece. That's not okay. I want to surpass One Piece. I want to become. The master of the world. Golden Lion held up the wine bottle in his hand, causing a sensation in the audience. The tone is really big, the goal is so big, but the person is so timid, he dare not show his face at all. The sand crocodile smiled, and had no intention of booing at all. I just want to get this thing over here and go back to New World, and I always feel like something big is going to happen. Ace said, grabbed the food and ate casually. Chapter 255. Be filial to your son. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 255 Filial Son. Oh, they didn't follow the atmosphere at all. These guys are really interesting. I always feel that there are a few guys who look very familiar, so familiar that it makes me angry, and I want to go over and give them 2 punches. The Golden Lion hiding in the dark is observing the situation in the venue. The audience was shouting, "Long live the Golden Lion," but there were so few people who didn't fit in. Especially the guy who looks a lot like Luo Jia, who has been working hard and doesn't seem to care what the people on stage are saying. Those great goals and grand blueprints are not important at all, not even comparable to the food in front of me. Very well. These guys are very special, maybe they can be a bit promising, and the people recruited by East Blue are in good condition. Advertisement. Golden Lion nodded. The misfit is special and attention-grabbing, and the Golden Lion wants to touch him. Father, it's fine for me to do this kind of thing. Hey, it's just a few pieces of rubbish, why you have to do it yourself? Camus was next to Golden Lion, and was somewhat dissatisfied with Golden Lion's statement. That's not the case, Camus, you have to restrain your character, since you intend to contact, then you can throw it away. It's good to exercise you. You know, this sea is very vast. If there is only one person, nothing can be done. You have to learn to control your subordinates. This time is a good opportunity. You go and test these guys. Golden Lion reached out and patted Camus, and handed over the matter to this representative. Camus curled his lips indifferently, and a little dissatisfaction flashed in the depths of his eyes. Father, why don't we agree to the request of the world government and become Shichibukai? Camus asked. Advertisement. As I said, our goal is to become the king of the world, and becoming the king of East Blue is a starting point. Next, we will enter the Grand Line, enter the New World, and sweep the Red Line. Golden Lion said, also looking at Camus with dissatisfaction. However, we can completely hide ourselves and develop slowly under the name of 7 warlords of the sea. Now that we have shown our sharpness, we have become the target of public criticism. Camus was skeptical of Golden Lion's approach. Shut up. I've made up my mind. Just listen to my arrangement. I won't be a lackey of the world government. Even if it's fake. Luo Jia dares to fight against the world government, why should I hide myself? I want to surpass that guy. Asking for flowers. Golden Lion, outraged. After saying this, Golden Lion turned and left. A real man was born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? There was a bit of viciousness in Camus' eyes. This kid, no matter how you look at it, is a filial child. Advertisement. After the banquet, a special person came and arranged for all the pirates to rest in a special place. 0. Everyone was assigned a separate room. And Camus, following his adoptive father's orders, began to talk to some misfits. You are my vice captain, I haven't asked your name yet. The first person he found was Crocodile, the sand crocodile. At this time, the sand crocodile has been disguised as a red-haired man with a gourd on his back, with very thick dark circles under his eyes. My name is Gallo, and I'm from East Blue. The sand crocodile began to introduce itself according to the pseudonym provided by Ace. There are only 2 of us here, we can talk freely. I am very curious about one thing, I hope you can answer it for me. Camus looked at the sand crocodile with a serious expression. Advertisement. Chapter 256 Rebellion. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 256. My adoptive father rejected the invitation from the world government, not intending to become a Shichibukai, and he also threatened to become the king of the world. Why are the other partners so angry, but you, and the others, are all indifferent? Camus asked Sand Crocodile. At this moment, this young girl who looked like a girl rarely withdrew his arrogant expression, but had a serious, 650, and seriousness on his face. It seems that he really wants to play with the Sand Crocodile idea. The Sand Crocodile pondered for a moment, then reached out and touched his chin. As a conspirator, he is now carrying out the task of infiltrating in disguise, but the target person cannot hide. In order to be safe, they must kill Golden Lion completely. Advertisement. Then, why did Golden Lion's adopted son, Camus, who has the lava fruit ability, come here? The Sand Crocodile thought about it and came up with various possibilities. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and began to test the other party. Captain Camus doesn't seem to have much enthusiasm. I can think that Captain Camus and I want to go together, right? The Sand Crocodile said cautiously. It's not that he's afraid of the kid in front of him. The lava fruit is really powerful, but when a Kainu comes, the Sand Crocodile won't be afraid, let alone a kid. The reason for his current attitude is purely for the sake of the overall situation. I think what the adoptive father did is not safe. Gallo, do you think so too? Camus said Sand Crocodile's pseudonym. Sand Crocodile was still a little confused for a while, but didn't react. I don't think it's very good, but since it's what the boss of Golden Lion did, we can only agree, can't we? Advertisement. Sand Crocodile said so. The words are quite euphemistic. I don't think that's the case. Since it's not good, then we shouldn't implement it, shouldn't we? Camus said so. The Sand Crocodile just felt that the kid in front of him was so easy to guess what he was thinking. He just said a few words, and the kid almost didn't write the words, "I want to rebel," on his face. Since Captain Camus thinks so, then I won't hide it anymore. In fact, I don't think this plan is appropriate. We can fully agree to the request of the world government and become Shichibukai, can't we? The Sand Crocodile said that it has already begun to plan and calculate. It seems that we have the same opinion, leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. As long as we become Shichibukai, we can completely hide our intentions and develop slowly, instead of directly becoming the target of public criticism as we are now. Camus said so, and he felt that his views were very correct. Advertisement. Yeah, that's it. It's not a good thing to be the target of public criticism. It means the eyes of the world are on us and we're at risk. The Sand Crocodile has been using the term we in order to distance itself from Camus. The two began to talk freely. Sand Crocodile's personality charm was fully displayed, and Camus, a fool, was completely fooled by 4.1. Finally, the two began to bid farewell. Then, just follow the plan. You go to negotiate with other people. If we want to succeed, we need more partners. Camus patted the Sand Crocodile on the shoulder and left. The Sand Crocodile saw him go, lit his cigar, and rubbed his shoulder with his handkerchief in disdain. Don't touch my expensive coat with your dirty hands, bastard brat. Chapter 257 The Gap Between the Two. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 257 The Gap Between the Two. The Sand Crocodile immediately went to Ace, and also called other partners, and began to discuss. So, that brat is a dutiful son, planning to rebel and kill Golden Lion. And then become the boss himself. Ace smiled happily. Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly. He thought he would have to wait a while longer to meet the Golden Lion before he could kill him, but now it seems that with the help of the silly boy Camus, they will soon be able to meet the Golden Lion, and then naturally they will be done task. Advertisement. 24 inches. The lava fruit is a very strong fruit. Ace, why can't we recruit this kid? Jinbei said in a low voice. It seems that since accepting Enel as his apprentice, Jinbei has also realized the joy of accepting people as his subordinates. It's time for you to find your son. Maybe this sentence is used in this way. Jinbei was Ace's pawn at first, and now, he has also started to turn himself into a big player. This kid has a lot of ambitions, and he has already started stabbing his adoptive father in the back. I'm afraid it won't be another Blackbeard. Besides, I hate lava fruit. Ace smiled. Not interested in this brat. I also hate lava fruit. I always feel that the smell of Akainu is still pervasive, it's really disgusting. Advertisement. Aokiji was also quite dissatisfied, and waved his hand, as if wanting to fan away those strange smells. That kid actually questioned the Golden Lion's plan, and thought his own plan was even better. Are you kidding me? Is he out of his mind? The sand crocodile felt that the kid Camus was ridiculous. That's right, the Golden Lion's plan is almost flawless. Relying on the lion fruit, it only destroyed a marine branch. Now, it has become the Emperor of East Blue, and the soldiers are extremely fast. Next, as long as you continue to use your abilities, you can enter the Grand Line. If they agree to the request of the world government and become Shichibukai, then their progress will slow down, at least the Grand Line will not be able to enter, and they can only stay in the small place of East Blue, which is known as the Most Sea of Weakness. Ace smiled. All of Golden Lion's plans are based on one foundation, that is, the speed is fast enough. If you give Marine the speed to react, and wait for them to deal with those old Shichibukai, replenish their forces, and recruit more new recruits, then they will definitely turn their heads against Golden Lion. Advertisement. Now, with Lion Fruit's powerful power and humanoid space-based weapons, everyone in the world fears him. He has completely controlled East Blue and become the Emperor of East Blue. Golden Lion has mastered the right time, place and people. As long as the speed is fast enough, entering the Grand Line, 1/3 of the area will soon be invaded, and by that time, Marine can't do anything to him. That's why Marine 467 sued for peace. This is a way to delay the attack. Camus, on the other hand, only focused on the immediate interests, completely ignoring the grand plan behind the Golden Lion. What a short-sighted wretch. Next, he will find an opportunity to call out the real body of the Golden Lion. At that time, we will hold high the anti-flag and win the Golden Lion in one fell swoop. We just need to follow Camus' plan. After the sand crocodile finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. He had no choice but to carry out Ren Luo. As Camus said, they need more partners. Before this can happen, prepare a surprise for Golden Lion. Chapter 258 Rejecting the Invitation. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 258 Rejecting the Invitation. I did a review for you. There is no problem. I have cured all your injuries. Now, can you let me go? I have to go back to take care of the whale laboon. I still have to deal with the lighthouse. I'm very busy. Crocus re-examined Golden Lion's body and came to this conclusion. I feel good now. As for you, Crocus, don't go back, stay and help me. Doctors like you are rare, so how about joining the Flying Pirates? When I surpass Luo Jia, it's a reputation. Golden Lion smiled and invited Dr. Crocus warmly. It was going to happen. The Golden Lion became the king of the world, and Crocus followed the Golden Lion. Then, he is One Piece, king of the world, the two common doctors in charge. I really don't have any interest. I'm already old. I should retire when I should. There is no boat for me in the new era. Advertisement. Crocus silently packed up his toolbox, shook his head and rejected Golden Lion. Whose invitation do you think you rejected? The invitation from the Emperor East Blue, the future king of the world. Quickly take it back. A terrifying aura immediately emerged from Golden Lion's body, and he used Conqueror's Haki directly. Your Conqueror's Haki is very powerful, but its purity is still a little bit lower than that of Luo Jia. Even Luo Jia may not be able to shock me, let alone you. I have seen Luo Jia at his peak. Crocus shook his head, not afraid of the Golden Lion's intimidation. HMPH, it's true that there are no ships like us old guys in the new era, but the Flying Pirates are ships from the old era. You can come aboard, I welcome you very much. Golden Lion took back the Conqueror's Haki, still in a friendly manner, like a little old man who loves to play with flowers and trees in his home. I've said it many times, I'm not interested. Crocus refused again. Advertisement. However, the Golden Lion's genial exterior hides a ferocity, and that is his ultimatum, which Crocus refuses. Crocus, I don't want this. I thought you could be my partner. I don't want to threaten a partner. Golden Lion's face was gloomy. I know, you control the life of the whale laboon after all. I can't resist you. I will continue to stay here, but I will definitely not join the flying pirates," said Crocus, pushing his own glasses. "If you are not satisfied, you can come and make gestures with me. The ship doctor of One Piece is not in vain. Sometimes the ship doctor is also responsible for fighting, and Crocus is actually a good master. You are not my opponent, so be it, you can retreat." Golden Lion waved his hand, telling Crocus to leave quickly. Advertisement. Crocus walked out of the ornate room sullenly. "Bastard! Bastard!" Golden Lion became furious. This damn bastard of Lee's dared to reject him. Why, isn't the treatment he gave was not good? However, he finally grasped the lifeblood of Crocus, the island whale, and asked Laboon to come and see. As long as he threatens with this guy, Crocus can only obey. Someone hiding in the shadows is staring at the Golden Lion. Camus seems to have found a way to break the situation. He wants to hold high the banner of rebellion. If only Crocus could help, then. Chapter 259 Inheritance. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 259 Inheritance. Under the instruction of Captain Camus, the sand crocodile disguised as Gallo began to act. He took Ace to find some old man, who seemed to be a very good doctor. "Your name is Crocus, right? We want to discuss something with you about the Golden Lion. You are also troubled, aren't you? How about listening to our advice? We can help you." The sand crocodile showed a sly smile, and explained the needs here to Crocus. While Crocus was listening, he looked at Ace beside the sand crocodile. This kid looked familiar. Isn't this very similar to Luogia? It's basically printed from the same mold. Advertisement. 867 inches. Let me poison the Golden Lion. I really hate this guy, and I want to get rid of it quickly, but I will never do poison, because I am a doctor, and the Golden Lion is my patient. I can't do this kind of thing. After hearing the request of the sand crocodile, Crocus immediately refused. You are the only one who can touch the Golden Lion. Only you can make a move. We can't do anything. This guy is too cunning. Who knows if the person we met is a clone? Sand crocodile said, showing a troubled expression. If you don't want to, forget it. You are a doctor after all. However, if poisoning is not enough, can you help us a little bit? Let us have a close contact with Golden Lion, and we will directly defeat him with our strength. Ace said, reaching out and touching the straw hat on top of his head. I still want to ask, who is your kid? What does it have to do with the One Piece King Luogia? It looks a bit familiar. Crocus looked at Ace and asked curiously. Advertisement. My name is Ace, Flame God Ace. I came to East Blue from the New World to deal with the Golden Lion. Do you understand what I mean? Ace said, taking off the fake beard used to decorate his face, revealing his true colors. I understand. I will find a way to get the real body of the Golden Lion out, and it will be up to you to solve it then. Crocus looked at Ace's face, nodded in agreement. CI. Poisoning is not allowed, but it is okay to help with calculations. Originally Crocus was unwilling, because this is not a joke. If he provoked the Golden Lion, he might die, and Laboon would not live, but if Ace, the god of fire, was involved, wouldn't the matter be stable? Although Crocus stays at the entrance of the Grand Line, far from the New World, he can read the newspaper. The name of Flame God Ace is well known, and he is one of the most powerful people in this sea today. If it was him, he would definitely be able to handle the Golden Lion. Advertisement. Let me just say, you are very similar to Luogia. Crocus said. But it is said that I am more like my mother. Ace shrugged nonchalantly. No, I don't mean your appearance, I mean your aura. You have an aura that radiates involuntarily. Although Conqueror's Haki can be introverted, it can't be completely concealed. This trace of temperament is exactly the same as your father. Conqueror's Haki with extremely high purity. Speaking of which, I have also conducted research in this area. Those who have awakened Conqueror's Haki have a great possibility of awakening their descendants. Crocus pushed up his glasses and gave Ace a kind smile like an elder. Chapter 260. The plan begins. For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 260. The plan begins. So, the plan was laid out like this. A murder against the Golden Lion is coming. Crocus, didn't you say you need to be checked? Why is there no one? Golden Lion came to the medical room, but he didn't see the strange old man, so he couldn't help but start to wonder. Strange, what's going on? Golden Lion squinted his eyes. The hero's instinct made his whole body tremble, and for a moment, he seemed to understand something. He rushed towards the door, intending to leave this extremely dangerous place. He also had this feeling during the sea battle with Luogia back then, but as a result, he lost miserably. Although I don't know what is going to happen, but now, let's run away quickly. Where are you going, foster father? Isn't the doctor going to give you a physical examination? Advertisement. Camus stood up and smiled at Golden Lion. Camus, you came just in time. I have an ominous premonition that someone is going to target me. Seeing his big brother, Golden Lion immediately relaxed and showed a kind smile. What? There is such a thing. Don't worry, foster father, I will solve it. Camus trotted forward, like a calf protecting his master, but the next moment, his fist turned into lava and smashed towards the Golden Lion's head. Camus, you dutiful son. Golden Lion showed a ferocious smile, and dodged the punch with a backflip. After landing his hands on the ground, he began to spin like a spinning top. The two knives on his legs were extremely sharp. Camus minced meat. Your murderous intent is still too obvious. I can feel it from a long distance away. Why do you dare to fight against me alone? Too naive. Camus, go to hell with me. The Golden Lion came menacingly, and Camus turned pale and ran away. Advertisement. Gallo, hurry up. Camus began to give orders. Then, the sand crocodile hiding in the dark started to act, and the wall melted into sand in an instant. With a cigar in its mouth and a shining golden hook in its hand, it planned to directly pierce the Golden Lion's chest. However, the golden hook is just a cover. The real killing move is the gourd that constantly spews sand behind the sand crocodile. It's not bad to have some sand with you, it will save me some energy. Asking for flowers. The sand crocodile smiled. Huh, sand. Sand fruit. Who are you? Golden Lion immediately retreated and floated backwards, dodging the sand crocodile's killing move. Hello, Whitebeard, greetings to you, Golden Lion, you are an eyesore. Advertisement. Ace's voice was incomparably cold, and from behind Golden Lion, a hot flame began to burn. Oh. Next, it will be the battle between Yanshin and Golden Lion. You boy, you are Luogia. No, Luogia is dead, you are the son of Luogia, flame god Ace. Golden Lion smiled at Ace. Haha. Hello, Ace, I'm Golden Lion, your father's good friend. How is it? Even if nothing happens today, how about it? Golden Lion greeted Ace, but had already secretly picked up a phone bug. It's a special phone bug that can call the whole island. There are traitors, all of them are in a state of battle. The enemy is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, flame god Ace. The Golden Lion roared immediately, mobilizing everyone on the entire Sky Island. Chapter 261. The enemy is in Lion City. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 261. The enemy is in the Lion City. Camus, you idiot son, can't you see that you are being used by someone? Come and help me. Get rid of these intruders first, and let's talk about the next thing. Golden Lion sees that he is surrounded, and all the enemies are not easy to deal with. First of all, he must unite internally and win over this bastard, Yihei. HMPH, so what, as long as I can get rid of you as 003, I can become the boss of the flying pirates, and then accept the invitation from the world government to become Shichibukai. Your method doesn't apply at all, and world government head to head, just looking for death. Camus also produced a phone bug that could be used to broadcast commands. Listen up, this is the deputy head of the flying pirates, Golden Lion's adopted son Camus, the enemy, in the west of Lion City. The enemy is in the Lion City. Advertisement. After saying this, Camus raised his hands and spewed a large pile of lava towards the Golden Lion. Camus, you poor son. Look what you've done. Golden Lion was really pissed off by the idiot Camus. Goodbye, father, and my confusion. Camus shot consecutively, and countless lava ancient golden lions spewed away. This made it impossible for Golden Lion to draw out his hands to give orders, so the Lion City immediately fell into chaos. The masters of the flying pirates began to fight aimlessly. Moreover, with the continuous eruption of lava, the magnificent and huge palace also began to burn. Aokiji, it's time to make a move. Let's play freely. I'll leave the Golden Lion to you. Ace said. One stepped forward, flames sprang up under his feet, a jet came in front of Camus, and he lifted his foot and kicked. Advertisement. What are you doing? Golden Lion looked at Ace puzzled. I hate lava fruit, so I gave him a kick. By the way, I'm here to challenge you. Ace said nonchalantly, without even looking at Camus who was kicked out. Ha ha ha, as expected of being Luo Jia's son, he is so proud. Do you want to challenge me one-on-one? Then come on. At this time, Golden Lion didn't want to care about orders or anything like that. Now the situation is a mess. Even if you open your mouth to order, it will not help, so the next thing to do is to kill the enemy in front of you at all costs. Garp. These pirates suddenly became turbulent. What happened? By the way, the Lion City is starting to burn. Zephyr finds Garp amidst the chaos. Who knows? I only know that there are a lot of pirates here, and it's a mess now. We can have a big fight. Advertisement. Garp rubbed his shoulders, ready to go all out to kill the pirates. Hey, let's compare. Who can kill more pirates? Zephyr raises his mechanical arm, ready for a big fight. I won't admit defeat. Garp and Zephyr looked at each other and smiled, then rushed into the crowd and started fisting each other. And the battle between Ace and Golden Lion just started, and the two rushed out directly from the top of Lion City. 2.81 is a Lion Fruit ability user, and the other is a Mera Mera Fruit ability user. Let me see how much Luo Jia's son weighs. I heard that you are called the God of Flame. I hope you are not exaggerating. Golden Lion laughed at Ace. You'll know. A large number of flames emerged from Ace's body. Chapter 262 Two Swords Under the Feet. For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 262. The Golden Lion confronts Ace in the air, and it begins with the Conqueror's opening, where the forces of both sides collide in the air. Kid, it's kind of hockey, but it's not even close. Golden Lion increased his output, and his chi seemed to vaguely overwhelm Ace. Old man, give me a hard blast of gold coins. Ace smiled, directly increased the output of hockey, and pushed Golden Lion back. The collision of the Conqueror's hockey caused the dark clouds in the sky to begin to disperse, revealing the bright moonlight. The two sides confronted each other under the moonlight. At present, it was just a trial. Advertisement. Both sides were shocked by the strength of the other side, and felt that this was really unbelievable. As expected of Luo Jia's son, this hockey is of extremely high purity. It is comparable to his Laozi. The title of Emperor of the Sea is not for nothing. He is a real monster. This is just hockey. He is still aware of the capable ones. Although Golden Lion looked lightly with a cigar in his mouth, his heart was already turned upside down. How old is this young man? And his fruit ability has been developed to the point where he is called the God of Flame. Coupled with this incomparable hockey cultivation, he might have already surpassed Luo Jia. This Golden Lion, after healed the rudder on his head, his strength has reached such a state. Crocus seems to have healed Golden Lion's other injuries along the way. It's really troublesome. This time it's a bit tricky, but I excited too. Speaking of it, Golden Lion had the rudder on his head and suffered from injuries. With Sengoku and Garp working together, he could destroy half of the naval headquarters. Now, his head is healed. But it's gone feet. Pity, pity. Golden Lion is said to be back to its prime, but it is actually far from it. Advertisement. Back then, he was famous for his double swordsmanship, not only his fruit ability, but also swordsmanship, hockey, physical skills, etc. He is an all-round master, and such enemies are often the most difficult to deal with. The fact that the enemy is versatile means that you have to be careful and pay attention to more things. Ace felt that he could let go of his hands and feet and compete with the opponent. Little ghost, do you know why I have been hidden from the world for so many years? I escaped from Impel Down. I should rise up immediately, mess up the world, and turn everything upside down. It's just like saying, isn't it? With a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face, Golden Lion put away his conqueror's hockey. The temptation is over, and it's time to get down to business. Because you have to sharpen your feet and let your swordsmanship be presented on your feet. Ace said so, and observation hockey has already caught the other party's actions. Advertisement. That's right, the correct answer. How are you going to deal with my move? Golden Lion performed a 633 backflip, and kicked out two extremely powerful slash waves with two swords under his feet. As a swordsman character, Ace really hasn't had much contact with it. Although the Whitebeard pirates also have swordsmanship masters, compared with the world's top players, there is still a long way to go. Therefore, when Ace faces the swordsman, he will have a hard time. But that's nothing. Ace has a profound cultivation base of knowledge and knowledge, deflecting his body, it is easy to dodge. I think, if you hold swords in both hands, and you have two swords under your feet, plus floating in the air, it will be stronger. Then it became a real four-knife flow. Chapter 263 The Purity is Too Low. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 263 The Purity is Too Low. What you said makes a little sense. After hearing Ace's words, Golden Lion suddenly realized and found it very interesting. Four-sword style, why not? With his swordsmanship cultivation base, he can completely control this fighting style, no problem. Why didn't I think of it? The rudder must have affected my brain and made my thinking stupid. So said the Golden Lion, blaming the missing rudder for everything. But you have taken off the rudder now, haven't you? You still haven't thought of it, and I need to remind you. Ace complained, thinking that Golden Lion is a bit weird. Advertisement. It's so noisy. You stinky brat, you are teaching me how to do things. Young people, don't be too arrogant. Golden Lion said, with both hands outstretched. Mindong began to clasp them. Don't you call yourself a young man? Ace smiled, raised his hand, and swung out his fire fist. Phew. The air knife. Chop. Golden Lion crossed his hands and cut a big X, dispelling Ace's fire fist, then turned around and kicked with his right foot, and slash wave struck again. Air knife. It should be some kind of application of lion fruit. It seems that this old man played very well when he was young. Imagine, when the Golden Lion was young, he had two knives in his hands, his feet were intact, his head was not inserted by the rudder, and he was still an intelligent guy without any brain damage. Such a Golden Lion, how terrifying. Advertisement. I see, your previous dual knife skills will throw weapons out, and this air knife is to deal with the situation where you don't have a weapon in your hand. Ace immediately thought of it. That's right, a lion fruit capable person can become a sword fairy. As for the slash wave kicked out by Golden Lion, he naturally turned his head and dodged it. Of course, this is the world of pirates, and the creator of the world is a neon man who lives a good life. Their tradition is that swords and knives cannot be distinguished. Strictly speaking, Golden Lion should be called Knife Fairy. Oh, the young man is very smart, so, even though I don't have four-handled knives, I can still use four-handed knives. I am complete now. The broken feet not only did not damage my strength, but after passing the training, they can become my new means of attack. In addition to the sword skills in my hands now, I have surpassed my former self. Golden Lion began to feel complacent. That's right, on the surface, it is true. After all, Golden Lion's swordsmanship does not need to use his legs, he is a lion fruit capable person. Advertisement. At the beginning of the battle, Ace had already discovered that Jinzi's swordsmanship style seemed to be somewhat different. After all, most sword skills rely on the legs to exert strength. As for Golden Lion, he always floats up and rarely uses his legs. When he was young, he already had this kind of swordsmanship style. The power starts from the ground, so the Golden Lion's swordsmanship will lack the strength of the legs, and it will be more inclined to skill rather than explosive power. His swordsmanship is very elegant. Most of the time he will use the long-distance attack method of slash wave, and after getting close, it may not be easy to deal with it. A swordsman who specializes in skills will only kill himself if he gets close to him rashly. Hole exposed. So, is this all Ace can do, fighting the golden lion from a distance? Purity is too low. Quote. So, Ace thought of a way and started to provoke each other. Chapter 264. The Threshold of Awakening. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 264. The Threshold of Awakening. If you approach rashly, you may put yourself in a disadvantageous situation. Then, provoke the opponent, irritate the opponent, and let the opponent attack. Then, Ace can calmly deal with it, find out the opponent's gap, and give a head-on blow. Purity. Does it work? Golden Lion still has the air knife in both hands. Although this move can replace the blade to attack the enemy, it can't cut out the slash wave. After all, it is just a substitute for a real knife. Your swordsmanship is only for the fruit ability, and even for the fruit ability, make your own swordsmanship weird. Everyone says that Golden Lion's swordsmanship is the best in the world, but in my opinion, the purity is too low gone. Advertisement. Ace put on a bored expression and looked at Golden Lion with disdain. This is Ace's way of provoking the other party. You want to provoke me, and then take the opportunity to fight back, don't you? Hey, a mere brat has so many weird thoughts. Since you want me to go, then I will go. You are afraid of me, I am not afraid of you. The gap has widened. From the moment you started to be afraid of melee combat, I knew that I had already won. Golden Lion sneered, and directly accelerated his ability, Seth, to fly towards Ace. This is the surplus of the strong. Since you have an advantage, then speed up and expand your advantage. It's coming. Golden Lion's Super 4-sword swordsmanship. For a split second, the Golden Lion's attack made Ace at a loss. One knife was used to attack, and the other three were all blocked from the back. Advertisement. There was a lot of cold sweat on Ace's forehead, so he hated fighting swordsmen very much. If it was a head-to-head fist, it would be fine to be knocked into the air, but the swordsman's slashing would result in serious injury and death if he was not careful. In terms of pure physical skills, Ace can rely on his abundant physical strength to entangle with the opponent, be attacked by the opponent, and suffer some injuries, which doesn't matter. Facing swordsmanship, that is, there should be no slack in the slightest. Since there is no way to avoid it, then I will attack directly and use the attack to defuse your attack. Fire Fist. The dragon is in the sky. Ace's arm burned violently, and he punched out, and the flame turned into a flame dragon, ready to devour the Golden Lion directly. Tisk. You can hit such a powerful move with a single blow. Golden Lion had no choice but to stop his attack. Facing the unquenchable devouring fire, he could only choose to defuse it first. Advertisement. Otherwise, just a little bit of it will make you deep into the point of being beyond redemption. Lion rolls, flying sand and rocks. Golden Lion shouted loudly. The airflow around him started to flow violently, and his whole body began to spin at a high speed. Countless slash waves were cut out by him, and the fire dragon could only bite off this huge transparent air ball, and then, it was continuously worn away. Ace, do you know what the essence of lion fruit is? I can pull a certain force from an object in an instant. Let's call this force attraction. Without this force, objects would naturally fly up. At the same time, I can also master a brand new force to pull these objects to move. So said the Golden Lion. Devil Fruit ability. I have developed it for such a long time. When I took off the rudder, I had a flash of inspiration, and I finally touched the realm of awakening. Golden Lion sneered, strength gathered in his palm. Chapter 265. You still know this trick. For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 265. Do you still know this trick? You bastard, what are you talking about? Ace couldn't understand it. Thinking that the old man must have something wrong with his brain, why did he start talking nonsense? Lion Tianwei. Saying so, Golden Lion threw out all the strength in his hand. Ace turned his head and walked away. It was a completely transparent air. He didn't know what it was, so it was better to get out of the way. However, Golden Lion would not let it go like this. He hooked his fingers, and the transparent air he even killed a carbine. Ace continued to dodge, but gradually, he realized that something was wrong. The things on the ground seemed to move a little bit, and his movement became a little difficult. Advertisement. This is the power I awakened through this little bit of epiphany. I gather the power in that small ball, which will constantly attract everything around it, and I can continue to control this core. The power will continue to increase, and you will be surrounded by countless things and sealed in a big ball. Isn't Fujitora eating heavy fruits? Controlling gravity should be Fujitora's operation, aren't you lion fruit? Are you kidding? Isn't this planetary devastation? How did you master this trick? Ace felt helpless. The things on the ground had been attracted by the ball. The golden lion's move, Lion Tianwei, can prevent himself from touching the object, causing the object to float, and, floating to a point he designated, continuously gather, and the core is still controlled by him. As we all know, lion fruit can't control other people except ability users, but now, this restriction seems to be broken away a little bit. Of course, it seems to be a tricky way. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion has awakened his fruit power. As we all know, Paramesha's fruit ability is very difficult to awaken, and once awakened, it will burst out with heaven-defying incomparable power, which catches people off guard, and even breaks through the original ability limitations of the fruit to obtain a stronger power zone. Advertisement. Tisk. Ace made a displeased sound, and it was really difficult to deal with it for a while. Soon, he was wrapped in a pile of debris. A huge sphere hangs high in the air like this, and it is still expanding. Ha ha ha. I won, you brat, it's too early to challenge my old age. Golden Lion laughed out loud. I am the Emperor of East Blue, the future king of the world. No one can stop my footsteps, not even you. I have defeated the flame god Ace. Golden Lion raised his hands high and spoke in an incomparably loud voice, which soon attracted the attention of all the pirates below. Point 0. Advertisement. Are you kidding? Did Ace just fall like this? I can't accept such a thing. The sand crocodile said so, looking at the sky in disbelief. I thought everything was stable. I solved the Golden Lion, went back to deploy the Whitebeard pirates, and they would soon be able to take over the world. Why did Ace collapse in the middle? Is the sand crocodile the wrong treasure? Is it right to follow the Golden Lion? Don't worry. I don't think Ace will fall down so easily. Don't doubt, just believe first. Jinbei said in a low voice, telling the sand crocodile to calm down. I didn't expect it to be the awakening of the fruit ability, and this kind of power is too random. Aokiji wiped the sweat from his brow too. Chapter 266 Set Things Right. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 266. Golden Lion's fruit ability is awakened. To put it bluntly, he can let the objects float without touching the objects. He can even designate these floating objects to fly towards a fixed location. It's over, you guys who sneaked in, and my rebellious son Camus, stop it for me. Otherwise, I will imprison you in this big ball, and then throw it directly into the sea, let you, 687, sink in, and you will definitely die. There will be no good results for disobeying me. Golden Lion said, let the people below surrender quickly. Golden Lion. You bastard. F*K me. Advertisement. Seeing that Ace was blocked, Garp stepped on the moonwalk and rushed up, intending to give Golden Lion a slam. Garp. Do you think I'm still the same Golden Lion? I've surpassed myself now. Golden Lion twisted his body, avoiding Garp's angry punch. With his hands and feet on top, he slashed out 4 times. PFF'd. Garp yelled, blood spurting from his body. Although he was very dissatisfied with what Ace did, Ace was his family, and he had to do something, so he impulsively moonwalked to the sky and started doing it directly. I didn't expect you to come here, and to be honest, you're from East Blue, and you don't want to see what I do. Golden Lion nodded, watching Garp keep falling, raised his legs, and slashed out several times. He knows how powerful Garp is. This guy is completely immune to death's Xiaoqiang. Moreover, the heavier the injury, the higher the attack power. He is an extremely weird guy. If possible, it is better to kill him as soon as possible. So, Golden Lion hits back immediately. Advertisement. Ah la la, Mr. Garp, be careful, let me block it for you. Aokiji smiled, raised his hand, and created ice blocks for Garp to block those slash waves. Don't get excited, Sand Crocodile. I know what you are going to say. As a pirate, you should not rescue Marine. But Garp is Ace's elder after all. Ace values family affection very much, and Garp is someone I respect very much. I must do this, we do, but we're still partners, we're family. Aokiji turned around and explained to the Sand Crocodile. Tisk, the current situation is not very good. That boy Camus will change his mind. I am afraid we are already surrounded. The Sand Crocodile really wanted to scold Aokiji, but Aokiji's words made sense, he couldn't refute. It is better to deal with the current situation now and resolve the immediate crisis. Father, the fruit has awakened. I am definitely no match. Father, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Camus saw that Golden Lion was so strong that even a guy as powerful as Flame God Ace lost, so he immediately gave up. Advertisement. If you can't win, you will definitely die. HMPH. Get rid of those guys, Marine, and the Whitebeard pirates, they are enemies. Golden Lion said so, showing a cruel smile. It's coming, everyone, prepare for battle. Jinbei said so. 1.1. Tisk, you want to cooperate with pirates? Are you kidding me? I'm going to kill you all. Zephyr cursed and helped Garp to his feet. Can you still fight? Garp. Zephyr felt that Garp was not doing well, and he got 4 hits from Golden Lion, which is no joke. But Garp's body is very strong, there is no serious problem, even injured, it is easier for him to lock and counterattack. Chapter 267 Lava Versus. Frozen. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 267 Lava vs. Frozen. Ace. He's fine, I can feel him, he's still alive, and he's still trying to break his deadlock. Garp said so. He seems to be able to hear the voice of all things, even if Ace is wrapped in the ball, he can perceive his voice. The flames are still burning, and it's getting hotter, and he'll be out soon. Garp said so, showing a serious expression. Go to hell, you bad old man, smash the gold coins for me. Camus was ordered by the Golden Lion to attack directly, and the target was naturally the seriously injured Garp. This guy is also stupid, dare to provoke Garp who is seriously injured. Do you know the gold content of 24 marine heroes? The heavier the injury, the higher the attack power. Ah la la, your opponent is me. Advertisement. Aokiji's recognizable voice is heard, blocking the eruption of Camus lava field. Mr. Garp, leave this guy to me, I really hate lava fruit. Aokiji smiled and took off his small round sunglasses. Tisk, Aokiji, you kid actually joined the pirates, let's see if I catch you or not, and it's over. Garp raised his fist and gave Aokiji a direct blow. Deal with these guys now, and then settle accounts with you later. Although Garp hates cooperating with pirates, and even thinks it is a kind of humiliation, but he hates failure even more. If he fails, he will die. Zephyr, Ace, Aokiji, these people have a very good relationship with him, and absolutely nothing will happen. Deal with the immediate crisis first, as for other things, wait until the end to settle the matter. Ah la la, Mr. Garp, I've also started to be flexible. Advertisement. Aokiji smiled. It's not the first time to cooperate with pirates. I fought side by side with Luogia back then. In fact, the thing I hate the most is not this. The incident of the Valley of Gods disgusts me the most, for celestial dragons fight. Garp is also quite free marine, how could his mind be rigid? The son is a revolutionary soldier, and the grandson wants to be the One Piece king. If he is a stubborn old man, he would have already taken thunderous measures. Garp, like Aokiji, is a humane justice who will follow his own inner path. Then, leave this lava boy to me, Aokiji said, walking towards Camus. Dior, no, ex-Marine Admiral, Aokiji Kuzan, I heard that you once lost to lava fruit, I absolutely restrain you, you are not my opponent. Camus sneered at Aokiji. Dior is Aokiji's pseudonym this time, and I don't know why Ace named it like that. Advertisement. Ah la la, you know my affairs very well, but you have to figure it out, I fought with a Kainu for several days and nights. That's a Kainu. Can you compare yourself to a Kainu with 457? There is one more thing, the fruit ability. There has never been an absolute restraint. Aokiji said so. Hearing this, Ailu showed a strange expression. There is no such thing as absolute restraint, so why was he sanctioned by rubber fruit? Lava isn't necessarily stronger than ice, is it? Let's have a fight. Aokiji said that the cold air had begun to emerge, and the ground under his feet began to freeze. HMPH, the lava that eats me has erupted. Camus attacked Aokiji, spewing out a large amount of magma. Chapter 268 Showdown. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 268 Showdown. The magma swept towards Aokiji, which can be said to be quite dangerous, but Aokiji was not afraid at all. The firelight reflected on his glasses, and a vague smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, a bit disdainful and slightly mocking. This guy's behavior style has gradually shifted towards that of a pirate, and his current appearance is completely like that of a big villain. Ice bird. Aokiji raised his hand and slapped towards it. The moisture in the air froze quickly, forming the shape of a bird, and pounced directly towards the magma. After the two came into contact, balls of white air rose up, which seemed to be comparable. Advertisement. However, after the white air dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was such a scene. The magma was completely frozen, and the red-hot fluid had solidified into white ice cubes. Ahaha. I haven't tried hard yet. You fell down. Not even a third of a Kainu's level. Ah yes, let's call you a small dog. How can you do it, small dog? Aokiji showed a more obvious smile to Camus, and Aokiji's lazy and evil voice was quite annoying. Camus was angry. Asshole. Aokiji. Camus walked towards Aokiji step by step. Hot magma was continuously pouring out from his hands, dripping on the frozen ground, and there was another burst of white gas rising. Camus' face was gloomy, and he was getting closer to Aokiji. Huh. You're not getting closer to me, but you're approaching me. You've seen the result of the duel just now, and you've been completely defeated. Just like that, you still dare to approach me. Can't see the horse. Aokiji continued to taunt the other side, walking forward step by step. So the distance between the two began to get closer, and soon they would reach the distance of close combat. Advertisement. If you don't get closer, how can I beat you up? Camus grinned cruelly, and he wanted to hit Aokiji hard at close range. Why are the capable users of the lava fruit so annoying? Aokiji said so, and raised his hand. The white chill was floating, and his palm turned into a piece of white flowers. Red lotus explosion. Camus punches Aokiji. The lava in his hand looks like a giant lotus flower. It's useless. It's just this level, but it won't be hot enough to hold it. Aokiji said, touching the hot lava directly with his frozen palm. Once again, a large cloud of white gas rose, and again, Aokiji gained the upper hand, and he grabbed Camus' arm tightly, and the lava turned into a huge block of ice. Advertisement. Camus stared wide-eyed and had to back away from Aokiji. This kid, has he become stronger? Garp took the time to take a look, and felt that Aokiji was more powerful than before. Could it be the evolution Rubik's Cube? Ace is too generous. This kind of treasure can be used by others casually. I haven't used it yet. I'm his grandfather. Garp, angry, vented his anger on the pirate in front of him. No, if it's the evolution Rubik's Cube, the increase in strength should be more terrifying, but it seems that this is not the case now. Zephyr shook his head, thinking Garp was wrong. This is the result after training. I seem to know what's going on. Zephyr mused. Chapter 269 Sun. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 269 The Sun. Camus' strength is indeed a little weak, but if you convert it, it is at the level of Shichibukai, and lava can indeed restrain the freezing a little bit. This is the fact. Even if Marine Admiral comes, it will take some effort to deal with Camus. But Aokiji completely suppressed the opponent. This strength is already quite terrifying. You know, he fought with a Kainu before, but he broke his leg. It's good that his strength has not declined. He has become stronger. What a joke. Why did he do this? After all, he was traveling with that flame god Ace. The scorching heat happened to be his training place. 497 Is that guy helping? I didn't expect him to be very good at training. 11. Zephyr said so, and that was his guess. Advertisement. He guessed right. Ace has been giving special training to Aokiji for this journey. It's not too difficult. Just generate a ball of fire every day and throw it to Aokiji, let him play by himself. Aokiji can freeze the devouring flame now, so what is it to freeze the magma? Of course, it was Ace's casually generated flame after all. If a higher temperature flame was used, Aokiji would definitely not be able to freeze. Anyway, with a little help, Aokiji's strength has gone up a notch. Huh, I said, you should admit defeat. I don't think you have the slightest chance of winning. Aokiji said so, exhaling a cold breath from his mouth. For me now, even that Akainu's magma can be frozen. After all, compared with that guy's flame, magma seems a bit childish. As for you, I can't even count as a warm-up activity with you. Advertisement. Aokiji said. Put away all expressions, the whole face turned into a poker face. He didn't need to engage in any psychological tactics anymore. Are you kidding? It's just Aokiji, the defeated under lava fruit. How could I lose to you? Camus was furious, activated his ability, melted the ice on his arm, and restored his arm to its original shape. See ya, there is no limit to burning, and lava is too far from the apex of burning. Aokiji continued, reaching out to darken the sky. That guy told me that the apex of burning is the sun, and that is also his immediate target. The gap between your purity and his is too great. That guy, in Aokiji's mouth is naturally Ace. But it is night now, there is only the moon and no sun, otherwise it would be very appropriate to say this. Advertisement. It really makes people laugh out loud. The person you mentioned who aimed at the sun has been firmly blocked by my adoptive father. Camus sneered. Who knows? Some people always have this kind of wonderful feeling. They know some powerful people and have relationships with powerful people, so they take it for granted that they are also special people. Little do they know that they are so weak that they seem to be like a clown. Aokiji looked at Camus blankly. He was getting impatient and wanted to end the fight quickly. As a lava fruit capable user, just standing in front of him, he was already so sick that he wanted to vomit. HMPH, your boss is finished, why do you continue to fight? Why don't you surrender to us? Camus wanted to say that Ace must die, but the reality wanted to slap him in the face. The big ball floating in the air trembled violently. Chapter 270 Magma Giant. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 270 Magma Giant. What's going on? Could it be that that guy is blocked and squeezed inside, but he can still move? Are you kidding me? Is he a monster? Is this kind of thing really possible? The golden lion, floating in the air, felt the vibration of the big ball, showing an expression of disbelief. It seems that I have to end the battle quickly, otherwise, when my boss comes out and sees that I haven't dealt with you little guy, I'm afraid I will be laughed at for several months. Then, goodbye, Ice Age. Aokiji said. With a movement of his feet, the ice layer spread forward like a sea wave going. Camus gritted his teeth. His whole body was transformed into lava. He jumped high, and a large amount of lava began to be created. Oh, is it coming? I'm looking forward to it. Advertisement. Aokiji said, stretched out his hand to wipe the ice stains on Madoka's sunglasses, and smiled. He has seen this move used by Akainu. It is not a big deal. After all, it is just a strengthening method, which can enhance his attack power and give himself a greater advantage. Shape change. This is a strengthening method that fruit ability users are very good at, such as the 3 shapes of zone fruit, the various gears of rubber fruit, all belong to the type of shape change. In addition to form changes, the strengthening methods of fruit ability users also include skill improvement and field creation. If the skills are improved, probably Doflamingo's string fruit and Kizaru's sparkling fruit can also be classified into it. Domain creation is Logia's forte, creating natural domains that he is good at, weakening enemies and strengthening himself. Although the lava fruit is Logia, it is difficult to achieve domain creation, because the attack power is too great, and the skill enhancement is not suitable, so it can only be used for one-handed form change. Gather the lava to form the outer armor and make yourself bigger, like a little giant. Advertisement. Aokiji stood still like this, watching helplessly as the opponent transformed successfully, and a hot magma man the size of a small mountain appeared. The magma is constantly flowing, which is the strongest attack and the strongest defense. Ah la la, I'm really disappointed. This size is really embarrassing. At that time, I was fighting with a Kainu, and that guy was several times bigger than you. You really can't do it. Fine dog. Quote. Asking for flowers. Aokiji sneered, showing a disdainful smile. Go to hell. The powerful fruit ability is usually not able to perform fine operations. Advertisement. Of the devil fruits in the world, the one with the strongest attack power is naturally the shock fruit. Whitebeard's methods are simple and rude, just head on, without any skills or shape changes. The purest power and the most terrifying damage. Point 0. Then, the attack power of the lava fruit is also very amazing. When it is used normally, it already consumes a lot of physical strength. To support such a giant's activities, I am afraid it will consume even more stamina. A Kainu can last for a long time, he has such background, but Camus can't do it. He even seemed very reluctant to support this state. The right hand is thinner than the left hand, and the shoulders are one tall and one short. Your appearance is not good enough. The most important thing about shape change is to keep your shape stable. Are you doing this for a joke? Aokiji smiled, moved his feet, jumped up, and rushed towards the magma giant. It was as long as Aokiji couldn't wait to commit suicide. Chapter 271 Camus is down. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 271 Camus falls down. Camus punched. The magma arm began to stretch, and the smell of sulfur was extremely strong. The momentum of this punch was stronger than the previous several attacks. After the shape change, the moves he punched became stronger. Up. Aokiji was not afraid, facing the opponent's fist, opened his palm, and the white frost began to radiate. Ended. The huge fist, 073, hit Aokiji with a light palm, and the huge magma arm began to freeze, and the red high-temperature fluid turned into a white solid, and the speed of freezing was accelerating, and the arm was completely blocked, followed by the giant's shoulders, torso, feet and head. In just a few seconds, Aokiji completely froze the mountain-like magma giant, while the controller Camus, who was inside the magma, had no sound, and he had no way to continue fighting. Hey, it's not bad, but just killing a piece of garbage doesn't mean anything, you spent too much time fighting. Advertisement. If it was me, or Jinbei, it would have been over long ago, you are still too young, Aokiji. The sand crocodile complained to Aokiji that he was actually fighting with Jinbei and Enel. The flying pirates recruited quite a lot of members. After some effort, they finally finished cleaning up. The remaining members were too scared to continue fighting. On one side is the old marine duo, which is difficult to deal with, and on the other side is the masters of the Whitebeard pirates, which is even more difficult to deal with. After all, the flying pirates are a temporary team formed by Golden Lion, and the development time is still too short. After finally finding a good seed Camus, he is still a dutiful son, and his best skill is stabbing in the back. That guy could have become the deputy of the flying pirates, and he could have the power of the emperor's deputy. At that time, with the Golden Lion's power of the emperor, they will be a proper royal team. Advertisement. Take the East Blue and march into the Grand Line. Even if you can't take it quickly, you can at least get a quarter of the area. At that time, Golden Lion will keep a low profile, develop steadily for a period of time, and recruit more people. His ultimate plan will not really start until 5 years later. At that time, the flying pirates must be invincible. But, it's all over. His plan had only just taken the first step, and it was already close to failure. Even if he repelled these guys today, he might not be able to stabilize his position in a short time. In this sea, a person's strength is limited after all, and it is difficult to accomplish anything. This matter will not end like this. Just wait and see. I will keep harassing you all, and you will spend every day in fear. I will show up at any time and give you a big gift. Advertisement. Golden Lion gritted his teeth and said. There was no point in continuing to fight, and he planned to leave. His dream was completely shattered. No matter whether it is the world government or the Sea Emperor of New World, no one will give him time to do it again. It is impossible for him to reproduce his previous operation at 5.7. Therefore, although he defeated the flame god Ace, his plan was in vain. So he thought of revenge. He wanted to launch an attack on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates 24 hours a day, throwing an island there every day to make them happy. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. Chapter 272 The Rise of Enel. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 272 The Rise of Enel. You'll regret messing with me. The Golden Lion said so, raised his hands, and hidden behind the clouds were small islands. At this time, these islands were still under the control of the Golden Lion, and now they have begun to fall. Tisk, this old guy seems to want to run away. Enel, go and give him the whole job. The sand crocodile saw that Ace was still blocked and did not come out. He is the only one who can preside over the overall situation here. So he directly asked the fastest and flying Enel to catch the Golden Lion. These fallen islands, I will stand up to them. The sand crocodile said that the land under its feet was deserted rapidly, and a small desert soon appeared. This is exactly what Logia does best. Advertisement. Desert paradise. Isn't it an island? Look at me blocking it all with sand. The sand crocodile controls the sand and spreads upwards continuously. First is the first island, which is extremely heavy, but he blocks it. But the islands after that are getting bigger and more in number. The sand crocodile struggled to support, clenched its teeth, and activated its ability with all its strength. Countless sand and dust curled upwards. For a while, he blocked all the falling islands. HMPH, I have some strength, but so what? Golden Lion smiled and waved his hand, the clouds dispersed, and there were more islands suspended in the air. After all, this sea is still too vast. There are many habitable islands, they are also very large, and there are a lot of people living in them. Naturally, Golden Lion will not attack these large islands in order to ensure covert operations. Therefore, the small islands in the sea will be his eyes, and he will spare time every day to find a small island. This is the ammunition he has stored. There are more than 360 days in a year, and after so many years, the number of small islands floating in the air has far exceeded 1,000. Tisk. That old ghost. Advertisement. The sand crocodile spit out the cigar in its mouth and was ready to go all out. The island fell like raindrops, and the sand crocodile controlled the sand and supported it hard. Enel obeyed the order, turned into lightning and planned to attack the Golden Lion from behind. Smelly brat. Who do you think I am? Do you think you can get it? Golden Lion smiled, dodged Enel's attack, and raised his leg to strike with a sword. His swordsmanship is skillful, and it is difficult to gain benefits in close combat. Enel caught Golden Lion's movement with his excellent observation hockey, but he was still hit. Whoa! Blood splattered from Enel's body. Although he was injured, he could continue to fight. Who do you think I am? I'm a god. I've had enough, you bastards. Get down. Enel's eyes widened and he exploded with astonishing aura. Advertisement. Conqueror's hockey. You brat. 267. Golden Lion was a little surprised. Wang's aptitude, this is the ticket to the top. But still too tender. Golden Lion felt that it was a pity that such a genius would be killed by him. Lay metallurgy. Murloc karate. Enel controlled the long golden stick in his hand, and in an instant, it turned into liquid gold, and he raised his hand and punched. This is exactly the result of Jinbei's careful teaching, and his right fist has entered the room. Boring. You are the one who falls for me. Golden Lion dodged that blow and slashed at Enel 4 times. Enel was unable to fight anymore, and fell like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 273 Flame God Strikes. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 273 Flame God Strike. It's over. Golden Lion was extremely arrogant, showing an extremely arrogant smile. Seeing that the rest of the people were still struggling under the bombardment of the island, he was about to turn around and run away. Damn it! I can't hold it anymore. Sure enough, there is still a long way to go to the Emperor's strength. The sand crocodile said with a sad face. Although his strength is not bad, but if he is top-notch, he is an Emperor's deputy master. Compared with the Emperor's master, the gap is quite obvious. And me, Ice Age. Aokiji stood up to help, raised his hand, the cold air froze, and countless layers of ice condensed into a huge white ball. The hardness of the ice was actually not outstanding, but the regeneration speed of the ice cubes was very fast. Relying on the joint efforts of Aokiji and Sand Crocodile, the Golden Lion's serial attacks were finally blocked. Back then, he destroyed half of naval headquarters. Sengoku and I were still in our prime, and we could suppress him at that time, but now, it's no longer possible. Advertisement. Garp gasped and said that since the battle with Ace a long time ago, his strength has ushered in a period of rapid decline. Watching the islands descend wildly, he helped a little, but to no avail. Is this called fighting? That guy from Golden Lion threw islands at people's heads. In fact, islands vary in size, the smallest may only be 5 or 6 meters long, and the largest may be as large as 50 meters. There are also some irregular huge rocks. All in all, the power of this round of bombing is quite astonishing. If it is released directly at a small country, that country will definitely be destroyed. I really have to be old. After all, that guy is also an Emperor-level combat power, and he is a real monster. Zephyr said weakly. His mechanical arm is a heavy burden on the body, and it is now at its limit. He's leaving. If you let him go, backseat. Sand Crocodile said, but he can't do anything. Sand Crocodile is not good at air combat. Advertisement. However, it doesn't matter, because after waiting for so long, Ace, who was disconnected, finally reconnected successfully. That's really an exaggeration. Golden Lion, this move of yours really gave me a headache. Ace's voice came, and the huge ball floating in the air began to tremble violently. The temperature of the ball began to rise continuously, and from time to time, some small flames burst out from the gaps in the ball. Quote exclamation mark quote. With a loud noise, endless flames erupted instantly, the ball collapsed instantly, and countless stones mixed with flames flew around. The huge fireball is suspended in the air, like a small sun, and Ace is at the core of this sun. Start a prairie fire. Flame God. Ace hit the Golden Lion with his best blow yet. A huge fireball flew towards the Golden Lion. This huge flame was full of devouring flames, which could burn everything up. Advertisement. This is Flame God's full blow. Ah. With a strange cry, the Golden Lion accelerated and flew away into the distance, while the giant great fireball followed him stubbornly. Lee's, it's not over yet. I can handle it, said Golden Lion, began to turn, and swooped down on Lion City, constantly displaying his abilities. Lion Fruit awakens. Touchless control levitation. Go. Lion Town Tianwei. With a roar, the Golden Lion leaned on the continuously gathering objects and gathered them all together in an instant, forming a huge lion head. The giant great fireball collided with the lion's head. This is the duel of imperial combat power. The world is shocked. Chapter 274 Incomparably Shocking. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 274 Incomparably Shocking. After Paramecia's devil fruit is awakened, it will often get a qualitative leap, becoming treacherous and powerful. In the eyes of others, the extremely fierce confrontation between the two sides is the manifestation of the power of gods. The huge buoyant Sky Island was affected by the aftermath of this force, and its power was unbalanced, and it was constantly falling downward. The confrontation between the lion head and the fireball is not over yet. The floating Sky Island has already fallen into the sea, stirring up huge waves. Moreover, this suture monster pieced together from various islands has also begun to split apart. Advertisement. The fire shone like daytime. On the torn islands, the Lion City had been completely destroyed, with ruins everywhere. The scene, like the end of the world, alarmed the people on nearby Royer Island, as well as the Marine stationed nearby. Those members of the Flying Pirates, it seems that not many survived, either died in a coma, or fell into the water, calling for help at this time. What the hell is going on here? Is it a tsunami? The sun came out so quickly. Why did the giant floating sky island of the Golden Lion fall? Something must have happened. It's too scary. The previous display of strength was not enough, and now, CECD, is here again. It's too much to let people pass. The residents on Royer Island have all evacuated long ago because of the actions of the flying pirates, and the people who live here now are lobbyists sent by various countries of East Blue to negotiate. They had already succumbed to the terrifying power of the Golden Lion before, but now, the Golden Lion unexpectedly came again, and the noise it made was far more terrifying than the previous one. Moreover, why was there such a big fireball? Advertisement. Hurry up and use the phone to notify Naval Headquarters. Why hasn't the support from the headquarters come? We need 3 admirals to sit down. Yes, all 3 admirals must come here, otherwise, East Blue will be destroyed. I didn't expect that the Golden Lion still hides such a terrifying power. Is this still human? Monster, a veritable monster, is indeed a terrifying existence that can compete head-on with One Piece. Is he going to be the next One Piece? Will the era of great pirates never end? It's really scary. It's only a few thousand Baileys a month. What kind of life are you playing? Let's retreat quickly. East Blue is the weakest sea, and all the powerful pirates have been wiped out by Garp, so the strength of Marine appears to be very weak. Facing such an unimaginable enemy, these Marines were all frightened, and Tianchi had completely collapsed. Advertisement. Several Marine ships have already started to turn around and are about to leave here. It is better to resign when they go back and go home to farm. The support from the headquarters has not come for a long time, and the Marine Marshal seems to have completely given up on East Blue, and has completely ignored East Blue. It is meaningful for them to continue to stay and fight, but they are dying in vain. In fact, Golden Lion alone couldn't make such a big commotion, thanks to his enemy, that is, Ace. In the confrontation between the Lion Head and the Fireball, it is obvious that the Fireball is better. But Golden Lion didn't receive much damage, and even had the mood to light his own cigar with these flames. Brother Ace, I recognize this strength. You are worthy of being the son of Luo Jia. Did you not disgrace your father's name? You are still so young. In time you might really be able to become the Pirate King. Chapter 275 Hockey Showdown. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 275 Hockey Showdown. The two of us united, we can definitely surpass One Piece, we can completely dominate this world. Golden Lion opened his arms and smoked a cigar while talking to Ace about the future. What do you think? Now that I've got all of East Blue under my belt, the Grand Line is next. It only takes 4 or 5 years, and we can make the whole world surrender. Ace, join me, I need you, be my adopted son. The more Golden Lion talked, the more excited he was, and he looked at Ace sincerely. Sorry, Golden Lion, I messed with Whitebeard, and now, we are the #1 pirate group in the world. Your invitation doesn't mean much to me, we have already started to govern most of the islands in the New World. A mere East Blue is not enough to make my heart beat, I am the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. That is, after Papa Whitebeard retires, I'll take over. Ace made things clear, patted the dust off his body, and looked at Golden Lion with disdain. He regained his fighting stance, and the surrounding flames were spreading rapidly. As long as he wanted to, he could use another move of Flame God at any time. If Ace really attacks the Flame God again, it will only be more powerful than before. Really? It's really a pity, then, I have no choice but to kill you here. Golden Lion spit out the cigar in his mouth, squeezed the air knife in his hand, and floated up again. Who will kill who is uncertain. Do you really think you can defeat me? Don't be kidding. Ace sneered, condensed the flames, and unleashed a mighty dragon attack. Lion Yu Tianwei. Golden Lion's body rotated rapidly, and the 4 blades were used wantonly, rebounding all the flames. Advertisement. This move is my favorite skill. It can be said to be an absolute defense. There are no dead ends at 360 degrees. No matter what kind of attack it is, it can block it. Back then, even Luo Jia found it very difficult. The Golden Lion was triumphant. In the past, it was performed with 2 swords, but now it is performed with 4 swords. The density of defense will only be higher. Can you break through? Golden Lion braced himself for battle, asking for flowers. So, when the peak masters are fighting, they still have to rely on this trick to break through. Ace raised his legs, and crimson lightning began to condense under his feet. This is the most representative attack method of the peak powerhouse, Conqueror's Winding. I can do this kind of move. Golden Lion raised his feet, and above the sword was also red lightning. Advertisement. 0. It seems that the air knife cannot be attached to Haki, so if he wants to deal an effective blow to the capable person, he must use the treasured knife on his feet. Huh. Come on. Conqueror's Haki duel. Accelerating forward directly, after leaping high, it was a flying kick to Golden Lion. Well done. Golden Lion didn't move much, he raised his leg high, and the sword slashed out against Ace's attack. Ace's foot and Golden Lion's knife collided in the air, and the red lightning also began to entangle fiercely. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and all the dust and burning ashes that filled their surroundings dispersed, and even the dark clouds in the sky began to gradually disperse. What a terrifying attack, what the hell is this? Enel said tremblingly. Chapter 276 Lost All Majesty. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 276. That is the Conqueror's Haki, the world's top power, you have such qualifications. Jinbei explained to Enel that he had no sense of presence in this operation, so he just dealt with the little pirates on the ground. If Jinbei were to fight Golden Lion, he might be able to wrestle a few times, but it would definitely not be beneficial. After all, Jinbei can't fly, and this high altitude, 600, land doesn't look like it can be controlled by water. Master, I want to learn Conqueror's Winding. Enel said in a trembling voice, trembling all over, extremely excited. That's right, only by mastering this kind of power can the god's reputation be spread all over the world again, and he can stand on the top of the world again. This is what he wants. Advertisement. Ah, I want to learn too. I'm not qualified, so I won't. You should improve your basic Haki and physical fitness first. Emission skills also need to be mastered, these are prerequisite requirements, and it takes about 1 or 2 years of training. After that you can go to Ace for advice, he is an expert on Conqueror's Winding. Jinbei said so, and patted Enel on the shoulder, telling him not to aim too high. Of course, Papa Whitebeard actually knows Conquerors too, but it's unlikely that this god will teach Enel. Even if Ace doesn't teach it, there are other people in the Whitebeard pirates who can do it. What? Master, don't you know it too? In this way, this kind of skill is rare. Enel became a little happy. After all, he has this qualification, while others do not, which means that he has far surpassed others, leading many departments, the future can be expected. Hey, Conqueror's Haki is indeed the aptitude of a king, that's right. If you want to become the strongest in the world, you really need this power. Advertisement. But without Conqueror's Haki, wouldn't you be able to stand on the top of the world? Just like me. The sand crocodile pointed a thumbs up at himself. He doesn't have the qualifications of a king, and to be honest, he's a bit sour, but he can't pursue what he doesn't have, and there's nothing he can do about it. What? You are standing on the top of the world. No way. I remember you were knocked down by a straw hat boy passing by. And that straw hat boy was killed by me in a flash, and I beat them out of the group by myself. Aokiji said so, sneering at the sand crocodile. Aokiji, I am a senior, you have to respect me. The sand crocodile's face turned black, and he aimed at Aokiji with killing intent. Ah, did you get knocked down by the straw hat kid passing by? Me too. What a coincidence, but I really can't help it. That guy is a rubber man. If only I had learned armament Haki sooner. Advertisement. Enel looked at the sand crocodile, as if he had found a confidant. F*K off. I didn't call it a loss, I didn't lose at all, I'm an ambitious man, I just avoided the edge for the time being, for the big plan later, so, I didn't lose at all. The sand crocodile also wanted to say something nice to himself, to maintain the majesty of his predecessors. I beat the straw hat 4.2 in seconds, you were defeated by the straw hat, so I am stronger than you. Aokiji has come up with a formula. Aokiji is bigger than Luffy than Sand Crocodile. Shut up. That's not how it counts. I've been practicing hard since then, and I've become stronger. Next time I see that kid, I will kill him. The Sand Crocodile said seriously. Chapter 277 Garp retreats. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 277 Garp retreats. Whitebeard's gang began to chat, completely not paying attention to the battlefield, and seemed to care less about the life and death of their partners. However, there is a reason for this. They have confidence in Ace. He will definitely not lose to the Golden Lion. Even if Golden Lion is the best of the older generation of pirates, there is no possibility that Ace will lose. He is a light god. Tisk. This brat, Ace, is stronger than when he fought me before. Garp said so, showing a rather dissatisfied look. His strength has begun to decline, but Ace has been rising steadily and is still getting stronger. In Marine, is there anyone else who can suppress him? It's a pity. It seems that the era of the Great Pirate 24 will not be over for a while. Advertisement. Zephyr shook his head. He had started to med himself, and it would be painful if he didn't do so after the fight. His strength is also about the same as Garp's, ushering in a period of decline, and the more he uses drugs, the more obvious this decline will be. The older Marines have already begun to step down from the stage here, but the new Marines are still extremely weak. The pirates are menacing, and Marine is powerless to resist. This is the saddest thing. How did Marine become what it is now? The two old Marines gritted their teeth after saying this. It's all the Celestial Dragon's fault after all. How can Marine be done well with this horde of insects? These two old men didn't seem to care too much about the situation of the battle. For them, neither winning would be a good result. There is a high probability that Ace will win. What should we do next? Should we start a fight with them? Garp said so, showing an embarrassed expression. Advertisement. He really couldn't fight. His strength had already declined, and now he has gone through a big battle, with many wounds on his body. That's it. When Golden Lion loses, we take him away and imprison him Impel Down. Zephyr said that after taking the medicine, his complexion improved a lot. Impossible. In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Ace will kill Golden Lion completely and will not spare his life. Garp shook his head, then glanced at the ice sculpture not far away. Golden Lion's adoptive son. By the way, take this kid away. If he is really dead, the lava fruit will appear again. I'm afraid he's another pirate. He's just frozen now. The flames are burning everywhere, and the ice is fast melted. Garp said, twisting his neck, and walked toward the ice. Enough is enough. Take him away and impel down, said Zephyr, following Garp over. After a lot of effort, the two old men finally broke the ice, and there was a frozen and sleeping person inside. Advertisement. Pirate Camus, adopted son of Golden Lion, successfully captured. We should go. Garp said, looking back at the situation. 047. There will be nothing for them in the future. Ace will definitely get rid of the Golden Lion and the Flying Pirates will completely withdraw from the stage of history. This East Blue Emperor has only been doing it for a few days. It's really funny. Garp said, pulled the frozen Camus, stepped on the moonwalk and left. Zephyr naturally followed Garp. At this time, a marine warship from New World was approaching Royer Island, approaching the floating sky island that fell into the sea. The person standing at the bow of the ship was puffing and puffing, looking extremely impatient. Former Marine Commodore, now Marine Vice Admiral, smoker with smoke fruit ability. He came back this time to protect East Blue. Chapter 278. Killing by Knowledge. For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 278 Killing by Knowledge. The tyrannical duel ended with Ace winning slightly. Golden Lion speeded up, retreated for a while, and distanced himself from Ace. It's a scary kid. The purity of conquerors is really terrifying. It feels a little stronger than Luogia back then. Golden Lion said a few words with emotion. Facing Ace's relentless attack, he could only dodge in embarrassment. But it's okay. You haven't mastered the skill of knowledge killing. You are still a bit close. Golden Lion smiled confidently, and the conqueror's hockey spread out again. Ace's eyes widened, and for a split second, his observation haki was disturbed. This is. Ace had an unbelievable expression on his face, and felt that this was a bit unbelievable. Advertisement. Before he crossed over, the setting of killing knowledge hadn't appeared yet, and he had never fought with the red-haired Shanks, so he didn't know there was such a technique, so he fell for it. Gia, kid, you are still too tender, how do you feel now? How does it feel? I am used to using observation haki to capture the enemy's movements, and now, this ability is interfered by me. You are at a loss. Golden Lion laughed wildly. He felt that he had a chance of winning, and this skill beyond Ace's knowledge gave him an advantage. Tisk. Ace made a displeased sound, and hurriedly used a flame jet to distance himself from Golden Lion. In fact, Conqueror's Haki is a special use skill of Conqueror's Haki, which can interfere with the opponent's observation haki, making it impossible to use observation haki to foresee the future. But in fact, it can also be done to interfere with normal level observation haki. Ace's observation haki is strong, but not to the extent of foreseeing the future. For him, the direction of strengthening is actually mainly on the fruit ability. Conqueror's Haki is naturally not slack in cultivation for Ace, but he is only at the top level. Advertisement. The main output means is Mara fruit, and the others are enough, so the level of Conqueror's Pachi is raised by him. That's why he was disturbed by what Golden Lion had seen and heard. Now, he can't get close to him, otherwise he will fall into the lower realm. The battle situation fell into an incomparably procrastinated garbage time for a while. Ace kept attacking with flames from a long distance, Golden Lion flexibly dodged every time, and there was nothing that could do anything to each other. Why? Don't you dare to come up. Without observation haki, it's like losing your eyes. It's hard, right? Golden Lion smiled smugly. In fact, he didn't dare to get close to Ace, and smartly mocked and provoked, attracting Ace to attack. Knowledge kills. Ace frowned. He looked at the Conqueror's haki spreading out from Golden Lion, and fell into deep thought. Advertisement. In the previous Conqueror's entangled confrontation, Ace was slightly better, that is to say, his Conqueror's cultivation was used above Golden Lion. Golden Lion can use knowledge colors, and Ace should be able to do the same. So, Ace also began to spread his Conqueror's haki, but Li Hao, at the same time, he also began to wonder. Why don't you dare to launch an attack? You, who have mastered knowledge and knowledge, should be able to suppress me. That's what Ace doesn't understand. Unless, you dare not come up, but why don't you dare? Ace frowned, grasping the most critical point in an instant. You can't use observation haki either, can you? Ace immediately found the answer, and also knew the way to break the game. Chapter 279 Practice Object. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 279. The skill of killing by knowledge even killed your own observation haki. Your skill has not been completed at all. Ace complained to Golden Lion, feeling that he was doing useless work. However, I still have an advantage. Now that neither side has observation haki, in close combat, I am stronger than you. Golden Lion said, with air sabers in both hands, and 2 treasured sabers under his feet. Indeed, if you fight him in close quarters, Ace can't get any benefits, especially now that observation haki is gone. Then, there is only one thing to do, and I will master the skill of killing by knowledge. Ace said so, looked at the Golden Lion, and carefully observed the Conqueror's domineering 663 radiating from the opponent. Advertisement. Hey, what are you kidding? Do you want to master this skill in such a short period of time? Even if it's me, after studying for so many years, I still can't make it perfect, and even only researched a semi-finished product. Even my observation haki will be wiped out, so what's the use of that? Golden Lion felt that Ace was telling a not so interesting joke, so he naturally sneered. I will prove it all. Ace said, began to use trying to learn Golden Lion, constantly spreading Conqueror's haki. HMPH, then just try it. Golden Lion sneered for a while. It is not uncommon to learn the skills of the enemy in battle. Have you ever seen someone like Luffy do this? What? Knowledgeable advanced skills, you can't foresee the future. Teacher Katakuri will teach you step by step. Advertisement. What? You don't know Conqueror's entanglement skills. You don't know how to awaken the fruit ability. Teacher Kaido will give you a few sticks, and you will know everything. What Ace will do next is no different from what Luffy will do. Currently, Ace and Golden Lion are entangled, and neither can do anything to the other. However, Ace actually has the confidence. If he is really willing to use all his firepower at all costs, even if Golden Lion can kill him, he can easily win. But Ace didn't do this siege. Haki is to be constantly collided in the battle to improve, no matter what Haki is, it is the same. The high-level skills of Conqueror's Haki also need to be constantly collided in the battle to understand. Therefore, Ace did not rush to attack, but restrained his strength, and started to fight with Golden Lion. Because, he really wants to learn the skill of killing by knowledge. If he really learned it, his strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Advertisement. Ace is using Golden Lion as a practice object. It seems that the battle didn't end so quickly. I really never expected that besides entanglement, Conqueror's Haki also has the skill of killing by knowledge. Are you kidding me? Without Conqueror's Haki, are we going to be slaughtered animals soon? The sand crocodile complained for a while. Armament Haki emission is definitely not better than Conqueror's entanglement. Observation Haki foresees the future, and will be killed by knowledge. Only those who have the qualifications of a king have the opportunity to climb to the top. The strong may not have Conqueror's Haki, but the strongest person must have Conqueror's Haki. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Enel said so, showing a regretful expression. Whether it is Conqueror's entanglement or knowledge killing, it is too far away for him. Chapter 280 All-Out Confrontation. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 280. Conqueror's Haki's advanced skill. Conqueror's Haki can effectively suppress the use of observation Haki. It is an indispensable skill in high-level combat situations. However, Kaido and Big Mom have never used this move at all. Because they are all monsters, their physical fitness is terrifying and exaggerated, and they don't need the skill of killing by knowledge. Instead of being distracted to practice this difficult skill, it is better to strengthen the Conqueror's winding and blow everything up with absolute power. Only ordinary people, like Golden Lion and red-haired Shanks, specialize in strengthening their own skills. Because, head-to-head with monsters of that level, even if the Conqueror's entanglement is not at a disadvantage, the opponent's physical fitness is still superior, and they still cannot withstand it. Therefore, the skill of killing by knowledge is very important to them. You brazen brat, die to me. Look at me. The lion splits the sky. Advertisement. Golden Lion raised his legs twice exaggeratedly, and shot two extremely strong sword waves. Ace gathered flames in his hands, and blocked the two attacks. Haki needs constant collisions to grow rapidly. Come on, Golden Lion, let me see your full-strength Haki. Ace stared wide-eyed, exuding his own Haki with impunity. You bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Golden Lion gritted his teeth, unwilling to lose to a brat, so he followed Ace and started to release Haki. The crimson sphere and the dark blue sphere collided in the air, and after the Haki of both sides were released, the purity was extremely high, reaching the point where the color could be seen by the naked eye. Advertisement. It's really scary Haki. I'm afraid, even Daddy may not be better than him. Ace has undoubtedly stood at the top of the world. Look at his expression, he is still able to do a job with ease. But Golden Lion was already out of breath. Quote. Jinbei sighed. Ace's strength is bottomless, he is completely unpredictable. I am afraid that he may not be able to surpass his good brother in his whole life, the distance is too great. Tisk. What a monster. Both of them. Why don't I have Conqueror's Haki? If I had Conqueror's Haki, I would be like this now. Asking for flowers. The sand crocodile was very upset, and stomped the sand under his feet. His old face was completely black. Even if you have Conqueror's Haki, you probably won't be able to reach this level. This is the calendar area at the top of the world. Advertisement. Aokiji said, shaking his head and sighing. He was still hesitating before, but now he has completely determined his future. Join the Whitebeard pirates, and follow the mighty boss, Ace, as he transforms a twisted and corrupted world. Beyond this, there is the realm of knowledge killing, alas. Enel was also depressed for a while. Before staying in Sky Island, he thought he was invincible, and then he was beaten by a straw hat boy passing by. He thought it was just an accident. Now, he left Sky Island and came to the world below. The strong came one after another. It can be said that among the people present, he was definitely the weakest one. I suddenly thought of one thing. Fujitora is blind, relying on observation haki as his eyes. If he is killed by knowledge, wouldn't it kill him instantly? Aokiji smiled, and felt that the current marine is really funny. Compared to before, it was much worse. Chapter 281 Ace's Wisdom Kills. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 281. Now there are 3 marine admirals. One is an iron turtle, and Ace can only stand and get beaten. One is controlling wood, and is perfectly restrained by Mara fruit, and the other is controlling gravity, but he is blind. If Ace mastered the knowledge kill, wouldn't it be the 3rd admiral? What does Marine do to stop the Whitebeard pirates? Can they fight Flame God? No, they don't have that ability, so Marshal Kizaru's 050 sparkling fruit can deal with Ace a little bit. Everyone else is rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Marine is all over, and the world government is rotten, so there is nothing wrong with my choice. Advertisement. Aokiji said, blinking and smiling. Ace is a man who can surpass One Piece and completely change the world. He said this sentence with great determination, and because of this sentence, he has officially joined the group. It's slightly odd that his allegiance is to Ace, not Papa Whitebeard, but that's okay. The Whitebeard pirates are the most tolerant force in the world, and Aokiji can't go wrong if he joins in. I think the winner will be decided soon, right? Enel murmured. The crimson haki released by Ace has completely suppressed the dark blue haki of Golden Lion. The gap between the two sides is too obvious. Ace is still outputting, and Golden Lion can no longer hold on. He starts to drift backwards. Here, I seem to understand, the answer is vibration. Advertisement. As Ace said, flames spouted from under his feet, and he accelerated to the front of Golden Lion, and red lightning appeared in his hand. Golden Lion subconsciously wanted to use observation haki to capture Ace's movements, but the result surprised him. Observation haki. Ineffective. Did he really learn to kill by knowledge? Golden Lion was surprised, but immediately realized that he should fight back. Since observation haki can't capture the opponent's movements and can't dodge, then let's make a decisive move. The same Conqueror's entanglement. Red lightning flashed on the long knife at the Golden Lion's feet, and it faced Ace's fist and pushed it up. However, Ace's body flickered like a ghost, and came behind Golden Lion. An incomparably powerful punch, directly thrusting Golden Lion into the ground. Impossible. Why can you use the knowledge color to capture my movements? What did you do? Advertisement. With an unbelievable expression on his face, Golden Lion fell down like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily into the ground, his whole body embedded in the soil, taking in less air and more air out. Perfect knowledge killing skills. Moreover, it covered my knowledge killing skills. This guy is a genius, and a genius far surpassing Luo Jia. Golden Lion was so emotional that he struggled to stand up. I can't beat it. I'm not an opponent at all. What I have to do now is to run away. He muttered in his mouth, ready to use his ability to run away. Do you think you can run? You are in my knowledge killing field of 2.6. At the same time, I can also use the knowledge color to capture you. Why? Plus my partners are also here. You have nowhere to go. Golden Lion, stop here. Ace said so. At this time, the battle has come to an end. Flames are still burning around. Thick smoke is billowing into the sky. Dark clouds are densely covered. Thunder flickers slightly, and drops of water begin to fall bit by bit. Chapter 282 Death of the Golden Lion. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 282 Death of the Golden Lion. It started to rain, and it seemed like even God was telling the Golden Lion that it was over. The key to the knowledge-killing technique lies in the vibration. To control the Conqueror's haki, it vibrates continuously and releases it to the surroundings, and then it can interfere with the knowledge color. As for why you fail, it is purely because your conqueror's haki is too low in purity. You can't release your knowledge while killing what you see. In the final analysis, it's all because you are too weak. Ace said so, raised his hand, and the flames began to burn. Bastard kid, I'm weak. Have you ever seen my prime? Are you kidding me? I'm going to die in this 24 today. Absolutely impossible. Damn it, if it wasn't for the rudder stuck in my brain, interfering, it made me feel confused, and lived in pain for so many years. Golden Lion gritted his teeth. At first, he was quite confident, thinking that he could struggle a little more, but afterward, he seemed to have conceded defeat, and began to talk about his past. It's bad luck. God never seems to be on my side. Kid, you are also from East Blue. Haha. I lost to the East Blue man again. Advertisement. Golden Lion sighed, showing a bitter smile. One defeat was to Luo Jia, the second defeat was to Garpen Sengoku, and the third was to Ace. 3 of them were from East Blue, and, with every fight, the weather seemed to be unkind to him. This rain is too good at looking at the atmosphere. Do you think I have failed miserably and plan to add some tragic atmosphere? Come on, Ace, the last move, let's fight it out. Golden Lion smiled, and took out a cigar from his pocket. At this moment, Golden Lion absolutely has no hope of escaping, so before he dies, he should maintain the last trace of decency for himself. Ace is very sensible, raised his hand to make a pistol gesture, and then lit the Golden Lion. Golden Lion smoked a cigar and floated up from the ground, his hands resting on his lap. Advertisement. My treasured sword, you have to treat it well and find a good swordsman to inherit it. By the way, are you interested in learning swordsmanship? Golden Lion smiled, and the 2 knives were held in his hands again. Without using the fancy 4-knife style, Golden Lion held a cigar in his mouth, just like the peak naval battle with Luo Jia back then. Back then, I almost won against Luo Jia, if it wasn't for the damn storm, huh? Golden Lion let out a puff of smoke. The ultimate mystery. Let me teach you a final lesson, kid. Golden Lion sneered, spit out the cigar in his mouth, and then Lion Fruit used his ability to accelerate forward. The left hand made a horizontal cut first, and the right hand was ready to go. Ace flexibly dodges Golden Lion's moves. 163. Advertisement. The old man showed no murderous intent at the end, everything was extremely calm. It seemed that he didn't want to fight Ace at all, nor did he want to defeat Ace. Because he knew that he had no chance of winning. Rather than saying it is fighting, it is better to say that it is teaching skills. See clearly. Golden Lion said, sticking the 2 knives on the ground, and then spread his hands. Come on straight away. I have seen your sword skills clearly. As for whether I use it or not, I will talk about it later. Ace smiled, flames burning in his hands. Flame God's final attack naturally needs to be accompanied by some flames. Chapter 283 The Plan to Forge the Knife. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 283 The Plan of Forging the Knife. Golden Lion died, his remains were burned to ashes, until the last moment he remained handsome, burned by the flames, but he didn't say a word. The remaining relics are only 2 treasured swords, which are accepted by Ace, who intends to use his temper to practice sword skills a little bit. Just think of it as a way to pass the time, and isn't knife sleepy fun? Fruit ability needs to be developed, physical skills need to be exercised, hockey and fencing skills are even more indispensable, this is called soundness. In other words, these 2 knives are equivalent to the feet of the Golden Lion, you won't feel a little. Advertisement. The sand crocodile didn't want to say those 2 words. His feet are long gone, and, judging by his appearance, it seems that after treatment, the 2 knives on the legs can be disassembled freely. That is to say, in daily life, he doesn't carry double knives, only when he encounters a strong enemy and has to fight. He will install the double knives on it, but do you think I will have any strange feelings? Actually, there are. Ace looked at the pair of knives with a look of helplessness. I know, this is Golden Lion's knife after all, not mine, and the material should be top-notch. I'm going to find a place to reforge these 2 knives, how about Wanokuni? What do you guys think? Ace said, putting the sword back into its sheath. Advertisement. Wanokuni's swordsmithing skills are quite good, and Ace also wants to go to Wanokuni. It will be very interesting. Let's rest for a while. This mission has broken my bones. The sand crocodile had a helpless expression on his face. He really tried his best to resist the golden lion's attack before. Indeed, after going back, take a break first, and I have to introduce new partners to everyone, and Suensha has to be strengthened. 11. Ace said, then glanced at Aokiji. How about it, Aokiji? How do we look at our initial statement? After the Zephyr and Golden Lion incidents are settled, the investigation period between us will be over. What do you think? Although Ace knew the result long ago, he still asked. He wanted to know a definite answer. I am willing to join the Whitebeard pirates, but I have to make one thing clear. I still uphold the justice in my heart, and I only obey Ace. Aokiji said, this is officially joining the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. Well, although it's a little strange to say this, why don't you ask me if I want to play? Enel weakly raised his hand. Then are you willing? Ace smiled, squinted his eyes, a flame burned in his left hand, and Conqueror's was entangled in his right hand. At the same time, he opened the knowledge kill and blocked Enel's knowledge color. I am willing, I am so willing, haha, the Whitebeard pirates are number one in the world. Enel smiled awkwardly, then held up his hands, pretending to be excited. Okay, let's go back to Royer Town if we have nothing to do, get a good night's sleep, and return to Rog Town tomorrow. After the supplies are over, let's go slowly to New World. Ace said, reaching out to pat Enel on the shoulder. Thus, the riot that destroyed East Blue seemed to be over. However, a certain marine who arrived late was eyeing Ace and the others. Smoker's ship stays near the fallen island, the smoke is lingering, and the murderous intent has locked on Ace. Chapter 284 Smoker's Wrath. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 284 Smoker's Wrath. Aokiji, I used to respect you so much, why are you hanging out with Marine now? Smoker was biting his cigar, and the smoke was so lingering that no one could see his face clearly. The former Marine Commodore, now the Marine Vice Admiral, why, after being promoted to an official position, do you feel that you have the strength of the Vice Admiral level? I think you are still far behind. Besides, if you want to treat me in our group, what can you do with a Vice Admiral? At least call 3 admirals, and the Marshal Kizaru must also go with him, otherwise, it will not be enough for us. The sand crocodile grinned, and sneered at the smoke man. Advertisement. When he was in Alabasta, he had dealt with this marine. To be honest, he didn't like this guy very much. You who just fought with the Golden Lion gang, how much stamina do you still have left? Smoker continued to speak. This sentence was somewhat silly, which showed that his mind was also a little unclear. Then, Ace and his group burst into laughter. Are you kidding, Smoker? How much stamina do you think Golden Lion can consume us? I advise you to withdraw quickly. For Aokiji's sake, we can let you, CEFC, survive. Ace said, spreading his hands and showing a sarcastic smile. Now is the worst era. Pirates are stronger than Marines. In the past, Marines would run after pirates. No matter what kind of pirates are, the first reaction to see Marines is to run away. But now, the trend of offense and defense is reversed. When Marine sees the pirates, he must first measure the strength of both sides. Advertisement. Are you kidding? Is justice dead? What is the truth in this world? Smoker's complexion is very bad, it can be said to be pitch black, the smoke is still lingering, he gritted his teeth, and pulled out his weapon. It seems that he intends to fight thousands of times. He was so angry that Aokiji Admiral, who had been respected so much, turned into a pirate. Whose fault is this? In this era, why did it become like this? Anger had already gone to his head, that's why he said ridiculous words just now, and now he didn't think about it, he just wanted to vent his anger, and even wanted to die here directly. If you draw your weapon, you must have the awareness of defeat and sacrifice. Do you really want to do this? I suggest you think about it. Aokiji's unique voice rang in Smoker's ear, and at some point, Aokiji had already arrived behind Smoker. Haki's icy arms were entwined, pressing lightly on Smoker's shoulder. Advertisement. I can feel the confusion deep in your heart. I used to be like you, but I found the answer. I am still walking on my own path of justice. Where is your path? Next, I want to end the era of great pirates, and only the Whitebeard pirates can help me if I want to do this. Aokiji said. His tone was still amiable, and for a moment, he seemed to have changed back to his former appearance. Once upon a time, Aokiji guided Smoker in this way, so there were more and more humane Marines, and Aokiji's faction gradually formed. Unfortunately, everything is over. You can go back to Marine. Marine is the biggest force. Why do you want to be with pirates? Smoker's anger dissipated, but he still couldn't understand. Chapter 285 The Crashed Smoker. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 285 The Crashed Smoker. Marine is not as strong as it used to be. Smoker, you can be promoted to Vice Admiral. In fact, this is already very clear, isn't it? Marine has not many manpower. Commodores of your level have been promoted to Vice Admiral. Of course, Marine can spend money to have another global conscription, but what will be the result? The purity of the team will drop, and then they will fight with pirates, causing more casualties, and they will have to continue recruiting soldiers, falling into an endless loop. Quote. Aokiji sorted out all the doorways for Smoker, showing a regretful look. However, we can work hard to make Marine great again. Smoker still couldn't accept the fact. Don't be naive, Smoker. Marine wants to be strong. Just pay more money. The world's conscription can get Fujitora and Green Bull. As long as the money is in place, it can get more people, let alone 3 admirals. World government is doing its best for support. An admiral is fine. Advertisement. Aokiji said so, and his expression became serious. It is impossible for the world government to make Marine bigger and stronger. This is reality, because a powerful Marine will instead threaten themselves. That's why the era of pirates has not come to an end. Marine can only maintain the strength allowed by the world government. Therefore, it can only entangle with countless pirates, and there is no way to make a final decision. Aokiji persuaded Smoker earnestly. Ever since Ace explained to him the truth that celestial dragons are the root of all evil, he has been thinking, and these words are the result of his thinking. Smoker, I have learned a truth in my long Marine career. The more I pursue justice, the harder it is to achieve justice, because justice is always relative, and there is never an absolute statement, unless it goes beyond justice. Aokiji's words were like demonic whispers, making Smoker's body tremble. What are you talking about? What dangerous thoughts have the pirates instilled in you? What exactly do you want to do? Advertisement. Smoker's eyes were full of fear. At this moment, he finally realized how strange this Aokiji was. I'm not going to be a Marine anymore. I'm going to be a pirate. I'm going to subvert this world. I finally figured it out. Celestial dragons are the biggest pirates in the world. Marine was created by celestial dragons. It is impossible for Marine to be hostile to celestial dragons. Therefore, I must also become a pirate, and the Whitebeard pirate group is the best choice. Seeking Flowers 00. Today's Whitebeard pirates have 2 peak-level Emperor-level combat powers, and a group of Emperor's deputy masters are also extremely powerful, not to mention the closely related Revolutionary Brothers. This pirate group is undoubtedly the number 1 in the world. Point 0. Advertisement. If there is any force that can really subvert the world, then only the Whitebeard pirates today. Not Golden Lion, not Kaido of the Beasts, not Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, it has to be the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are existences that can surpass One Piece. Aokiji said firmly. At this moment, his gaze was extremely firm. Smoker, on the other hand, sat down weakly, and let go of the weapon in his hand. Facing the pirates in front of him, he had no courage or conviction, so he completely gave up fighting and just watched them leave. Even the post-processing method of tracking has not been done. Smoker's eyes were blank, like a corpse. Chapter 286 Dispute. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 286 Dispute. I know what happened. All in all, the Golden Lion has been resolved, right? That's good. Kizaru was talking to Garp through the phone bug. Although the Marine didn't give much support to this incident and left everything to Garp to deal with, but from the results, everything went well and the crisis was resolved. Kizaru, it's good to call it like this. The reason why 033 can solve this crisis perfectly this time is because of the pirate's power king. Don't you have anything to say? How did Marine become what he is now? Garp, outraged. Back then, he cooperated with Luogia and smashed the conspiracy of the rocks in the Valley of the Gods. The thing that made Garp most angry about this incident was that he helped the celestial dragons. The second thing that made Garp angry was that he cooperated with pirates. Unexpectedly, this time it happened again. Advertisement. Don't worry, my advice is to take it easy, Mr. Garp. I'm under a lot of pressure. 5 elders asked me to deal with this crisis, but I'm already too busy. None of those Shichibukai have been dealt with. The sea is a mess confusion. I really can't spare any troops to support you, and now, 5 elders are saying that they want to re-establish Shichibukai. It's really not good. I'll just resign, and you will be the Marine Marshal. Kizaru showed a helpless expression. He really couldn't help it. I already knew about the re-establishment of Shichibukai. It was so hard to draw a line with the pirates. I didn't expect to start again now. What do the 5 elders think? Garp is naturally very dissatisfied with this arrangement, wishing he could directly hit Mariajoy, the Holy Land, and steal their bird position. Hey, the Revolutionary Army is powerful, and so are the pirates. We really have no other way. We've reached the edge of a cliff. Kizaru said helplessly that in this situation, let alone him, even the resourceful General Sengoku would be at a loss when he takes over again. Advertisement. Tisk. This makes people worry. In the final analysis, it is all because of the fault of the slave's legal capture certificate. I don't agree with this kind of bill from the beginning. How can the sea be peaceful with celestial dragons, a group of insects? Garp cursed. Speaking of which, you captured Golden Lion's adoptive son alive. That guy is called Kamyu, right? Let him be Shichibukai. Having said that, Kizaru finally asked cautiously. Tisk, it seems that you have arranged an eyeliner around me. You know about my cooperation with Zephyr. Garp said, his face gradually darkening. Just treat it as a deal, Mr. Garp. I don't want to do this either. I will help you cover up this matter and give Camus to me. Advertisement. Kizaru's words also tended to be a little aggressive. After all, he is beginning to suspect that there is an insider in Marine who is tipping off Aokiji, otherwise how could Ace interfere in the previous plan to siege Shichibukai? The Marines who have a relationship with Aokiji were all arranged by him and Fujitora to pay close attention to them. What if I say no? Garp's tone was also full of aggressive tendencies. After all, he is a lava fruit capable user. If you kill him, and the situation in the sea is like this, maybe another pirate will emerge. It would be too wasteful to shut him down and impel down. It's better to make the best use of everything and let him become a Shichibukai under our control. Kizaru's reasons are quite strong. Chapter 287 Greed. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 287 Greed. The conversation naturally ended badly. Garp would not agree to Kizaru's proposal, but Kizaru was not too persistent. Anyway, he is the marshal, and he has the order of the 5 elders. After that, he just needs to go to Impel Down to pick him up and that's it. However, in this way, the relationship between Kizaru and Garp has completely deteriorated, leaving no room for riches. It's obviously a pirate that was just caught, but now it's going to be amnesty again, and I'll make Shichibukai for the other party. Marine is still the same as before. Zephyr sneered, he's been through this kind of thing before. The pirate who brutally killed his crew of students became the Shichibukai. 24 since then, Zephyr has been completely disappointed in Marine. Justice, how many evils use your name? How about it? Garp, just resign directly and join Neo Marine. Advertisement. Zephyr smiled, reaching out to pat Garp on the shoulder. No, although I am also very disappointed with the current Marine, but I promised Sengoku, I have to stay until the last moment. If first leave, Marine won't have the signboard of hero. I'm afraid it will be in a slump, and everything will be over. So I can't leave, even though the word justice is extremely dirty now, I still have to stay. Garp said that although the words in his mouth were spoken, he looked away from everything, but his tone really gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he was upset, but helpless. He finally took out his signature hat, which was in the shape of a dog. You old dog, do what you want. Go back to New World and we will part ways. Zephyr said nonchalantly. Kizaru actually didn't want to make things like this, but things have come to this point. In order to fight against the former Shichibukai and the gradually stronger Revolutionary Army, they had to rely on the power of pirates. Advertisement. The Shichibukai this time is different from the previous ones. There are more people. There are a total of 36 people on the list. For the convenience of control, they are all pulled from the impel down. They wear explosive collars. Kong is discussing the plan with Kizaru. These 36 people naturally can't call them Shichibukai and change their names. Kong couldn't think of a good name for a while. Just call them the Justice Task Force. Kizaru said casually. Justice. A group of pirates. All right, as long as you think you can. Kong said, nodding in agreement. Don't play around like last time this time, otherwise, your position as marshal will be lost. Advertisement. Kong said to Kizaru earnestly. In the past, Kizaru was also very dissatisfied with the position of marshal, but now, he gradually likes the feeling of being a marshal. Because you can hold power, this is the deadliest and most charming poison. Now Kizaru wants to stay in his seat, so he has to do something. Actually, the reason why the crusade against Shichibukai failed was because there was an inner ghost inside Marine. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and told Kong what he had deduced earlier. Did Aokiji's acquaintances leak information? You should investigate this matter carefully. If it is true as you said, then you don't need to take the blame for the last failure. Facing the 5 elders and the public opinion media, we also have arguments to deal with. Quote. Kong nodded and reached out to pat Kizaru on the shoulder. I like you very much, Kizaru, work hard. Chapter 288 Nothing. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 288 didn't do anything. Unlike the undercurrent in Marine, Ace and his group are taking a leisurely boat ride back to New World. Ace asked Enel to use ley metallurgy to create 2 long knives. Out of interest, Ace took time out every day to study the knife skills passed down by Golden Lion. For him, it was a good way to kill time. After all, sailing on the sea is really boring. Especially now. They are still in East Blue, and East Blue had big news because of the Golden Lion before. Whether it was pirates or Marines, they all dispersed, driving all the way to Upside Down Mountain. Nothing happened. Then, thank you for giving me a ride, see you later. Advertisement. Crocus said, bumping his hand and saying goodbye to everyone. In the previous battle with Golden Lion, the entire floating sky island was abolished, and the scene was in chaos. When Ace and the others were sailing, they saw Crocus in a small boat, so they invited him to board the boat. I have to say that this invitation is really very correct. Crocus ate the devil fruit given by the Golden Lion not long ago, and has a wonderful ability. Relying on this fruit ability, he healed the head of Golden Lion, allowing him to display amazing strength. But, it's not over yet. Crocus boarded Ace's boat and watched Aokiji's broken leg, which was also a burst of magic. Although the development time is not long, Crocus has already made his abilities have the effects of heaviness of severed limbs, and birth. In other words, Aokiji's legs have grown back again, and his strength has returned to the peak. Even the dark wounds left by the previous battle with Akainu have all been healed. Now Aokiji is genuinely Super Admiral. Advertisement. It's a surprise. I've made plans to never find a wife in my life. Who would want to marry a man with a broken leg? What's more, he's a pirate. Aokiji moved his intact long legs, showing a satisfied look. Sand Crocodile, your hand can also be regenerated, why not try it? Aokiji asks Sand Crocodile. Crocodile took a puff on his cigar and looked at Aokiji with disdain. Because scars are a sign of manliness, to me a severed hand means a lot, it gives me new life, it reminds me of the painful past, and, it's been too long, I've gotten used to it. The Sand Crocodile said nonchalantly, looking at his golden hook arm. Besides, this doctor has been upside down the mountain, hasn't he? When we finish everything, I can come back and find him. All in all, now is not the time to gut. Quote. Advertisement. The sand crocodile shrugged, not paying attention to it. Ace, we've been out for too long this time, but New World's side is calm, it's not right. The minds of the great conspirators had already begun to think of other things. That's right, I also feel that something is wrong. We have the evolution Rubik's Cube, we also have the Golden City, and we are already the #1 pirate group in the world. Wang Chenjiao, if we continue to develop, others will be powerless to resist, and we will directly become the final winners in the finals. So, anyway, Kaido and Big Mom will definitely make a move, but the problem now is that they haven't done anything. Ace frowned. Obviously, the situation is quite serious for them, and it can be said that they cannot stop for a moment, but they did nothing. Going back this time, maybe it will be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood again. Chapter 289 Strategy. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 289 Scheme. Kaido. Then everything will go according to the plan, and I will fully cooperate with you. Ant is discussing with Kaido phone bug. This crazy woman who suffers from crazy food every day has such a rational time. It can only be said to be very rare. It is enough to see that Ant is also very concerned about this plan. HMPH. Don't let the water go when the time comes, but that guy is not only powerful in his physical strength, but also his brain is quite good. I'm afraid it's easy to see the clue. Kaido seemed to have a bad face while drinking wine. HMPH. In the end, he is not the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, is he? He is willing to fight with all his strength, but what does Edward think? He loves his son very much. And he doesn't just have Ace as a son, does he? Auntie's expression was shown through the phone bug, it was a sinister and cunning smile. Oh, you old woman, you actually have such intelligence, I thought you were just playing crazy. Advertisement. Kaido complained, but also showed a sinister smile. What old woman? You call me big sister, if it weren't for me, you would have eaten that fish fruit. Big Mom doesn't like Kaido's tone very much. Then, the matter is settled, and I will pay a visit after a while to discuss the matter with Whitebeard. Said Kaido, gulping and drinking again. You must not make a fake show, and then turn around and jointly deal with me. Mom said with some concern. Hey, my ambition is more than that. Well, let's stop here. It's time for me to meet my hapless son. She is the key person in this operation. Kaido is about to hang up on the phone bug. Advertisement. Son, isn't it daughter? The ant was puzzled, but the phone bug had already hung up. Quinn, you go and call Yamato over. Our plan is about to start. And, Jin, how do you feel now? Do you think Ace will be Joey Poi? Kaido told Quinn to go to work, then turned to look at Jin. Said. Master Kaido, you once said that whoever beats you is Joey Boy, right? Jin said, lowering his head, unable to guess why Kaido asked suddenly. Actually, I'm still a little uncertain now. I might not be that kid's match. Have you heard? Even Golden Lion lost. That guy was going head to head with Luo Jia at his peak. If it wasn't for that storm, maybe the winner would be the Golden Lion. Kaido's complexion is not very good. At this time, the big fat Quinn had brought Yamato over. Advertisement. Yamato, you are here, I have a plan here that needs your cooperation. Said Kaido, glancing at Yamato. I refuse. I am Kazuki Oden. I will never cooperate with you. Give up. Yamato's hands are wearing bomb handcuffs, and the relationship between father and daughter is quite disharmonious. Don't worry, I remember you yelling before. I went out once in the past. You fought against a man named Ace, and gained a lot, right? This incident has something to do with Ace. What do you think of this Ace? A smile appeared on Kaido's face, very weird and abrupt. What? Yamato blinked, not understanding Kaido's words. Chapter 290 The two parties meet. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 290 Meeting. Marco said that Kaido came to visit Dad himself. It seems that they are going to take action. I have asked Marco to set up a video phone bug, and live broadcast everything that happened there. Sand Alligator said, looking at Ace. Ah, really want to come? Alas, to be honest, fighting Kaido, I'm more or less emboldened. Ace stroked his chin. Although his devouring fire can touch Kaido's body and it will not be extinguished, but Kaido is the most powerful of Haki, and his physical fitness is extremely strong. He is a veritable monster. It may not be easy to break through the defense. Mera Mera fruit is really good at large-scale attacks. To put it bluntly, it is a miscellaneous fish smasher, but it will be very difficult for guys with incomparable individual strength. Monsters like Kaido and Big Mom are especially difficult. Beat. Are you kidding me? You can't beat Kaido. Don't make trouble, you will know and kill. The sand crocodile glanced at Ace, and felt that this guy was too modest, obviously pretending to be very hypocritical. Advertisement. That's right, I can go to Wano Kuni to reforge the knife at that time, and then give him a surprise. Haha. Kazuki Oden scarred him, watch me cut deeper. Ace smiled, and raised the golden double swords used for training again. Although Sakura Ten and Muku are first-class treasured swords, after all, they were the legs of the golden lion before, and Ace always had an inexplicable feeling when holding them and using them. That's why he wanted to go to Wano Kuni to reforge them. Come here, Kaido is on board. Good guy, the opening is Conqueror's Haki Duel. Sand Crocodile looked at the phone bug and got a little excited. If Dad cuts Kaido with a knife right here, then nothing will happen. The sand crocodile grinned and pointed to the two big men on the screen. Impossible, this kind of master duel, without a long stalemate, can't end. When I met my father at Whitebeard's site, Kaido was also mentally prepared. If he really wanted to start a fight, he was surrounded. He was at a disadvantage from the beginning. He would just choose to run away. Advertisement. Ace shook his head, thinking that the sand cod talk was a joke. But yes, the sand crocodile is not an emperor-level master after all, and he doesn't know the gold content of the emperor level. Kaido, it's Haki of such high purity, are you going to declare war? Ask for flowers. Whitebeard sipped his drink and paid no attention to Kaido's Haki. Tisk, it seems that you have increased your strength a lot by relying on the evolution Rubik's Cube. Obviously, the previous Haki confrontation was not much different. Kaido clicked his tongue unhappily. It's not that different, Kaido, I'm the strongest man in the world, even if you didn't evolve Rubik's Cube, you're still no match for me. The ability to destroy the world is shock fruit, not some kind of fish and fish. Advertisement. Whitebeard doesn't show mercy to Kaido at all, opening and closing his mouth, it's hurtful words. To be honest, they worked together in Rocks back then, but their relationship wasn't very good, so it's pretty good to lose a few words after a mouthful. Ace looked at everything on the screen, and had a general understanding of Kaido's strength. He began to simulate the battle with Kaido in his mind. Only Haki is absolute power. This is Kaido's famous line. If you really want to fight, the key to breaking the defense is Ultimate's Haki attack. Although it's a bit tricky, it's not a big problem. Ace murmured. Chapter 291 Are You Sober? Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 291 Are You Sober? The war with Kaido and Big Mom is sure to start. Even if the Whitebeard pirates don't fight, these two will not sit still. They can't just watch the Whitebeard pirates grow and do nothing. So, Ace began to figure out how to fight Kaido. Kaido is a typical batch of meat, and at the same time, the damage is high. Even if there is the 723 indestructible devouring fire, Kaido will call the wind and call the rain, and even Kaido himself can breathe fire. In terms of fruit ability, Ace may be slightly better, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat the opponent with pure fruit ability. Therefore, in the final analysis, we still have to return to the collision between Haki and Taijutsu. Isn't that the case for the Duel of Masters? Mera Mera fruit can't seal the victory for me, unless, in a short period of time, I can strengthen the fruit's ability to break through again. Advertisement. Saying so, Ace raised his hands, Armament Haki emission in his left hand and Conqueror's Haki wrap in his right hand. At the same time, he has also learned to kill with knowledge, and he still has a lot of cards in his hole. Anyway, he can take Kaido down, but it will take some time. I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to make peace. The alliance between me and that fellow Charlotte failed, and the Beast's pirates are definitely no match for your Whitebeard pirates. Just judging from the strength on the bright side, I have no chance of winning at all. The Whitebeard pirates have 2 Emperor-level masters, and relying on the evolution of Rubik's Cube, they have mass-produced several Emperor-level masters. What about the Beast's pirates? 1 Emperor-level master. 3 big Kanbans are regarded as the Emperor's deputy, but they are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. There are 6 volleys and 1 unlucky kid. No comparison at all. That's it, without counting allies. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates can pull the Revolutionary Army to help, but who can you Kaido pull? You can't pull it, you don't have this ability. So, I can only admit defeat, and I come to you for peace. Said Kaido, put down the mace, and sat down on the ground with a big grin. Both big guys are pretty exaggerated in size, and Whitebeard's boat is big enough so they can sit, and it's even roomy. Why, won't you buy me a drink? Said Kaido, sniffing his nose, smelling the smell of fine wine, and the alcohol addiction came up immediately. So, how do you say you want peace? Whitebeard said, holding up his hand for Marco to serve more wine. Kaido sipped his wine and smiled. I'm afraid you don't know yet. I have a daughter. My daughter met Ace a few years ago. It can be said that seeing Ace was a lifetime mistake. Therefore, in order to solve my daughter's pain of lovesickness, and for the peace between us. Advertisement. Let's get married. Kaido opened his hands. Whitebeard's expression immediately became weird, resembling the expression pack of old man, subway, mobile phone. People who were in line with him, and Ace's group who watched everything through the video phone bug, and the other members of Whitebeard who were on the scene. 5. The same. Ace, I've thought about many possibilities, but I haven't thought about this one. The sand crocodile said. The corners of its mouth twitched a few times, as if it wanted to laugh, but it held back. Laugh if you want to. I want to laugh too. Ace said so, reaching out to hold his forehead. Kaido, are you sober? Did you drink too much, so your brain is broken? Whitebeard asked Kaido. Chapter 292 Kazuki Oden. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 292 Kazuki Oden. Ace once thought about finding a girl to marry. After all, he is an adult, and all the girls in Pirate World are the type with good looks and hot bodies. However, earlier, Ace was always shrouded in the shadow of fate, and he would die if he was not sure, so he didn't think deeply, but concentrated on improving his strength. Now, the Whitebeard pirates ushered in a short period of peace, and several previous wars have laid a rich foundation. Advertisement. The next thing they have to do is to continuously increase their strength. In 2 or 3 years at most, they will be able to sweep the new world and hit the red line. With the evolution Rubik's Cube and the Golden City in hand, not to mention that the 1-year period is approaching, Ace can also get more powerful help through the system. Although there is still a long way to go from the ultimate goal, opening champagne at halftime is a must. No problem at all. So, it's time to think about your life. But Ace's first reaction was, impossible, absolutely impossible. That's Kaido, how could he come over eagerly to discuss something like marriage? Are you kidding me? I'm about to vomit. Isn't the operation of marrying a daughter always done by an aunt? When did you Kaido also learn this? One hand. Ace puts his hand on his forehead. Kaido's daughter is a controversial character, a very troublesome person. First of all, there is no problem with appearance and figure, and it can definitely be ranked in the pirate world. Advertisement. But the problem is, this guy is a Kazuki Oden fan, and the purest kind at that. Kazuki Oden also has a lot of connections with the Whitebeard pirates. When he went to sea, he joined this team. Then he switched jobs to Luogia and arrived at the final location Raftel. He is a person who has seen the truth of the world. He went back to Wano-kuni, because he didn't want to miss the future, so he wanted Wano-kuni to establish a country. But, while he was out, Wano-kuni was robbed by Kaido. It's okay to steal the house, and it's over when he calls back, but he was fooled, and he stripped naked and danced like a fool every day. He thought that Kaido would keep his word, but he was a pirate, he had a fart of credit, and in the end it was a tragic battle with a tragic ending. He obviously had several chances to come back, but he just didn't use it. Advertisement. Passing by the house on a trip, not asking a few questions, anxious to go to the final place. When returning home, it is clear that the Luogia group is still at its peak, but he just doesn't ask people to help. The Whitebeard pirate group is also nostalgic. He asks for help, surely it would help, but he still didn't. During Kaido 870 had a fight with Gecko Moria, who didn't do anything but keep dancing. Therefore, such a character seems extremely weird, and he put together a tragic scene, and then pressed the heads of all the characters to make them move and make them cry. Even Kaido would feel sorry for this hero from time to time, touch his own wound, and be dazed for a while, because it was cut by Kazuki Oden. Being a samurai is completely fine, brave enough, but it's not enough for him to be a leader. Ace felt helpless. Wano Kuni's story development is too fast, and more pens should have been used to describe this character. Chapter 293 Treasure. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 293 Treasure. Kazuki Oden is already a paradoxical character, and Yamato is a fan. Kaido didn't care much about her daughter's education, and she operated blindly, making her a benevolent father and daughter, and restrained her daughter with bomb handcuffs. Then, the little girl read Oden's diary and was immediately attracted. Calling himself Kazuki Oden all day long, saying that he is a man, and fighting against his father. Ace and her also have some fate. Once upon a time, Ace also went to Wano Kuni. At that time, Kaido was out, so Yamato guarded him. When they met, they had a fight. They had a heart-to-heart chat and became friends naturally. I don't want my wife to be a guy who is full of other men's names, and Yamato is a self-proclaimed man, married ass, it doesn't match at all. Advertisement. Ace felt a headache, but there was no doubt that this was Kaido's scheme. The marriage was fake, it was real. The conspiracy hidden behind the gimmick of marriage may involve a lot. Ace, you are very lucky. Why do you even date Kaido's daughter? Why don't you see Ace's life? Playing with girls' feelings is not a good thing. Aokiji joked to Ace, reached out and patted Ace on the shoulder. I'm not. I don't talk nonsense. I don't have that kind of thought about her, and she and I are called brothers. Ace waved his hands again and again, clearly denying Aokiji's strange statement. You also have today. I can talk about this meme for 10 years. It will kill me. The sand crocodile finally couldn't hold it back and smiled, and the golden hook began to tremble. Advertisement. To be honest, these guys are usually unsmiling guys. They are all masters of pretending to be deep, suddenly showing such a hearty smile. It is really unaccustomed for a while. Damn it, the dead face of the sand crocodile can actually put on such a smile. Also, Enel, what's the matter with you, kid? You also laugh at the big brother, right? See if I burn it or not, and you're done. Don't laugh, this must be Kaido's scheme. Let's discuss what this guy wants to do. Ace held up his hands, telling everyone to be quiet. Ace, what do you want as a wedding gift? Jinbei has always been the most serious person, but this time he also joked. So Sand Crocodile and Aokiji laughed even more happily. Advertisement. Although your wine is delicious, my drinking capacity is not so small. If I drink 1,000 times more, I won't get drunk. Quote. Said Kaido, with a big wave of his hand, and smiled at Whitebeard. How about it, Edward? You don't want to go to war, right? Then you and I will become in-laws. When the time comes, we will join forces. Don't worry about the red-haired boy. The ant will definitely not be able to beat us. The new world is our world. Then, we can accomplish the goal, Qian Lizao, that Captain Rocks failed to achieve back then. Overthrow this corrupt world, kill those bastard celestial dragons, and we can become the masters of the world. Kaido's expression was extremely enthusiastic. Whitebeard and 100 Beasts, these two pirate groups have cooperated before. Ace and Jin did not cooperate in Marine. Kaido, you know what I want. World domination is not what I want. The treasure I want is simple. That's the family. If I can turn hostility into friendship, I'm happy to or. Chapter 294 Don't be fooled. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 294. Dad agreed. Ace, it always feels like things are going in a strange direction. Sand Alligator said, shaking his head, feeling that Whitebeard's approach was thoughtless. It's not because of lack of consideration. Dad is actually very clear about Kaido's plan. After all, he came out of the same boat back then. We are very familiar with each other. Kaido's wolf ambition, that father must be well aware of it. But Dad still agreed. The reason is very simple. He doesn't want to go to war. Even if there is only a 1/10,000th possibility, he wants to seize the chance of peace. After all, Dad is getting old, and he has started to look forward and backward. Ace said so, frowning. Although Whitebeard agreed to Kaido's marriage 860 request, it seems that nothing has been lost. If it can be done, the two sides will become in-laws, and there is no need to start a war. That is naturally the best. If it is a conspiracy, then go to war directly, and there is no problem. Advertisement. When you don't know what the other party wants to do, you should agree first and follow the plan. Ace said, shrugging. Don't say it lightly, the person who is going to get married is you. The sand crocodile smiled, and brought up the topic again. Good guy. Who told Ace to connotate the sand crocodile all day long? Well, the sand crocodile started, CEBF, to target Ace. In any case, it is impossible to get married. Kaido's ambition, we all know, he must have made some preparations. 17. Secretly joined forces with the ant, maybe even contacted Marine. He is not out of touch with people from the world government, right? At that time, when we got married, Kaido directly led a group of masters out and surrounded us. 17. I think that's what it means. Marriage is just an excuse after all. Advertisement. Ace said that he has already figured out all the things that Duo may do. In fact, this matter should have been handled by the ant, and she is better at proposing marriage. But unfortunately, the former Four Emperors group actually had an antagonistic relationship with each other. Usually it's Kaido against Shanks, Whitebeard against Big Mom. Therefore, the relationship between Whitebeard and the ant is not good, and the request for marriage is naturally impossible to agree to. But Kaido is different. Although there are conflicts between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, there are not many, and there is still the possibility of cooperation. Can't you choose another candidate? Ace, I'm afraid he won't agree. Whitebeard glanced at the video phone bug not far away. Indeed, I do not consent to the marriage. Advertisement. Ace said, it's a pity that Whitebeard couldn't hear this sentence. It can only be Ace, after all. The age is relatively close, and my daughter is also thinking about him. 17. Kaido said so. Such inexplicable words, thanks to him being able to say them casually without blushing. Lol, isn't your daughter's heart set on Kazuki Oden? Still calling herself by that name? Well, it seems that I can only promise you, Kaido, it's actually quite good to have a peaceful union like this, right? Whitebeard talks to Kaido pointedly. After all, the last person to want to go to war is actually Whitebeard. That's right, everyone develops peacefully and strives for the world together. We can definitely become the next Rocks pirate. No, we can surpass. Kaido continued to weave lies. Chapter 295 Twists and Turns. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 295 Twist. The matter of the marriage seemed to be settled in this way. The two Sea Emperors said some more details, and then Kaido left. Immediately afterward, Ace spoke to Whitebeard, intending to make things clear to each other. Father, you really don't want to go to war, right? I can understand your feelings. Ace said that he can always think about various things from multiple angles, and he understands Whitebeard's mentality very well. I know that Kaido must be planning something, but even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, I don't want to start a war. The battle between the Imperial regiments is very tragic. Each of you is my son, I can't just watch you die. Whitebeard said so. This is his concern, and all of this was predicted by Ace. He is such a person, even more so when he gets older, and his heart is beginning to soften. Advertisement. After several battles, the Whitebeard pirates had the upper hand. After a period of stability, they began to relax. Ace understands everything. After all, his thoughts are only personal, and the Whitebeard pirates are a team, not his own. Here, if it is not handled properly, it may lead to the split of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace is naturally very willing to fight, so what about the cooperation between Kaido and Big Mom? The Whitebeard pirates are not afraid at all. However, going to war means casualties. Jinbei will obey Ace's orders, and Sand Crocodile, like Ace, is willing to go to war, but what about the others? I'm afraid there are people who are close to masters who are unwilling to go to war. As long as the Whitebeard pirates develop silently, they can sweep the world in 2 or 3 years. Everyone is very clear about this matter, but the enemy is equally clear about it. The enemy will never stand by and watch them develop unscathed, and they will certainly take action. Kaido, on the other hand, has already started to act. I know that the result is the same. If there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of peace, I am also very willing to relax and stop fighting. This is also very good. I am not a fighting maniac. Advertisement. However, we need to be fully prepared. Kaido probably wants to create a situation where we will be surrounded and then wiped out. We hold the evolution Rubik's Cube, which the whole world wants. That is to say, the worst case scenario is that we will be enemies of the whole world. Asking for flowers. As Ace said so, his face became gloomy. I know, I hope Kaido will do what he says. Whitebeard said, heaving a sigh. He really didn't want to go to war unless it was absolutely necessary. As Ace said, if you go to war, you may become the enemy of the whole world. He would have done what he said, and he would have evacuated Wano Kuni long ago, and I really don't want him to keep his word. After all, I am the one who is going to get married. Yamato and I can be brothers, but we can be husband and wife. Are you kidding me? Advertisement. Ace's expression suddenly changed. Hey, Ace, that's not what you said. Kaido showed me a picture of that girl when she was a child. She's quite cute. What's your dissatisfaction? Unexpectedly, even Whitebeard started teasing Ace. Anyway, let me go back and talk about it. Ace said angrily. Well, that's right, you should come back first, and congratulations, you are getting married. Marco interjected from the sidelines. Ace hung up the phone immediately. Chapter 296 Yangmu. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 296 Yangmu. Ace and his team continued to sail towards New World, and the Sand Crocodile finally found a weakness that could make Ace crippled. Every day I open my mouth as a high-intensity wedding speech, and this stock seems to never get around. Aokiji, who is a fun person, is also a united front with the Sand Crocodile, talking about marriage jokes together to embarrass Ace. Jinbei, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also betrayed him. He seemed to be an honest person, but 790 always broke out crazy sentences suddenly. That is to say, Enel is still normal, and he wanted to make some fun, but Ace's iron fist would definitely fall on his head, so he finally remained silent and just forced his laughter. Even if I die outside, fall into the sea and drown, I will not marry Yamato. Ace finally couldn't take it anymore, and said such words. Advertisement. Then, the newspaper delivery bird that would come every day flew over, and the Sand Crocodile delivered a gold coin with a flick of its finger, and then happily picked up the newspaper and read it, looking at the new reward order. It's not up to me. After all, for masters of their level, bounty orders are meaningless, they are just numbers, at most they can be used to compare with their partners. Don't laugh so hard. The Emperor of the Sea has several billion bounties, which bounty hunter would dare to target them? Therefore, the larger the bounty amount, the more meaningless it is. The Sand Crocodile's reward order is purely to see if there are newcomers with good potential, to see if they can be recruited. However, recently, the hottest business is slave capture, and the number of pirates has plummeted. There are no newcomers. Let's read today's newspaper. Wow. Today's headline is actually about Yanshin's marriage. Ace. Who is this Yanshin? Who is he going to marry? It's so strange. The Sand Crocodile knowingly asked, and winked at Ace for a while, and there was no doubt that this guy was telling a wedding joke again. This is all retribution. Before it always contained sand crocodiles, and now all sand crocodiles have returned. Advertisement. Tisk. Kaido. He still publishes newspapers, etc. This is not good news. It was published in the newspaper. The whole world knows. World government, underground world, marine, red hair, former Shichibukai. Everyone knows. Ace's eyes widened. Yeah, everyone knows that you are getting married. Are you happy? The sand crocodile wanted to continue joking, but Ace's expression turned serious, and he had to stop smiling. Frowning, the sand crocodile thought for a while, and his expression became serious. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Aokiji still didn't react, and walked out with ice cream in his hand. Advertisement. This guy seems to be a part-time cook, saying that this is his hobby, and he is currently in charge of the boat's meals. He likes to make ice cream the most, and he also threatened to retire to sell ice cream after the big things are done. This is not good news, we are about to face the siege of the whole world. Ace said so, heaving a long sigh. Although it was expected, Kaido's plan is indeed an overt conspiracy and cannot be stopped. Whitebeard doesn't want to go to war, he will definitely agree, and then this kind of news will inevitably spread to the world. In this way, Kaido's goal has been achieved. It's really troublesome. Ace, is there a way to break it? Asked the sand crocodile. Chapter 297 Break the Game. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 297. The Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are getting married. Let's not talk about what Kaido's plan is, and don't think about conspiracies or tricks for the time being. Now, the news of the marriage is known to the whole world, and the two teams with astonishing strength are about to join forces, and will soon become the king of terror that will shake the world. 2 Emperor-level masters can still fight after weighing 3 Emperor-level masters. What a joke. One is the strongest man on the ground, one is the strongest creature on the ground, and there is a Logia master called God. Moreover, there is also the evolution Rubik's Cube, which can almost mass-produce the Emperor's deputy-level masters, and the Golden City is a fund reserve, which can be said to be worry-free in Logistics 24. Not to mention sweeping the New World, this kind of power might directly hit the red line and directly overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. Such news is definitely not good news for all forces in the world, so. Advertisement. On our wedding day, we go to Wanokuni's Ghost Island and we'll be the target of criticism. We will definitely become the most conspicuous target. Kaido cannot unite the power of the whole world, so he used this method. There is no reason to gather these forces, he created a reason. These forces do not attack the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido is forcing them to do it now. Also, Kaido will definitely turn his back on us and attack us. Ace rubbed his forehead, feeling that things had become very troublesome. A Kaido can handle it, come an ant, barely able to fight, and gather the power of the whole world. Don't be kidding, I will send it. So, how should we break the situation? The sand crocodile couldn't think of any good way, and showed an embarrassed expression. It's not realistic for me to directly withdraw from the engagement or Kaido to withdraw from the engagement. Ace let out a long sigh. Advertisement. Naturally, Kaido will not call off the engagement, and it is meaningless for them to say that they will call off the engagement. When Kaido directly brings the bride over by boat, will things change? We went back to fix it, broke into Wanokuni and killed Kaido before getting married. Ace clenched his fists and directly gave the simplest and most rude solution. I'll go, can I? The sand crocodile doesn't understand. In the original book, the Straw Hat crew teamed up with Wanokuni's local forces and several supernovas at the same time, and they did it. Moreover, they defeated not only Kaido but also a team. God. The configuration of Ace here is higher than that of Straw Hat crew. If Luffy can do it, there is no reason why he can't. If you really want to do this, count me in. Aokiji smiled. Advertisement. Aokiji, Lao Sha, Jinbei, there is nothing wrong with the 3 of you playing 3 big kanban. I fight Kaido directly, then let Enel clean up the trash, and call a few more people, it's not a big problem. 17. We went straight to Oni 123 and took Kaido's head, and nothing happened. Ace said, showing a smug smile. If he can't do it, he has another strategy, but he will cheat his younger brother Luffy a little bit. Didn't he have a Vince Moke family on board? When the wedding day is approaching, Ace only needs to push a little bit, so that the plot of Cake Island will happen earlier. Luffy rescues Sanji, and delays Big Mom, then, they can lose a royal opponent. Kaido and Big Mom, there's always one to deal with. Ace said. He doesn't want to mess with Luffy, so let's go to Wano Kuni. Chapter 298. Take care of your heart. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 298. It's really scary. The strongest Whitebeard pirate group in the world, together with the Beast's pirates, are going to marry. 11. Why didn't I know that Kaido has a daughter, and this daughter has something to do with Ace? Are you kidding? They are getting married soon, we don't have any information. Kizaru looked at the newspaper, and naturally complained for a while, and at the same time felt the pressure coming. But it's okay. Everyone in this world will stop this wedding, and they must not be united. 17. Besides, I reckon that Kaido is also hiding evil intentions, just waiting for a knife in the back on the wedding day. Fujitora is next door to Kizaru, and both of them are in the bathroom at this time, talking about major events in the world. Advertisement. I asked you to investigate, has there been any results? Kizaru asked. He is more concerned about the moth inside Marine now, and he needs to find out the inside ghost. Of course there is no such thing as Marine going up and down Ishin, and the idea of the ghost inside is simply nonsense. Quote. Fujitora shook his head. After investigating, he found nothing. Tisk, how could the inner ghost be easily caught by you? It must be hidden very deeply. It's really troublesome. Why? Kizaru murmured. If there is no inner ghost, then, wouldn't he have lost the blame for the failure of the crusade against Shichibukai? This is not possible, he has to find a way to fool the past. It's actually not. But, one thing that's weird, the Golden Lion incident, the Vice Admiral Smoker, also came back to East Blue. Because he was originally guarding the town of East Blue Rog, and he had a deep affection for East Blue, so when East Blue was in crisis, he went back. He met Aokiji and had a conversation. Since then, he has been in a slump, and no one knows what happened to him. Advertisement. Fujitora said that this time, Marine's internal investigation finally yielded some results. After all, he didn't believe that there would be undercover agents inside Marine. Tisk, do you want me, the Marshal, to give him psychological training? What a joke. Let him adjust himself, do it if he can do it, and resign lousy if he can't do it. Recently, Kizaru has become more and more fond of calling himself Marshal, and he likes the feeling of power in his hands very much. Power is the most violent and attractive poison, and the speed of corrupting people's hearts is also the fastest. Wait a minute, since he is in a slump now, he is basically useless, and I am afraid it will be difficult to recover. Moreover, he is a strange guy who does his own thing, does not obey orders, and his strength is stuck there. Why not take advantage of it? Kizaru was lost in thought. The crusade against Shichibukai failed, and Kizaru didn't want to take the blame, so he began to evade, saying that there were bad guys and ghosts in Marine. Advertisement. Now Fujitora has checked and found no trace of the ghost. Without an inner ghost, he can create an inner ghost out of thin air. And isn't this smoker, Nuo Haojiao, the best victim? Kizaru couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Fujitora, you are still not serious enough in your work. Leave the investigation of the inner ghost to me. After that, you will pay close attention to the movements of the flame god Ace. If you have the opportunity, go and destroy his wedding with Kaido's daughter. It is absolutely impossible for them to unite smoothly. Kizaru said. I get it, I'll deal with it. This order, Fujitora, is absolutely impossible to refuse. Chapter 299 Poison Scheme. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 299 Poison Scheme. Because the Justice Task Force, composed of 36 pirates, is about to be established, Marine's combat power is sufficient for the time being. That's why Kizaru generously dispatched Fujitora to pursue Flame God Ace, which is also a kind of trick. The decree of the Justice Task Force has not yet been officially issued, but the world government is imperative. You know, Fujitora is the one who jumped out and opened his mouth to abolish the Shichibukai system. This guy will never agree to the decree of the Justice Task Force, so let's send him out. It is Marine's duty to exterminate pirates, and among all admirals, he is the only one who can compete with Flame God Ace. Advertisement. The Green Bull is restrained. The Black Wolf will only protect the 267 people of Tianlong, and only Fujitora can fight against Ace. Lol. If they knew that the current Ace would kill him, they would never send Fujitora on. After all, Fujitora is a blind man, relying on observation hockey, and observation hockey kills. What kills is observation hockey. Isn't this delivering food? Anyway, the Green Bull and Fujitora have been dispatched by me, and Black Wolf will not interfere with the execution of the law. The Justice Task Force should be fine. There is still the matter of the insider. Just find a scapegoat and put it on Smoker's head. He is a good Marine, I know, but Marine needs me more as a marshal, so I can only sacrifice you. Kizaru said so. At this moment, the poison called power has completely corrupted him. What he doesn't know is that what he's doing is leading Marine to a dire future. Several of Kizaru's cronies started the investigation of the Marine Vice Admiral Smoker, and some false documents were prepared long ago. Advertisement. And the muddle-headed Smoker didn't intend to refute at all, but just let it go. At present, Smoker has been detained in Marine's temporary prison, and will be sent to Ennie's lobby in a few days, and then transferred to Impel Down. The corrupt Marine leaked the secrets of the Marine operation, leading to the complete failure of the crusade against Shichibukai. Smoker is promoted from Commodore to Vice Admiral. What's the inside story? Smoker and Aokiji have to CEFH not talk about the past experience of corrupting Marine. This kind of news has been overwhelming. Even Ace and the others have read the newspapers. Aokiji, this Smoker is your subordinate, right? What's going on? The Sand Crocodile didn't understand, and found Marine's report somewhat inexplicable. Yeah, Smoker didn't leak information to me. We passed through the Devil's Sea, where the Green Bulls were attacking Gecko Moria. It was a complete coincidence. Ace was also happy to help out on a whim. Advertisement. What the hell is Kizaru doing? How did things turn out like this? Smoker is a good Marine, I have to clear things up. Aokiji said so, frowning, intending to help his old subordinate. That's impossible. Even if you try to clarify the facts, they won't believe it. Instead, they will only create something like, there is no silver 300 taels here. Ace shook his head, picked up the newspaper again, and looked at it carefully. This is a matter within Marine, and I'm afraid it's some people's actions with ulterior motives. Ace looked at the newspaper. There was a picture on it. It was Kizaru's. Kizaru's heartbroken expression made Ace a little sick with his hypocrisy. That's right. He pointed at Kizaru. Chapter 300 Precarious. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 300. If you look at Kizaru in the photo, the expression on his face is quite different from before. Sparkling fruit capable, a Marine who has seen the darkness of the world, a warrior with a sinister fighting style. Now, it has completely become a part of the world government, and has become a role like a rich man. Ace said, pointing to Kizaru's photo in the newspaper and grinning. What kind of thing is this? He has always regarded the Marine and the world government as his greatest enemies, but now it seems that these enemies, without his hands, will soon perish by themselves. Kizaru's face, that kind of expression, looks like some mighty celestial dragons. He has been completely rotten, and if the Marine Marshal is rotten, then the entire Marine must be rotten as well. How did Marine become what it is now? Advertisement. Aokiji yelled angrily, and the water cream in his hand suddenly lost its taste. I'm afraid, he is already addicted to the taste of power. He is addicted to being a marshal. He absolutely does not want to lose this position. The crusade against Shichibukai failed, and he must be responsible for it, but he doesn't want to be responsible. So first found a Marine to take the blame, and this Marine happened to be Smoker. Ace smiled, thinking that Kizaru's operation was quite interesting. Damn, how dare he? Such an approach will only completely collapse Marine's morale. Why? Aokiji is the former Marine Admiral after all, although he has left the job, and, now a pirate, is the enemy of Marine. But after all, Marine is the place where he spent his youth, so there must be feelings. But now, the future of Marine seems to be bleak. First, the issuance of the slave's legal capture certificate casts a shadow over justice. Advertisement. Is there a possibility that this is actually Kizaru's scheme to make Aokiji appear by framing Smoker? Then lay siege to Aokiji and take him down. The sand crocodile mentioned a possibility, and the thinking angle of the conspirators is relatively novel. So, Aokiji, what do you want to do? Anyway, we are going back to New World, and we will definitely pass through the 3 core areas of Marine. If you want to make a move, we can help. Ask for flowers. Ace smiled and made a promise to Aokiji. Aokiji was silent. Smoker is a good guy, although his personal style is a bit strong, but as a Marine, he has no blemishes and he has done his duty. However, such a good man had to be wronged and imprisoned. 1 second, he was a Marine Vice Admiral with a bright future, but the next second he would sit in prison and become a prisoner. Advertisement. Are you kidding me? Is Justice dead? Justice, how much evil is in your name? Aokiji gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and crushed the ice cream cup in his hand. I do think that without Aokiji on the scene, Marine himself would have taken action. The sand crocodile smiled. After all, Smoker, the Marine, knows a lot of people, right? They won't just sit idly by and let this kind of injustice happen. Sand alligator continued, then glanced at Ace. Also, isn't there a bigot in Marine? Surely Vice Admiral Garp will take action. The words of the sand crocodile are not unreasonable. In this case, Pooh will indeed do something. Chapter 301 Crack. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 301 Cracks. In fact, the relationship between Devil Fruit and users is inseparable, and their personalities are more or less close to the fruit's ability. For example, Rubber Fruit's Luffy is a straightforward idiot, while Aokiji's Frozen Fruit makes him look paralyzed every day, looking quite calm and extremely lazy. But now, Aokiji is extremely angry, and this kind of anger is not the cold anger, 490, before, he vented it completely. At present, the few people on the boat can feel the chill just by standing next to Aokiji. This guy is unconsciously using the fruit ability, and the temperature on the boat drops suddenly. Fortunately, they are now approaching the desert kingdom of Alabasta, and the weather is hot, and Aokiji just helped to cool it down. Advertisement. As Ace said, if Aokiji needs it, Ace will not hesitate to help because they are partners. As long as Aokiji opens his mouth, Ace can go through fire and water for Aokiji, let alone impel down, directly hit naval headquarters, and it doesn't matter if he comes to a second summit war. But Aokiji hesitated and didn't ask Ace to help. In short, let's move forward first. With the current distance, Smoker will go to the Eni's lobby for trial in a few days. After the trial is over, the first thing to do is to reverse the impel down. If there is no movement inside Marine during this period, let's start making plans after we get to the nearby area. In short, go to the capital of Seven Waters first. Aokiji said so with a serious expression. As a last resort, he doesn't want Ace to take action for such a thing. The smoker's matter is related to Aokiji, but it has nothing to do with Ace. Advertisement. Although Aokiji is a pirate, but he asked Ace, a pirate, to save a marine. This kind of thing is really strange. Therefore, Aokiji's plan is to wait until the capital of Seven Waters to see how the situation is. If he really wants to make a move, he will break into Impel Down alone and rescue Smoker. That's the reason. I also think it needs to be observed again. Maybe this is Marine's scheme, right? The sand crocodile relaxes. To be honest, Ace is willing to help Aokiji save Smoker, but he is not willing. Sand crocodile and White Hunter Smoker are somewhat conflicted. However, if it is Ace's order, he will help. If he is unwilling, of course it is another matter. Okay. Go to the capital of Seven Waters and wait. It is also very close to the three core areas of Marine. If things really don't change, it's not too late for us to take action. Anyway, in order to prevent Devil Fruit from flying around after death, we was held in Impel Down. Advertisement. Ace nodded, accepting Aokiji's words. You don't want to settle the matter alone. Listen to me. We are partners. Your business is my business. It has nothing to do with your status. I will do it if you have to. You don't have to worry about Smoker's identity. Aren't you ex-Marine too? We still call each other brothers and drink 1.3 wine together. Ace smiled and patted Aokiji on the shoulder to make him calm down. It's just that Aokiji's heart can't be calm for a long time, and the temperature on the boat is getting lower and lower. After that, another big news came in the newspaper, which completely opened Aokiji's mind. Marine hero Garp. Depart from the path of justice. Such headlines are eye-catching, and it also declares that the situation in Marine is completely out of control. Chapter 302 Vicious. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 302 Vicious. That stubborn old man is really ruthless. How does it feel, Kizaru? Kong looked at the bruised and swollen Kizaru with a playful smile. This incident gave him a headache too. Fortunately, everything is under control. It's all because of this guy named Smoker. He's an insider. You can just kill him. When the dust settles, there is no proof of death. No one can bring it back. As for Eni's lobby and impel down, the fruit ability needs to be kept in his body. These words don't matter. Smoke fruit. What harm can it cause? You should kill him at 24. Everyone will be better off. Kong smiled, and the smile on his face was similar to that of the 5 elders and other celestial dragons. Advertisement. That is the smile of those in power, a gesture of disdain for those who are in a high position. It seems that Kong has already seen the plan in Kizaru's heart. It is fake to catch the ghost, and it is true to find someone to take the blame. The people above them didn't want to make things difficult for Kizaru. Failure in the crusade is not the fault of one person. Kizaru is an obedient marshal. That's enough. What they want is to reduce the impact of this defeat. That's why we need someone to take the blame, and the guy who takes the blame can be anyone. So I'm very optimistic about you, Kizaru. If it's Sengoku, he will take the blame and resign at this time, making us in the same position, and it's difficult for everyone. The cream pie you found is very good. Kong said approvingly. Sengoku is good at everything. He is very capable of handling affairs, but he is very stubborn, unable to adapt or turn corners. Advertisement. If something happened, he would directly take responsibility for it, and if he opened his mouth, he would take the blame and resign, and apologize to the people all over the world. What a joke. If you do this, you have indeed established an image, but it will be difficult for the people above. After listening to your words, I dismissed you, and it seemed that the people above were merciless and refused to dismiss you. It seems that this matter has passed, and the bad influence has not been eliminated too much. Therefore, you have to find someone to take the blame. Anyone can take the blame. The marshal must never take the blame. This is the reality. So Kong valued Huang Yuan very much. First of all, he was obedient. If he asked him to get a legal slave arrest certificate, he would do it without any complaints. Not to mention the failure of the crusade against Shichibukai and the formation of a justice task force, which is even more troublesome. Only Kizaru can work hard like this. There is no better puppet than him. However, for this matter, you are still too young to be cruel enough. Advertisement. Kong didn't have any dissatisfaction with Kizaru's approach, and even approved it. What is more regrettable is that Kizaru didn't kill the person who took the blame. 543 Kizaru listened to the other person's words, lowered his head deeply. His face was unclear. If he's dead, those guys will make trouble, but only for a while. But now that he's alive, the trouble won't stop. But fortunately, you still have a chance to make amends. Find a chance to kill him. Kong's words were like the whisper of a demon, making Kizaru's back instantly covered in cold sweat. If you can't do it, I can also help you. The people in the CP agency are very good at this kind of thing. Or, he went into Impel Down and was killed by the pirates inside. That's perfectly fine. Kizaru couldn't believe it when he heard the other party's words. Chapter 303 Too Dark. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If you play well, you should fight like this. No, it should be said that you can only fight like this. Aokiji read the newspaper and learned the whole story. Garp builds up a lot of dissatisfaction with Kizaru, and hits him straight up. One is because of Smoker, and the other is because of Justice Task Force. However, the newspaper only shows the incident of Smoker here. There was no word in the papers about the reports of the Justice Task Force, the alternative Shichibukai. In any case, if Garp made a move, Smoker would be saved. However, will the rift caused by this incident heal so easily? Even if Smoker was rescued afterwards, disagreements had already appeared within Marine, and a silent war seemed to have started among them. Will Marine split? If it does, I'll be happy. Advertisement. Marine had a big problem, and Sand Crocodile was so happy, he wished he could open champagne on the spot and say hello. I feel like there's a dark hand controlling everything, and even Kizaru seems to be kept in the dark and become a pawn. The development of the situation may be beyond all of our knowledge. Ace said, looking carefully at every word in the newspaper. He was lost in thought. Isn't this great? Marine's internal conflicts. They can't take care of themselves. We just can break into Wano-kuni, enter the Ghost Island, and kill Kaido as quickly as possible. So far, we have seized the opportunity. Sand Crocodile said, there is a good saying in chess, it is better to lose a piece than to lose the first one. Seizing the first opportunity is always the most important thing, which means having the initiative and being able to act recklessly. I'm afraid there are celestial dragons behind it interfering. Think about it carefully. If Marine splits and Marine, representing Garp's faction, leaves, then the celestial dragons will benefit the most, right? Ace touched his chin, and finally figured out the doorway inside. Advertisement. Sure enough, celestial dragons are the chief of all evils. Following this group of insects, how can we do a good job in Marine? Aokiji didn't care what happened, and first scolded celestial dragons for being bad. How do I say this? The Sand Crocodile doesn't understand. In the worst case, the Marines will split, and Garp will leave with a group of Marines. However, they still uphold justice in their hearts, and they will never give up on the task of eradicating pirates. The world government can also save military expenses. As for the remaining Marines, their purity has increased, they have become more loyal, and they are genuine world government dogs. Ace said, this is the purification method of celestial dragons. Marine was set up to defend against pirates, why did they attack their own family first? Advertisement. Jinbei doesn't understand, although Marine is an enemy, but they follow the way of justice. Jinbei doesn't hate them, it's purely a matter of position. Because the certificate of legally capturing slaves has caused disagreements within Marine, they have earned a lot of benefits, and I am afraid they will propose more excessive laws in the future, and the disagreement within Marine lees will only become more and more serious. Big. So, in order to prevent civil strife in Marine and stabbing a knife in the back, they first separated these righteous people. Ace said, putting down the newspaper in his hand. A Marine that completely obeys the orders of the world government and never says anything is established. After hearing this, the Sand Crocodile felt cold sweat running down his back. Black, because it is black. His conspiracy is nothing. Compared with the world government, the gap is too big. Chapter 304 Mutation. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 304 Mutation. The development of the matter was far beyond the imagination of Ace and others. When they went to the capital of Seven Waters, the news in the newspaper had changed. Marine hero Garp robs prison, deviates from the way of justice, rescues criminal Smoker, Marine's misfortune. Marine is going all out to hunt down Marine's traitors, and it is bound to let the glory of justice shine again. Marshal Kizaru is deeply saddened by the passing of Vice Admiral Garp. When Ace saw the news, he was in a daze. He really didn't understand. In just a short period of 10 days, things had developed to such an extent that people were really caught off guard. Aokiji, let's go. 447. Ace said, throwing away the newspaper in his hand, and then strode into the capital of Seven Waters, intending to go to the tavern. Advertisement. Ah, where do you want to go? What happened? Isn't the Smoker matter over? Aokiji looked at Ace puzzled. Go to the Revolutionary Army to collect intelligence, and then go to save Garp. Now Marine is going all out to hunt down that stubborn old man. Although he took away some of the Marines, more Marines remained in the headquarters and did not leave. The situation is urgent now. We must hurry up and rush over to save people. See ya. Ace said that he had already walked into the tavern. He had contacted Sabo in advance, and borrowed the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army. He hoped to move Garp's position. It is indeed as you said, but there is no manpower in Marine. Mr. Garp still has a lot of reputation in Marine. Marine will not take action against him. Moreover, he is doing the right thing. Aokiji said that worry about finding an ace is unnecessary. Advertisement. Don't forget, Marine also invited Golden Lion to join the new Shichibukai before. They want to re-establish the Shichibukai system. I don't know what's going on inside Marine, but right now, Garp seems to be alone. Originally, I guessed that he would take more people with him, so as to ensure safety. But I didn't expect that it turned out to be such a result. Ace frowned. He was now waiting for the tavern owner, and he was the one who passed on the information. In fact, there are still many strongholds of the Revolutionary Army. After all, more and more people are dissatisfied with the world government. Not everyone is good at fighting, and more are ordinary people. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army relied on these ordinary people to build a terrifying intelligence network. So that's it. I understand that the situation is really critical now. We have to rush over to support Mr. Garp as soon as possible. Advertisement. Aokiji respected Garp very much, and he always said, "Sir." After hearing Ace's words, his expression became a little serious, and he began to worry. Not just Garp, but his old underling, Smoker. Kizaru. This guy is really cruel. He even killed Mr. Garp. It's unforgivable. Aokiji reached out and beat the tabletop, and the long table broke immediately. Jinbei is supposed to go with us, and Enel will follow, but Lao Sha. I'm afraid he won't go with us. Let him save Marine. Even if he doesn't object to this kind of thing, he will obey the order, but he must be upset. Keep him out of this operation and let him go back to the New World first, Operation Wanokuni in the Temple of Preparation. Ace said so. Chapter 305. No need to see outsiders. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 305. It's too weird. Ace, I'll go with you. Even if the goal is to save Marine, I'm totally fine. At this time, the sand crocodile walked in directly, found a chair and sat down carelessly. Who broke this table? Although we have a lot of money, we can't waste it like this. Aokiji, you boy, deduct money from your salary. The sand crocodile smiled, still joking with Aokiji, and there were ice shards on the cracked table. I won't help you pay compensation. On this trip, the person in charge of the money is Sand Crocodile, who seems to be playing tricks on Aokiji. I don't understand. Lao Sha, don't you hate Marine? Why, now you have the mood to help Marine. Advertisement. Ace doesn't understand that the Sand Crocodile's disgust towards Marine is very high. Just like in the original book, he established the Cross Union, and started to offer a reward to Marine backhandedly, which is enough to show his attitude. Are they still Marines? I don't think so. They are being hunted by Marines now. Although they are not called pirates, they are not that different. I am afraid that Marines will issue reward orders for these two people in the future. Helping them is actually weakening Marine. My plan is as simple as that. Lao Sha said that these words fit his status as a conspirator. Old Sha, you are really not happy enough. Ace saw some clues. Do you feel that you are cut off from your partner? Which is very uncomfortable, but you also have the consciousness of a partner. I am very surprised. Ace said so to the sand crocodile, and took a sip of the fine wine in his glass. Shut up. Ace, are you sober or not? How can you say such nonsense? I never care what my partner thinks. Hanging out with you is just to facilitate my goal. If you don't like me, I'll just go. Advertisement. The sand crocodile gave Ace a dissatisfied look. Old Sha, you are also very gentle. Ace smiled. Those words made Crocodile's skin crawl. The word gentle doesn't seem to fit with gentlemen like them, but Ace uses this word to scare Lao Sha. Just like not long ago, Ace was also threatened by Lao Sha for a long time with the matter of marriage. Asking for flowers. I'm leaving. Let's find a ship and go back to New World as soon as possible. This old Sha, I really can't take a joke, I'm going home soon. Don't. It's not bad to have you join. Let's act together. You don't want to be left behind, don't you? Advertisement. Ace withdrew his smile, grabbed Lao Sha's shoulders, and told him to stay calm. Not long after, the tavern owner came with information. The place where Garp is currently is also a familiar place for Ace and the others. The Devil's Triangle domain is in the mist. It's really hard to find. Let's go. Ace stood up, put his hand on his hat, and strode towards the port. Soon, the partners went to the helmsman Jinbei to check the direction directly, and the boat started to move forward. The goal is to save the hunted marine, Garp and Smoker. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. What's your choice? Ace asked. Follow your orders, let's go. The sand crocodile said casually. Aokiji, Jinbei, and Enel naturally did not object, so they set off for a long time. Chapter 306 I am the Marshal. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 306 I am the Marshal. Kizaru, didn't I ask you to kill that guy named Smoker? Why didn't you do it? Now that things are getting worse, what should we do to save Marine's face? Kong was very dissatisfied and yelled at Kizaru. He thought this young man was pretty good at first, but now, it can only be said that his vision of seeing people is really bad, and he would soften his heart on such a crucial matter. This is the plan after 450, for our world government, and you are messing things up now. Kong looked at Kizaru with hatred. What their world government wants is to do things absolutely, and then cause the marine to be completely divided. Those who have a heart of justice will be cleared out, and the rest will be the guys who absolutely obey the command, which is convenient for the world government to control. This time, the world government will firmly hold marine in its hands. Kizaru, do you have any plans? Advertisement. Kong twitched his eyebrows. Kizaru didn't obey the order, didn't kill Smoker. Did this guy sense something and didn't do it? After all, if the world government regains control of Marine, then he, the Marine Marshal, will completely become a puppet. Kong, your world government has gone too far this time, and it's so disappointing. At this time, the person who suddenly walked into the Marshal's office and spoke was the retired Sengoku. Sengoku, this is a matter within the Marine, you have retired, you have nothing to do. Kong looked at Sengoku disapprovingly. That's right, I am indeed retired, but I still have influence on Marine. The last few Marines are all brought out by me. They are my former subordinates. Are you sure you want to break up with me? Sengoku's hair is already gray, and his hands and feet seem to have no strength, but he speaks loudly, and his heart is still full of strength. Advertisement. Being messed up like this by you, Marine will be completely finished. First am protecting Marine. Now, I will take back my order immediately. I am not allowed to chase Garp, and restore Garp and Smoker's official positions. Then Marshal Marine apologized to me and resigned. Sengoku started pointing at the two people in the office. However, the words, take the blame and resign, broke into Kizaru's brain, and he was shocked. After finally becoming a marshal, finally grasping the power, and now you don't want to go back at all. Impossible. I wouldn't do that. Smoker is the insider, Garp is the traitor, that's the truth. Kizaru said so, categorically, smearing white into black. The justice in his heart has long since died, and now, he is only for himself. You will regret this, Sengoku said angrily. Advertisement. First am the Marine Marshal. Kizaru's voice started to sound hysterical. The two sides started to argue like this, and Kong is very satisfied with the current development. It's true that Kizaru didn't make up his mind to send killers to kill Smoker, but the current situation seems to be similar to their plan. Marine is split, then Marine is purified, and world government completely controls Marine. Only Garp acted alone, those Marines didn't go with them, you are interfering with their choices. Kong said, this is not good, Sengoku, let me give them a push. The Marshal of the army has already raised his hand, pointing his finger at Sengoku, finger pistol in front of him, and is ready. Chapter 307 Garp's Trace. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 307 Garp's Trace. Garp took a small boat and carried Smoker drifting on the ocean. For others, this may be courting death, but for a monster-level gymnast like Garp, it is just a leisurely activity like going out for an outing. The small size of the ship means that the target is small and not easy to be chased. Moreover, with just the two of them, a large ship cannot be controlled. Mr. Garp, why for someone like me? Smoker is still in a depressed and decadent state until now. His eyes that used to be full of energy and vitality are now lifeless. At this moment, he is like a corpse. Smoker, I'm just doing the right thing, following the righteous path in my heart, that's all. What is the path in your heart? I don't know. You can only find it yourself. Advertisement. Cross this area and go to the next island. I will say goodbye to you. Then you can do what you want and don't get caught. Garp said, reached out and patted Smoker on the shoulder, and shook the oars hard, so that the speed of the boat increased a lot. However, not long after, the phone bug started calling, and Impo had to answer it. Kirby, what happened? Garp's closed disciple in Marine was a boy named Kebby, who was the one who called the phone bug. No, Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku he's dead. Kebby panicked and his voice trembled a little. Bastard Kizaru. It's unforgivable to do such a thing. Garp stretched out his hand and punched, and the sea immediately set off a stormy sea. Garp's anger this time may not be so easy to extinguish. Advertisement. If he hadn't taken Smoker away, he'd have jumped right into the water, swam all the way back to Naval Headquarters, and taken out Kizaru. Before Garp took action, there were actually quite a few Marines who wanted to set off with him, but they were all fooled by him. In order to stabilize these people, he had to invite out the retired Sengoku and let him preside over the overall situation, and now, everything has been completed. I thought the world government wouldn't make things like this, but I didn't expect. Garp sighed and burst into tears. Although he was doing the right thing, saving Smoker, that's no problem, but he didn't want Marine to split up, and he didn't want the righteous organization in this sea to perish and become the loyal dog of celestial dragons. That's why he rejected those good people. Good people, let them stay in Marine. In this way, Marine can still be saved. But now, Sengoku is dead, no one can hold those guys down. The Marine is about to fall into chaos. The schism is about to begin. Mr. Garp, despite Marshal Kizaru's words, we have not found Mr. Sengoku's body, and there is still hope. Advertisement. Kirby said weakly. Oh, it's over, Kebby, they have made this kind of thing. Their attitude is quite clear, and there is no point in continuing to persist. I'm going to New World to join Zephyr's Neo Marine. What are your plans? Garp asks the disciple for his opinion. I will stay in Marine. My dream is to become Marine Marshal. Even if Marine is rotten, I don't want to leave. After I become Marshal, I will change everything from the inside. Kirby's thinking is still very naive. HMPH, as you like. Garp hung up the phone angrily. Smoker's expression became even more decadent. Chapter 308 Complicated Emotions. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 308 Complicated Moods. As time went by, Ace and the others had entered the Devil's Triangle area, and were plunged into a fog, making it impossible to see everything around them clearly. Ace, something serious happened inside Marine, and when they were about to split, Sengoku stopped everything. However, Kong and Kizaru persisted and even planned to kill Sengoku. Our senior members hiding in the Marine rescued Sengoku, and now, Naval Headquarters is ready for battle. Sabo is talking to Ace. These are very valuable information. Ace is very grateful. I will continue to search for the old man in the mist. You don't have to worry too much, you will be fine. Ace said, hanging up the phone bug. Advertisement. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, the three of them have known each other since childhood. Garp brought their older one. Sabo actually has some feelings for Garp, and Ace's words are not only for Sabo. You know, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dorag, is the son of Garp. Although their relationship is not very good, they are inseparable because of their blood connection. There is a civil war in Marine. This information makes me very happy. The sand crocodile smiled, seeing that Marine was unlucky. As a pirate schemer, he wanted to dance in place to celebrate this beautiful moment. How did Marine become what it is now? Aokiji was annoyed for a while, but he couldn't change anything. In the end, it's all the celestial dragon's fault. They want a Marine who absolutely obeys orders, making Marine the most loyal dog. What this means that they are about to take some kind of action, and this kind of action must ensure that the army under them will not be in turmoil, and the previous Marine, in the name of justice, must not be able to do this. Advertisement. Their next actions will deviate from the path of justice. Aokiji said so. Following Ace and Sand Crocodile for so long, he also learned the thinking logic of a conspirator. There has been progress, but not much, and they have long since departed from the path of justice, when the bond of slavery was issued. Lao Sha sneered, thinking that Aokiji was still too tender. The lawful capture of slaves is something Marine can tolerate, but now they are rushing to eliminate dissidents, which means that there will be new actions in the future, and it will be worse than this slave law, something that Marine will absolutely not tolerate. Quote. Ace said, completing all the words that Aokiji hadn't finished. That's right, that's what I wanted to say, but I was also so angry that I couldn't even speak clearly. Quote. Aokiji had a headache. Advertisement. In the final analysis, Marine is where he spent his youth. Most of his life was spent on Marine, but now, Marine has become what it is now, and it is about to split. He was in pain. You don't have to be so troubled. Originally, if we want to achieve the ultimate goal, we have to fight against Marine. Of Zhao's, now, without you doing anything, Marine will send it by himself, isn't that good? Or, do you prefer to attack your former colleagues? The Sand Crocodile looked at Aokiji with a painful look, and showed a mocking smile. I just feel sad. Alas, you can't understand this kind of feeling. Aokiji shook his head, turned and walked into the cabin. His mood was too complicated, he needed a quiet environment to think. Chapter 309 Justice Detachment. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 309 Justice Task Force. Ace and the others continued to sail forward, but this area is still relatively large. It is really too difficult, almost impossible, to find two people in small boats in this place. Therefore, Ace is actually just trying his luck. If he really can't find it, then there is no other way. However, Ace's luck has always been good, and just this morning, they heard the loud sound of battle. Moreover, a familiar and disgusting sulfur smell filled the air. Magma. Aokiji, do you smell it? It's disgusting. Last time you beat that kid, this time it's my turn. How about it? 597. Ace smiled, stood up from the chair, observation hockey spread out instantly, and quickly captured the target person. Advertisement. There are 6 people in total, Garp, Smoker, and Camus, all 3 of whom we know, but there are also 3 strangers. Camus' partner. This guy was captured, but he was able to reappear in the sea, without a doubt, becoming a Shichibukai. Ace said that his observation hockey has an astonishing detection distance and precision. I am afraid that the only person on the ship who can compete with him is Enel. It's time to work. The strange thing is that they are not very strong. Is this the new Shichibukai? Ace only knows that Marine intends to reorganize the Shichibukai, but he doesn't know that the new Shichibukai has changed, with more personnel, lower quality, and even a name change. Ha ha ha, you bad old man, do you still recognize me? I am Camus, a member of the Justice Task Force, the person who terminated your life, and the journey of the 2 of you is over. Camus laughed, looking at Garp with disdain. This old man was the guy who took him and handed him to Marine, a veritable jerk. Advertisement. 4 of you, you're really a bit of a thorn king. Garp glanced at Smoker behind him. This guy was still the same. Nothing could be more sad than heart to heart. He couldn't be considered combat power at all. Cece. I see. I will simply get rid of these 4 people. Hey, they are just bastard pirates who claim to be righteous. Are you kidding me? I'm about to vomit. Garp twisted his neck and showed Camus the same disdainful smile. We have found Garp. Please come to support immediately. Members of the Justice Task Force have already started calling for backup. I know. Let's go there as soon as possible. 36 people will join the battle. Perform well, and don't let the big shots above you down. The task of the four of you is to procrastinate. Fight carefully. That old man is not easy to deal with. Advertisement. A steady voice came from the phone bug. 36 people. All of them are serious criminals in Impel Down. You are tied up like dogs. Aren't you pirates who pursue freedom? Why are you willing to sacrifice your life? Garp taunted the other. Don't worry about it, old bastard. Camus glared at Garp. The answer is simple. We will die if we disagree, and we will die if we disobey the order. The life card has been prepared. If we don't contact with the phone bug in time, the bomb will be activated remotely, and our brains will fly. By the way, if you don't work hard, don't fight to the death, if you relax even the slightest bit, you will die. The people from the task force began to explain the doorway to Garp. Chapter 310 Week. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 310 Week. At 2h at carat at plus. The four pirates all wear collars around their necks, which means that they are not free. This kind of collar is specially made by Marine, and there are amazingly powerful bombs hidden in it. If these guys are disobedient, their heads will disappear. Moreover, this thing does not pursue hardness, but pursues sensitivity. If the collar detects incredible vibrations, for example, someone wants to dismantle this thing, for example, use hockey to harden it, then it will explode directly. That's the Justice Task Force, that's what Marine does. These guys are pirates and have no human rights at all. Letting them out to carry out missions is already a great kindness. Advertisement. If they are disobedient, or if they demand too much and make it difficult for Marine, these guys will die. Soon, the battle began. Although Garp's strength was astonishing, and he could even chase Luogia when he was young, but to be honest, his strength was still a little short of the so-called single level. He tracked Luogia, and fought with Luogia. In fact, his purpose was to bite this guy's tail, fight to delay that guy, and then wait for support. Marine has extremely fast support speed. This is their greatest advantage. Even though the Marine chasing the pirates only has one warship, they can summon friends and invite more people every minute. If the pirates and Marines continue to entangle, they will soon be surrounded by Marines who come to support them. Of course it was sent. Therefore, there is no need to deify Garp. Although Marine heroes are strong, they also have limits. Especially now, Garp is getting old and suffering from old illnesses and injuries. His strength has begun to decline. His strength has long been inferior to his peak period. Since he fought Ace in the Battle of Golden City, his strength has declined at a faster rate. Faster. Now he is surrounded by four weak pirates whose strength can reach the Shichibukai level, and he can't hold on for a while. Advertisement. Wounds appeared on his body soon, and his expression became exhausted. Bastard, come out and fight alone. At this time, Smoker finally spoke. He glared at these bastard pirates angrily. His arms had already started to smoke. Are you good at beating? You are good at beating. You have to talk about power and background when you come out to hang out. What are you? Camus sneered at Smoker, and punched Lava backhand, intending to turn their crew and boat into ashes. Ask for flowers. Bastard pirate, Mr. Garp, I'll help you. Smoker broke out completely, and finally stood up like a man, surrounded by smoke, and he punched the enemy several times with smoke attacks. Advertisement. This attack doesn't even count as tickling. Are you kidding me? Is this the only level Marine Vice Admiral has? Camus patted casually, and the long snake made of white smoke dispersed immediately. Damn it, if my weapon is still there, I'll definitely show you some color. Smoker had a gloomy face, not to mention weapons, he didn't even bring his various smoke equipment. Without special smoke cigars and smoke bombs, it is difficult for him to display his strength, not to mention that his seastone weapon still falls in naval headquarters. To be honest, with his strength, it is no problem to become Vice Admiral, but his fighting style does not tend to be aggressive. He is very good at cleaning up miscellaneous fish, but it is easy to fall into a disadvantage when facing a master. Especially at this moment, he seems to be helpless. Chapter 311. There is indeed such a thing. For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 311. Flame, magma, light, these things are uniquely powerful in nature. As for the smoke, to be honest, after such a long period of development of Smoker, there is still no amazingly powerful ultimate move, the smoke is so weak. It may also be because Smoker's development direction is wrong. Anyway, with his current strength, he can't do anything to the pirates in front of him. He provided help for Ka, 497, but the effect was very little. Soon, both Imp and Smoker were scarred. The Justice Task Force carries out activities in groups of 4, each of whom has Shichibukai's lowest level of fighting power, fruit ability, physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey. Everyone has their own fighting style, and Kizaru makes them for there is no reason for people to form a team. The cooperation between each other is very important, which can make their strength to a higher level. There are 36 people in the Justice Task Force, and the 4-member squad is divided into 9 teams. Each team cooperates with each other to fight, and can suppress Shichibukai level masters, and even deal with Emperor level masters. Advertisement. Are you kidding? How could I give you bastard pirates? Garp gritted his teeth. The current situation is very bad. The enemy doesn't seem to plan to launch a fierce attack, they are just entangled, waiting for support. This time, in order to test the feasibility of the Justice Task Force, they had 36 people join the battle. Now it's only 4 against 2, and after a while, it will become 36 against 2, and it will be completely over. With such fighting power, it's not interesting that Marine is only used against former colleagues. At this time, Ace came late, and he took a small boat, followed by a golden boat. Advertisement. As soon as the golden ship appeared, the eyes of the 4 pirates immediately lit up, and their eyes became greedy. What a joke! This is too rich, this ship must be taken. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Camus showed a puzzled look, and he always felt that the temperature of the surrounding environment was dropping. I'm afraid there will be a big battle in the future. Let me create a foothold suitable for fighting, Ice Age. Aokiji said, pointing his hands at the sea surface. The cold air was overwhelming. 2 long icicles stretched and pierced into the sea water, and the pure white ice began to spread, and after a while, a large area of the surrounding sea area turned into ice field. Report. We have been attacked by an unknown person, ex-Marine Admiral Aokiji. Advertisement. Pirates began to report the specific situation to Marine. It's Yanshin Ace. Let's say that Yanshin Ace and his partners are coming together. They want to destroy the plan. Please support quickly. Camus panicked immediately, and quickly added to the report. Although one can read newspapers in Impel Down, that is a privilege allowed to a few people, and most pirates actually know little about the outside world. So, some people don't know Ace, it's normal, but they know Aokiji at 4.3. After all, this guy is a former Marine Admiral, and many people were even imprisoned by Aokiji. Understood. We will support quickly, so the conclusion is settled. Smoker is indeed related to the pirates, and he is the ghost of Marine. Otherwise, why did the pirates come here to support? The people on the Marine side answered like this, and also said some nonsense. Chapter 312. Killing the Dutiful Son with a Precious Sword. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 312. Let me make a statement first. To clarify the matter, I have not contacted the old department in the Marine to guarantee my personality. Aokiji said so, staring at the phone bug with a gloomy face. HMPH, you who left Marine and immediately joined the pirate group, what kind of personality do you have? Are you kidding me? The phone bug immediately replied that he seemed to be an absolute justice supporter of the Green Bull faction, and they never liked Aokiji. It's almost done. Use your brain, Marine soldier. Kizaru is a piece of trash, you listen to his nonsense. Even slave legal certificates are sold to celestial dragons, such people have no credibility at all. Advertisement. He has turned his back on justice and become a dog of the celestial dragons. Aokiji was so furious that he landed from the air, stood firmly on the ice, and even squatted to release his strength. Good guy. This is the past of the broken leg. In his daily life, he pays great attention to the maintenance of his legs. The tender legs that have finally grown out can no longer be ruined. Unloading force on the ground is helpful for knee maintenance. I'm going. Aokiji, why are your legs growing? Garp's eyes widened, and he looked at the long legs that were still intact. This guy was obviously still fighting seriously the last second, but now he was immediately distracted and his attention was drawn away. So it is because of this that Garp's combat power has declined seriously. Recently, he has been distracted in battle more and more times, which is really embarrassing. That's right, my leg was repaired with great difficulty, it's great. Advertisement. Aokiji raised his legs and smiled at Garp. For a moment, the two of them seemed to go back in time, when they were both Marines and could fight side by side. But now, one is a pirate and the other is a defected Marine, and their futures seem to be completely over. It's useless to say more. Our task is to delay these guys. If we don't work hard, we will die. That's what the task force said. Are you kidding? A Garp is difficult to deal with, and now there is a complete Aokiji without a broken leg, let alone the Yanshin ace. These guys are more difficult to match than one. Some people have already given up. It can be described as king-level treatment, the kind of king of France, the guillotine. You will die if you stretch your head or shrink your head. Now it's not about whether you want to fight or not. The initiative is in our hands. That magma boy didn't beat you last time. Advertisement. This time I have to give you a good or two. Ace smiled kindly at Camus. Lava fruit and Mara Mara fruit are family members. I heard that lava fruit is the superior of Mara Mara fruit. Come, let the good brothers come and make gestures with you. Ace smiled and pulled out the double knives, which are the weapons of the Golden Lion. Sakura-ten and Muku, using these two knives to deal with Camus, a dutiful son, couldn't be more suitable. I'll put some water in, I don't need to fight you with my fists, let me try a knife. Ace smiled. To be honest, holding these two knives in his hands made him feel a little nervous. After all, these are the substitutes for Golden Lion's legs. However, to deal with Camus, it is more appropriate to use his father's knife, which is interesting. Moreover, apart from the inner part, it is undeniable that these two knives are indeed one of the best treasured knives. Chapter 313 New Year's Greeting Swordsmanship. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 313 New Year's Greeting Swordsmanship. That is, Golden Lion's sword. It fell into your hands. Hey, I remember you are not a swordsman. Camus' complexion became very bad, he was too familiar with these two knives. I'm Ace, a rookie swordsman who has been practicing swords for 2.5 months. For a guy of your level, I can kill you with swordsmanship I'm not used to. Come on, fall down for me. Ace smiled, jumped over, and raised his hand to strike the sword technique demonstrated by Golden Lion, from top to bottom, from high to low. This move called the lion to open the door, but in Ace's hands, it worked. The Flame God Ace is here to wish you New Year greetings. Yes, in 2.5 months, he didn't really master the Golden Lion's swordsmanship, and he didn't even imitate it to a great extent. Advertisement. After all, he specializes in Mara Mara fruit after all, taijutsu and hockey are the second, and swordsmanship is just playing casually, the purpose is to pass the time, so the effect presented is just like this. However, having said that, with Ace's physical fitness, it is quite powerful to hack casually. Are you kidding me? Who are you showing your swordsmanship to? It's unsightly. One of the pirates in the task force was a decent swordsman, and when he saw Ace's moves, he immediately called out. But this move, Camus did not dare to take it hard, retreated repeatedly on the ice, and dodged. Ace's attack slashed firmly on the ice, the shattered ice bounced up, and the blade buzzed, as if the dead soul of the Golden Lion was crying bitterly. How did you avoid it? Come on, boy Camus, come to attack. Camus, why does this name sound like a girl? Ace began to provoke the opponent, spreading his hands with the knife at will, and this time the door was wide open. Camus' expression was solemn, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Advertisement. This guy named Yanshin Ace is a super expert who defeated Golden Lion. He has personally seen this guy and Golden Lion's ultimate move. The difference in strength is so big, how dare he fight? You're not going. I'm going. It's just a kid who can't even hold a knife. The person who spoke was the pirate who complained about Ace's attack moves not long ago. He seemed to be a veteran, and he didn't know much about the outside world, and he had never even heard the name of a god. It's scary, so how about this trick? Ace turned his head to dodge the opponent's blade, then Jonwensha blocked the opponent's perception, and turned around to see Emission Hockey's entangled kick. Don't worry, we still have time, we can play slowly. Ace said, showing a smile. Good guy. Facing Camus who can't use swordsmanship, he used swordsmanship, but faced other people who can use swordsmanship, he used physical skills. You're flexible, kid, aren't you? Advertisement. Ace looks very angry. Quote. Jinbei could feel the anger revealed in Ace's every move, and he hadn't seen Ace get angry for a long time. Damn it, you bastard. What a joke, who do you think I am? Wang Ji's fought against Luo Jia back then. The swordsman who was kicked out got up again and planned to continue. Oh, if you call Luo Jia remotely, does that mean you have fought against him? Stop joking. Ace smiled, flicked the double blades in his hands casually, and glanced at this guy dismissively. Shut up and pour me down. The man jumped high and launched a powerful attack. At that moment, a bright light flashed in Ace's mind. Chapter 314 Burning Dao. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 314 Burning Road. It seems that Ace doesn't have much talent for swordsmanship, is that true? You know, Luo Jia is a master of swordsmanship. Although no one can say whether such things as talent will be inherited, but Ace may have inherited a little bit. So, facing the enemy's sword attack, Ace's mind flashed like a bolt from the blue. His eyes were in a daze, and he could clearly capture the opponent's movements, which was the result of knowledge and knowledge. The two knives in his hands were as flexible as his hands. He posed in a posture, which was the sword technique taught by the Golden Lion. The easiest one. It is also his most frequently practiced 420 move. By coincidence, he blocked with the long knife with his right hand, and stabbed at the opponent's eyes with his left hand. Advertisement. A very skillful move, giving full play to the advantages of the dual sword style, one more hand, one more attack, almost like a rogue, and at the same time, Ace's attack is also vicious enough to attack the eyes. For a moment, Camus saw someone's figure behind Ace, and the figure of Ace and Golden Lion overlapped perfectly. This guy, he was a scary guy. Whoa, I thought Ace didn't know swordsmanship, but the sudden siege came out of nowhere. The veteran swordsman couldn't react, and was immediately hit. The price was an eye, and he let out a painful sound. What? I'm pretty good at it. It seems that one day, I can become a great swordsman. By the way, I have a new idea to apply Mara fruit to swordsmanship. Ryujin Jaka is very handsome, okay? Ace smiled. He is a time traveler. In addition to the cheat of the system on his body, his mind is also an incredible cheat. Advertisement. For example, the various information in memory, the mastery of the development of the plot, and the way of thinking of modern people allow him to calculate others and prepare various conspiracy plans. There are also ideas, and all kinds of ideas are also precious. For example, his ability to develop Mara fruit has always been based on some guys in his mind. He has seen many works, and the flame moves are simply countless. If the flame moves in other works are repeated, isn't it fun to show up? Isn't the direction of developing devil fruit coming out? The next target is Ryujin Jaka. But the premise is that the double knives in your hands have to be forged again. Although Sakura Ten and Muku are very good, they are veritable treasured swords, but they are still not enough to carry the devouring fire of Ace. If the temperature is slightly higher, the blade may melt. The dual knives in my hands must be rebuilt, and more materials must be added to make the blades more heat resistant. This is Ace's dream knife. Advertisement. Are you kidding me, you bastard who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger? You pretended not to know swordsmanship before, but in fact it was to attract me to attack, and if you are careless, you can sneak attack me. Preventing your physical skills, but ignoring your blade, you are really despicable now. The swordsman covered his eyes, his face was full of pain, and he was scolding Ace. All kinds of martial arts, this is Burning Dao, this unknown pirate, goodbye. Ace smiled, flicked the knife in his right hand casually, and then punched out a fire fist. Boom. In an instant, the one-eyed sword king turned into ashes. Chapter 315 Bottom line. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 315 Bottom line. This punch killed the swordsman and pirate in seconds, and Camus immediately lost his soul. If it wasn't for the bomb collar around his neck, he would have turned around and run away. Are you kidding me? I'm about to urinate. How do I deal with such an enemy? Captain Camus, you are a lava fruit capable user. That guy should be a Mara fruit capable user. It is common sense that magma is hotter than flames. You can completely suppress that person. We still have a chance. If we do meritorious deeds, Marine promised to commute our sentences, and we might be able to regain our freedom. A certain pirate thought he was smart and began to advise Camus. Indeed, the magma is indeed hotter than the flame, but the premise is an ordinary flame. What is the highest temperature of the flame, and what is the highest temperature of the magma? Mara fruit is definitely not a low-level fruit of lava fruit. You must know that there is no limit to burning. Advertisement. Moreover, this person in front of me is the flame god Ace, and Mara fruit has been developed by him to the state that can be called God. Can the magma do anything to him? Impossible. No. You're going to die like this. These pirates have been imprisoned in Impel Down for too long, their information is completely outdated, and they are a group of backward characters who cannot keep up with the version. No. We can't win. We are dead. Don't talk about delaying time. I will be instantly killed when I go up and face to face. Camus immediately froze, his body trembling. You know, Marine has installed video phone bugs on their ships to monitor all actions, even phone bugs that eavesdrop on their conversations, and communication phone bugs that are always connected and never hang up. I order you to attack, delay the enemy, and support will arrive soon. Marine doesn't care whether you are afraid of death or not. For Marine, these guys are just consumables. Would you like to bet that you are a Logia fruit capable user? Maybe if you become an elemental, the bomb won't kill you. Marine also started to say such words. Advertisement. Well, Camus immediately faltered. It is said that Marine has made various modifications to this collar. In order to make the demon fruit power can be killed clearly, they added a thin seastone needle in the collar. It will also start, and there is no doubt that it will die. Ask for flowers. Come on. Don't be cowardly, we have to settle our accounts. Ace smiled. In the eyes of Camus, it is the devil's smile. It's death anyway. Camus is going to fight it out. Why do you want to target me like this? Do I have to die? Only in this way will you be satisfied. Camus didn't understand. Advertisement. Because you are a lava fruit user, and you seem to be planning to kill Garp. 0. You may not know, was my relative. 17. Ace said. His gaze had completely cooled down. Although Garp is a Marine, although his education methods are lacking in consideration, although he has all kinds of bad places. However, Ace is able to live to this day thanks to Garp, and Garp is indeed his relative, even if there is no blood relationship, this will never change. Camus was going to shoot Garp. Ace got angry immediately, that's why he was angry. The Whitebeard pirates value family affection, especially Ace. Since he wants to attack his relatives, then all the enemies should be killed. XF. Garp looked at Ace with a smile on his lips. Chapter 316 Killing Camus in Seconds. Subscription required. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 316 Instantly kill Camus. You are a pirate. Why is your family member Marine? Are you kidding me? Camus didn't understand, and felt that Ace was playing tricks on him. This guy, nicknamed Flame God, had a dark heart. Your adoptive father, Golden Lion, is also a pirate, but now you are serving as a dog for Marine, what are you kidding? Ace continued to ridicule this dutiful son, and said, 057, to Ace who cherishes family affection, that Camus' various actions have touched the bottom line, and Ace's disgust for this person has reached the limit. While Ace was talking, Camus attacked Ace, his arm turned into hot magma, and attacked Ace. His plan was very simple, he wanted to take advantage of Ace's lack of time to prepare, maybe he could succeed in a sneak attack. Advertisement. To be honest, you are still too far away from Akainu, let me fall. Ace raised his hand, and the devouring fire began to burn, directly facing the opponent's giant magma fist. In the duel between magma and flame, according to common sense, magma is definitely better, but Ace is an existence that often breaks common sense. The flame directly pressed against the magma, and an astonishing force erupted. In just a moment, the huge flame engulfed Camus. Even the icy land under his feet seemed to become soft in an instant, because the ice cubes were rapidly evaporating. Aokiji pushed the small round sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and the cold air spread under his feet, strengthening the land of ice in time. Are you kidding? Who is that little devil? Why can fire beat magma? What's wrong with this world? It's a monster. Look at the flag on their ship. Isn't that the Whitebeard pirates? This guy is Whitebeard's son. This strength is not much better than Whitebeard's. Advertisement. Is it Whitebeard's successor? It seems that he already has the power of a king, and he is a living monster. The remaining 2 members of the task force saw that Camus had been killed, and immediately started talking about it. Don't worry, the support will arrive soon, you fight hard and defeat all these criminals. Marine was ordering, the tone was unquestionable, and the task force had no choice but to go. Camus fell, and there were only 2 people left. One was a sniper, and the other seemed to be a master of individual skills. Looking at the luxurious lineup on the opposite side, they immediately became scared. 1 ex-Marine Admiral, 2 ex-Marine Vice Admiral, and a master of the Whitebeard pirate group. It seems that they should be Emperor-level masters. Not to mention that there are still several who have not shot. I am afraid that the strength will not be weaker than Shichibukai. Are you kidding me? This lineup can raid naval headquarters. There are only 2 of them left. Can they fight? No, they don't have the ability. As for support, those things are just a routine used by Marine to fool people. Advertisement. They also said that the sentence would be commuted, but it was only used to appease the prisoners and give them some hope. If they knew that the target they were going to deal with was this kind of monster, no amount of punishment would be reduced. Will die, absolutely will die. 2.7. Are you kidding me? I want to run away. The pirate said weakly, getting scared. HMPH. Want to escape? Sure enough, pirates can't be trusted, so go to hell. Marine immediately activated the bomb on the pirate's neck. For a moment, the sea stone's fine needle pierced through it, and then exploded loudly. The killing of the donkey has to be done, right? In such a hurry. Ace smiled. Chapter 317 Missing My Subordinates. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 317. Don't be complacent. Pirate Ace, our support has arrived. A total of 32 powerful pirates. Let's see if you can hold on. Give me all of them. In the mist, 9 ships were approaching, and each of them was stately, obviously coming from bad people. Strange. How come there are 9 ships? What is the extra one? Marine support. Aokiji pushed his eyes, a little confused, shrouded in fog, and couldn't see anything clearly. It's an acquaintance. You know, this sea area is his territory. Ace kept the smile on his face, observation hockey spread, and soon perceived 24's background. Waves of shadows turned into bats and flew in the air, and a huge fat man stood at the bow of the ship. Advertisement. Flame God Ace, it seems that you are in trouble. You saved my life before. In my territory, I will support you well. It was the former Shichibukai, Gaze Moria, who came. How did this guy come here? Ace, did you leave a contact phone bug? Did you call him not long ago? Aokiji looked at Ace puzzled. No, we only communicated verbally at that time, and nothing was left behind. Ace shrugged. After all, this place is his territory, and this guy can control zombies through shadows. As long as he operates properly, he can completely control the entire sea area. The sand crocodile said, no wonder. After all, this guy was hunted down by Marine, and he didn't leave here. In order to prevent being caught by Marine, he will definitely do all kinds of work. Advertisement. Scatter all the zombies to form an intelligence perception network exclusive to the foggy sea area. Once a ship enters, the zombies will tip off the news. If it's a Marine, this old boy will be ready to run. How smart the sand crocodile is, if you think back to what you saw along the way, and think about it again, you will get the answer. I see. When he saw that Marine sent 36 pirates in, he shrank back, and when he saw Ace making a fuss, he ran out, right? Jinbei said so. After all, it's just chasing 2 Marines who defected. Even if one of them is Garp, it doesn't need such a big battle. Marine is obviously going to attack Gecko Moria in order to make up for the failure of the previous operation. This guy looks like he's repaying his favor, but it's obvious that he's in trouble, so we came to help him instead. The sand crocodile looked unhappily at the big fat man controlling the shadow in the distance. Advertisement. It doesn't matter. Let's see if we can get him into the group this time. Next, we will launch an operation against Kaido. Naturally, the more partners the better. I remember that this kid has a grudge against Kaido. Ace said, scanning the surrounding boat routes. 533's so-called Justice Task Force is indeed a plan fully supported by Marine, and all the pirates seem to be very powerful. Each one possesses the strength of an ever sand crocodile, a minimum Shichibukai. Ace said, after estimating their strength, he connoted the sand crocodile by the way. It's almost done. Now is the time to be extremely serious. Can you stop joking? The sand crocodile glared at Ace with dissatisfaction, jumped off the boat, and stepped on the icy ground, where the sand had already started to gather. Damn it, I don't miss my people a little bit. The sand crocodile scolded, his face extremely gloomy. Chapter 318. Why are you chatting? Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 318. Why are you chatting? Sand Crocodile joined the Whitebeard Pirates. His number 1 subordinate, the one with the ability to quickly cut fruit, is a master with good strength. In fact, he also has subordinates, and sometimes he even spends some money to revive the situation, pull up the old team, and re-establish the Baroque Work Agency. Not only can he make money, but he can also collect intelligence, and he can pull it out when necessary. Do combat power. Now, on the boat, he has to listen to Ace. Jinbei has taken in an apprentice, and he can let the apprentice do it if there is nothing to do. Aokiji is a slacker, so he cooks as he pleases. So, all kinds of affairs fell on the sand crocodile's head, and he had had enough of it. You have to find an opportunity to get yourself a few support staff. Ace, you are so mean, how can you be allied with Kaido, and marry the daughter of a country guy? I also have beautiful girls under my hand. If you want a bride, I will offer you Perona. Advertisement. I can do things like marriage. How can I be with Kaido? The big fat man Moria jumped high while screaming, jumped off his own boat, came to the land of ice, and came to Ace's side. However, one size counts for one size. After all, you helped me, and I can't control the marriage. This time I will help you. Moria looked at Ace with an uncomfortable expression, showing an extremely tangled expression. Listen, Grandpa, I don't agree with this door. Garp also came to interrupt, and he objected when he opened his mouth. Shut up, both of you, don't talk about this anymore, there is something inside this, and it's all Kaido's scheme. Even if I die outside, drown in the sea, I will not marry Kaido's daughter. I'm even planning to go to Wanokuni in a few days and kill Kaido. Advertisement. Ace said angrily, no matter who it is, as long as the marriage is mentioned, Ace's violent temper can't be restrained immediately. After hearing this, Yuanlia and Garp finally felt relieved. Moria also intends to accumulate strength to seek revenge from Kaido. If Ace really unites with Kaido, Whitebeard and Beast, the 2 pirate groups are closely linked, he definitely has no chance of revenge. However, Ace said casually, and the matter seemed to be explained clearly. That's right, I see. Moria nodded. It's fake news, I just said, these unscrupulous media. Ace, don't marry Kaido. If you want to get married, I will introduce you to Marine Girl, don't worry. Garp reached out and patted Ace on the shoulder. For some reason, the relationship between the two seems to have eased a lot at once. Advertisement. Although they didn't say a few words to each other, and they didn't exchange understanding eyes, but the conversation between men has never been so troublesome. What are you kidding? You old man, can you please stop messing around? How can a pirate marry Marine? Ace looked at Garp disapprovingly. Mama Jow. What's the matter? Anyway, Marine is split, and many people will break away from Marine. Garp tapped his pinky nose nonchalantly. Smoker is silent for a while, which is indeed Garp's style. Even though the enemy is in front of them, these guys are talking about marriage and making jokes. They don't take Marine seriously at all. So, Marine gave an order, and the Justice Task Force attacked. The battle is imminent. Chapter 319 How did you cooperate? For subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 319 How did you cooperate? Hey, Smoker, after that day, you seem to be in a mess. Listen to me, breaking away from Marine may not be a bad thing. It will allow you to understand the world from a more novel perspective. Recall what I said that day again. I think you will soon understand what the truth of this world is. Whether you are confused or afraid, stand up and move on. You'll find your own answers pretty quickly. The important thing is to keep going. Aokiji came to Smoker's side, chatting casually with his old subordinates. In return, there was a silence from Smoker. 690. Advertisement. You will understand me. If I want to realize the justice in my heart, I can only join the Whitebeard Pirates. If you want to come, I welcome you at any time. The treatment here is actually not bad. Aokiji continued talking, apparently trying to recruit Smoker into the pirates. Are you kidding, Aokiji? Smoker is not going to be a pirate like you. I don't know where to go, so go with me first. We join Neo Marine, the organization created by that guy Zephyr. It's actually not bad. Garp said. The three former Marines are chatting here, but the battle ahead has already begun. The pirates rushed forward on the land of ice, and Ace held two knives and became the vanguard, leading the crowd to speed up. Only 3 ex-Marines were left behind, and they were still arguing about something. Forget it. I don't want to talk about justice anymore. I want to wander for a while. Advertisement. Smoker said so. Aokiji sighed regretfully. In fact, this was also in his expectation. Smoker was just like him before. He had just left Marine, he didn't know anything and was extremely confused. He needs a guide, and if he is alone, it is too dangerous. Marine will keep chasing him in order to erase the stain. Aokiji asked him to join the Whitebeard Pirates, also to ensure his safety. After all, Smoker's strength is not at the same level, CEFB, it's stuck there, it's very embarrassing. Then how about this? Our next move seems to be to go to Wanokuni to attack Kaido. You can follow us temporarily. If the enemy is a pirate, and it is a heinous pirate like Kaido, you shouldn't have any grudges. Let's act together. It's also an inspection of you and us. Aokiji said, and then remembered what Ace said when he recruited himself before. Advertisement. That's right, here we have to take a step back for the time being, which is the so-called retreat to advance. Fight against Kaido. Then count me in, I can pull FA to join us. Garp smiled, and also gave his own suggestion, while waiting for Aokiji fiercely. His eyes seemed to say, don't try to steal my man. It's okay, but Mr. Garp, aren't you very unhappy to cooperate with pirates? Aokiji said, narrowing his eyes. Things have come to this, and this is the only way. Isn't justice such an inconvenience? Also, the Whitebeard pirate group is so powerful that it has expanded to such an extent that they can even compete with large countries. At this moment, are they still pirates? When Garp said this, it can be said that he had a blow of understanding. He was not really stupid. Chapter 320 Chaos. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 320. Pirates are defined by the world government, but if a pirate group surpasses the world government, how can the world government define existences stronger than itself? Are pirates still pirates? Garp's words silenced the two juniors. The power that shakes the world is also the so-called Emperor of the Sea, but this statement does not mean that a person's strength has reached the imperial level. The Emperor of the Sea is not alone, he must have the support of various subordinates to jointly build a pirate empire. Don't look at Shanks leading a ship and running around the world. It seems that a ship of people really conquers the world. It is impossible, no matter how elite the people on board are. They will still not be able to shake the world. How can we talk about the pirate empire? So, in fact, there are quite a few affiliated pirate groups under Shanks, which are similar to Kaido's Ling Kong 6. They were originally supernovas, but they were beaten to the ground and joined Kaido. Just like the Straw Hat Fleet, Luffy is a group formed by a number of powerful pirates. Only a group can shake the world, be called an emperor, and become the real emperor of the sea. Advertisement. The Straw Hat Fleet came out, and it was immediately called the Five Emperors, but in fact, everyone knew that Luffy at that time was far from reaching the emperor level, otherwise he would not have been instantly killed by Kaido. That's true. The territory under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates is already extremely vast, far surpassing those large countries, and they even cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Aokiji said that as a member of Whitebeard's gang, he has the most say. So, don't talk about absolute justice like pirates must die, that's all nonsense pulled out by celestial dragons. Stubbornness about absolute justice will only drive people into madness. In fact, many pirates go to sea because they have no choice but to go to sea. Especially now, pirates are all forced to go to sea because of the oppression of gold in the sky, because of legal slave capture certificates. Aokiji continued talking, giving Smoker another deep look at the end. Anyway, Smoker, I am your senior, follow me for a while, no matter what, you will gain something. Advertisement. After going through this journey and killing Kaido, you will know more about the world. Asking for flowers. Aokiji posed like a senior and patted Smoker on the shoulder. Although Smoker didn't agree, he didn't deny it either, and he's probably still considering it. The result of the consideration, let's talk about it after the battle is over. Now, we have to get rid of the miscellaneous fish and pirates in front of us. Chat for too long, count your passive sabotage and deduct your wages. 0. Advertisement. Sand Crocodile said, glancing at Aokiji, looking in a bad mood with a cigar in his mouth. Since the Golden City was robbed, the members of the Whitebeard pirates have been paid wages, which can be said to be very good. Relying on this hand, they have expanded a lot of fighters. It doesn't matter, I'll just come up with all the parts that are behind. Aokiji said, pushing his glasses, feeling the chill around him. Be careful, what kind of task force is this? There are several powerful guys in it, deal with it well. The Sand Crocodile said, spitting out the cigar in his mouth, he found a target, and planned to attack with full firepower. Garp and Smoker also joined the fight, and in an instant, the scene was chaotic. Chapter 321 Conspiracy. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 321 Conspiracy. The task force has run into those guys. Kizaru, do you think you can win? In the Marine HQ office, Kong is talking to Kizaru. Kizaru rubbed his head, showing a bitter smile. I heard that Ace, the god of flame, is on the scene. He has Aokiji, Sand Crocodile, Jinbei, and a new Thunderfruit ability user under his command. Mr. Garp is already amazing, May 17th, and Smoker are barely at the level of Vice Admiral. Also, that's Gecko Moria's territory, he's one of our targets, and he's definitely coming. I estimated the odds, it is impossible to win. Kizaru said, shaking his head, and came to his conclusion. Although the strength of the Justice Task Force is good, it is afraid that it is still not enough to fight against such a lineup of enemies. Advertisement. Each of them has the level of the Sand Crocodile in the Alabasta period, that is, the lowest standard Shichibukai, which is comparable to the supernova. If the four play together, they may be able to suppress the Emperor. In conversion, there are 9 mates there, but the Camus team is gone, so there are 8 mates. Such a level is already quite good. Logically speaking, although Ace's lineup is good, it cannot withstand such a high pressure. But Kizaru just has no confidence. Marine attacked Ace several times in succession, but all failed. Rather, the conversion of strength is not a simple 1+1, the task force will cooperate with each other, wouldn't Ace and the others not? Do you want to send reinforcements? Naval headquarters troops cannot be moved, but I can call people from the CP agency to go there. The reason why Kong sits at naval headquarters is to welcome the big event that will follow. Marine is about to split, and there will be a big fight on the naval headquarters side. In the Marine Civil War, he had to be on the scene. Advertisement. In order to deal with this war, none of the people in naval headquarters can move, otherwise, the balance of strength will be broken. There is me here, and there is Admiral, the Black Wolf, who never tires of questions. Kizaru said that he thinks this civil war has a good chance of winning. Green Bull and Fujitora are completely cut off, right? Kong asked. That's right. They are in New World. They won't know what happened here, and when they react, the dust has already settled. Kizaru laughed sinisterly. After what happened last time, he has completely gone to the extreme. Kizaru, the sparkling fruit ability user, has been completely blackened now. What happened last time? Kong fired a powerful finger pistol at Sengoku, killing the helpless old man. Sengoku experienced the last battle to regain the Golden City, but failed. His strength was no longer what it used to be, and he had completely lost the ability to fight, so he was instantly killed by Kong. Advertisement. Sengoku's body hasn't cooled down yet, and we're planning a civil war here, isn't it good? Kong smiled hypocritically. He was the one who made the attack, but he was completely merciless at that time. It's just a task from above. As long as I can secure the position of Marshal Marine, I can do anything. Kizaru said viciously. Yellow 0.88. You are getting more and more on the road. Listen to me, the era of pirates will pass soon, and your achievements will last forever. Kong laughed and reached out to pat Kizaru on the shoulder. He really liked this young man more and more. When I climb up, the position of Marshal of the whole army will be yours. He said so. Endless greed flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Chapter 322 The Dust Settles. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 322. The land of ice has been shattered, the flames are raging, the thunder appears, the sandstorm is violent, and even the undercurrent is surging under the sea. A chaotic battle soon came to an end. The so-called Justice Task Force, composed of 36 pirates prepared by Marine, was completely defeated by Ace and his partners. Go back and tell Marine, don't engage in such fancy things, the end of Marine is coming, they are about to split, take care of yourself. Ace raised a pirate with one hand. This person was Camus, who was killed by Ace 24 times in the beginning, and then shrank and hid. Advertisement. He is the only survivor of the Justice Task Force, and Ace didn't kill him, just for fun. Looking forward to your next performance. Make the magma stronger, otherwise it will be very boring. Compared with Akainu, you are far behind. Your adoptive father will feel very sad looking at you in the sky. Ace said that throwing Camus away casually is like throwing a large piece of garbage. All the ships assigned to the task force by Marine have been destroyed, and the phone bugs used for communication and surveillance are naturally also burned. It's a terrifying combat power. It seems that I don't need to come to support. The combination of a few of them is enough to deal with everything. Gecko Moria felt that his presence was superfluous, and Ace and his partners alone had killed all the enemies. Garp and Smoker didn't get involved in the fight too much either, just watching from the sidelines, watching the fight start and end. Ace, Aokiji, Sand Crocodile, Jinbei, Enel, these 5 people fought together and defeated more than 30 powerful pirates. This combat power is really incredible. Advertisement. But this is also reasonable. In this world, the strong always crush the weak. When Luffy was called the 5 Emperors, wasn't he still killed by Kaido of 4 Emperors? Therefore, as long as there is a gap in strength, and the gap is large, the battle will be one-sided. When Luffy arrived at the Sabayati Islands, he had already beaten 2 Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile and Gecko Moria, and even braved the Enies Lobby, which was a real Shichibukai, but in the end, he was still defeated by Admiral. Ace's strength is far beyond what can be evaluated at the Emperor level, so he can use the posture of absolute crushing to eliminate all these miscellaneous pirates, not to mention that there are 4 equally powerful masters beside him. Even if Enel is weaker, it's no problem to beat these little pirates. It's over, let's talk about what's next. Ace turned his head and looked at Moria and Garp. Advertisement. Wait a minute, please take me away. Now, Marine's ship is destroyed, everything is over, this is a good chance for me to get out. 900. You find a way to help me remove this collar. I can be loyal to you, I can even worship you as a foster father. Camus immediately grabbed Ace's ankle and said these words in a panic. I'm very useful. I'm a lava fruit capable user. I can do my job for you, and I will never complain about being a cow or a horse. Camus continued, looking up at Ace with a longing look. But Ace's face was extremely gloomy. Little devil, you are talking nonsense. The sand crocodile stepped forward and kicked the lava kid away. Chapter 323 The Rule of the Sea. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 323 The Principle of the Sea. In this sea, there is one rule that must be absolutely followed, that is, never kill your partner. Now you are already garbage among the garbage, and our Whitebeard pirates do not collect garbage. You, a bastard who betrayed his adoptive father, don't get involved. The sand crocodile's words were very unpleasant. He looked a little embarrassed. His expensive coat was damaged in the battle. He was in a very bad mood. He kicked and kicked Camus desperately. Partners are an eternal topic in this sea, and most of the pirates who attack their partners have no good end. Advertisement. Even an ambitious man like the sand crocodile actually values his companions, otherwise, how could his champion be loyal? Not to mention the sand crocodile, even running out of Moria also pays attention to his companions. When Kaido killed his partner, he still thinks about it until now. He only hates killing thieves, but is unable to revolving heaven, so he can only hide in the fog and explode soldiers, but this is of no avail. Camus betrayed his adoptive father and violated the rules of the pirates. He is already a pathetic guy who is shouted and beaten by everyone, and he can only survive under the hands of Marine. What the Whitebeard pirates value most is family affection, and Camus is a guy who betrays family affection. I am afraid that everyone on the ship will not agree to him joining. His pleading is meaningless. Kicked a few times by the sand crocodile, blessed by Haki, even more powerful, Camus quickly lost consciousness. You guys seem to be discussing a very interesting topic before. How about teaming up with me for the time being and going to New World to fight against Kaido together? It will definitely be interesting. Ace said that he has put many names on the death list. Actually, is this necessary? Maybe Kaido really wants to seek peace. If the marriage goes well, they can unite. Isn't this more interesting? One more friend is better than one more enemy. Advertisement. Under the premise that Kaido has not made it clear that we want to do it, we must consider the matter of marriage. Maybe it will succeed. At that time, we will join forces with Kaido and hit Raftel just around the corner. The sand crocodile lit his cigar and smiled at Ace, but, looking at Ace's gloomy ultimate face, he coughed immediately. Ahem. Just kidding. Don't look at me so seriously, as if you are going to burn me to death. The sand crocodile said, what I said just now should be regarded as smoke rings spit out, and they will be blown away by the wind. It's not like, I really want to burn you to death. Ace smiled amiably at the sand crocodile. After all, this inexplicable marriage event made him feel extremely headache. Why did he pair up with Yamato inexplicably? This person is Kazuki Oden's fangirl, he really can't afford it. Advertisement. No, Captain Ace, I just want to liven up the atmosphere, there is no need to kill me. Li Jiao. The sand crocodile continued to smoke his cigar with a bitter face. Brothers, it's an emergency, let's kill crocodile. Ace said, with flames in his hands. My fault, I shouldn't have joked about it, let me go. The sand crocodile immediately faltered and admitted his mistake. I'm just joking. Lao Sha, what are you afraid of? Ace patted Lao Sha on the shoulder. Chapter 324 Cooperation Plan. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 324 Cooperation Plan. I don't think you seem to be joking. Ace, you really wanted to kill me just now, right? Your murderous aura has almost solidified. I just said the pirate code on the front foot, value your partners, and you treat me on the back foot, unleash murderous aura and want to kill me. The sand crocodile looked at Ace, he had already spit out the cigar in his mouth, and he opened his mouth with a series of complaints. Come on, sand crocodile, the great conspirator of the pirate world, the ruthless man who dared to arrest Marine in the original timeline, and one of the behind-the-scenes manipulators of the Cross Guild. Now in front of Ace, he has become a living spit character. I value my partner the most. Lao Sha, you are my brother. Dear friend, how can I kill you 150%? Ace pretended to be innocent, as if the person who released the murderous aura just now was not him at all. Of course, if you bring up the matter of marriage again, Ace may really do it. Don't make fun of yourself. Aokiji added these words to Ace, and stood beside Ace righteously. Advertisement. However, in the final analysis, it's all a joke. Ace has deep feelings about Lao Sha every day. It's only natural that Lao Sha wants to pay back. CEDF, that's all for the jokes, and it's time to break into the topic. Moria, I know you have your own pride, and you won't easily join our pirate team, so let's cooperate. After all, you owe me a favor, and this cooperation is not bad for you. Don't you and Kaido also have grudges? Cooperate with us. Go to New World. Break into Wano-kuni. Break into Ghost Island. Kill Kaido. What do you think? Ace said, and began to win over Moria, hoping to bring this big fat guy into the group. After all, news of the marriage is flying everywhere, and Kaido has been plotting for a long time, so he must be paying close attention to the Whitebeard pirates. If Ace mobilizes too many people to fight Kaido, this guy will also call for allies to help, which will be troublesome. Advertisement. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, Kaido should be eliminated with the least cost. Ace will not go back to Whitebeard's territory this time, but go straight to Wano-kuni. Only relying on the total of 5 people in their team seems not enough, it is stretched. It's not that he can't play, but Ace wants to play more easily, so he needs some helpers. The surviving local warriors in Wano-kuni are good choices, as well as Moria, who has an old feud with Kaido. How do you feel? Seeing that Moria was silent, Ace opened his mouth to ask questions. Moria reached out to touch her fat man, and the shadow under her feet twisted and deformed for a while. Advertisement. I don't seem to have a reason to refuse, but I'm the only one going, and my partner won't get involved. He said so, and he was obviously guarding against Ace. This is because he is afraid that Ace will use him as cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if he dies, his partners can't die anymore. You saved my life. I can give it back to you. This raid on Wano-kuni, it doesn't matter if I live or die. But you must promise me that Kaido must die. Moria's attitude is very decisive. Don't worry, you won't die. The Whitebeard pirates never cheat their allies. Ace held out his hand to Moria, intending to shake hands. Chapter 325 Planning. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 325 Planning. Moria looked at Ace's hand and hesitated a little. Would she be burned to ashes if she grabbed it? However, these are just wild thoughts and extraneous worries. Ace wants to kill Moria, so why beat around the bush like this? So, Moria simply reached out and shook hands with Ace. Happy cooperation, brother Ace. Let's kill Kaido as soon as possible. The corner of Moria's mouth evoked his signature sinister smile, and the shadow under his feet twisted. It could be seen that he was in a very happy mood. After all, the opportunity to avenge his vengeance was right in front of him, and this opportunity was taken by him. Hold on firmly. Advertisement. This time, he came to cooperate with Ace with the awareness that he must die, and he was alone, without any partners. If he died, it was just going to another world to meet those dead partners, and it could be regarded as an explanation. After all, he now has a clear understanding of the world, working hard, looking for shadows to create zombies, and blasting troops can't really improve his strength. His zombie army was directly killed by the Admiral Green Bull. If this continues, he may not be able to avenge his revenge for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Ace invited him, and he finally saw a glimmer of light. Even if the price was his own life, he would not complain. As Ace said, Moria will not die. The fat man just listened to it and didn't take it to heart. If he really isn't dead, then joining the Whitebeard pirates doesn't seem out of the question. Moria made up her mind and looked at Ace with fiery eyes, and the fighting spirit of his youth rekindled in his heart, and his whole person's spirit improved a lot, and he looked very energetic. I am also willing to participate in the crusade against Kaido. If the evil group of beasts pirates can be wiped out, the sea will become peaceful and tranquil. Advertisement. Garp opened his mouth suddenly and said such words. Naturally, the more power to defeat Kaido, the better, and Ace welcomes Garp to join. However, the surprise Garp brought to Ace was far more than that, and he continued to speak. I will take Smoker to join Zephyr's Neo Marine, so don't worry about bringing him into the team. When the time comes, we will contact in New World, and I will take Zephyr there together. Asking for flowers. You sneaked into Wano Kuni, and Zephyr and I broke in from the outside. We should work together from the inside and outside, and we're sure to take this damn guy down. Garp said, clenching his fists and smiling. Mr. Garp, do you really want to cooperate with pirates? Smoker didn't understand, and felt that Garp's approach lacked consideration. Advertisement. Point 0. Aokiji is right. After breaking away from Marine, without those constraints, the understanding of the world has become clearer. Whitebeard and his gang are indeed pirates, and they have indeed done many sinister things, but compared to Kaido, they are already considered good people, and both sides are bad, so we will help the less bad one, and then deal with the worse one. Garp's thinking is simple and straightforward. Didn't Marine do the same? Wasn't the establishment of Shichibukai also a collaboration with pirates? Garp glanced at Smoker, only to see that the young man was still unhappy, very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Don't you want to destroy one piece of beasts? Garp's words penetrated Smoker's soul. Chapter 326 Set Sail. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 326 Set Sail. Although Smoker is still reluctant, he can't decide this matter after all, and he himself really wants to wipe out the Beast's pirates, because these guys are veritable villains. The Whitebeard pirates did a lot of evil and robbed the Golden City, causing the entire world's economy to be negatively affected. However, the root cause of this influence is actually the celestial dragons. All kinds of economic contradictions in the 180 in the world have always existed. Ace and Song have accelerated the outbreak of these contradictions. But the Beast's pirates have done too many bad things, selling weapons to all parts of the world, even secretly instigating wars between countries, and speeding up the manufacture of various war weapons based on Wano Kuni. Advertisement. If Kaido can be eliminated, the largest weapon supplier in the underground world will disappear, and the world will be a little more peaceful. When the Whitebeard pirates do evil, the impact is temporary, but when the Beast's pirates do evil, the impact is long-term. In order to get rid of the world cancer of Beast's pirates, Smoker finally nodded in agreement. However, as I said before, he does not have the right to decide these matters. After all, he is only a Vice Admiral level combat power. The person Garp wants to discuss with is Zephyr, who founded Neo Marine after leaving Marine. The pronunciation of Neo is very similar to true, real. Although Zephyr has gone astray, thinking about self-destruction and direct destruction, but now he has woken up and started to manage Neo Marine with heart, because the world is in constant turmoil, and the development trend of Neo Marine is not bad. Ace handed Garp a phone bug for future communication, and various details of the plan could be discussed in more detail. After that, they said goodbye. They were supposed to take the two on the boat together, but Smoker was very reluctant and had to give up. Advertisement. Cooperating with pirates is already very embarrassing. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if you were still on board? It's okay. I have Zephyr's phone bug. We'll go ahead in the boat, find an island to rest, and then call him to pick up people. Garp said, crossing his arms and not caring about the details. Ace, although you became a pirate, it's not what I want, but it's your choice, just make up your mind. I used to think about letting you join Marine, but I'm also very disappointed with Marine's current appearance. Go your own way. I wonder what height you will climb in the future. Garp showed a smile to Ace. This smile is a long time no for Ace. This is the family's smile, warm and kind. To Ace, such a smile is precious, he should return one to Garp. Advertisement. But Ace didn't respond, just regained his senses and left with his hand. A man's farewell doesn't need to say too much nonsense, even the collision of eyes is unnecessary. 5.2 inches, what a brat. Garp cursed and returned to his boat. After getting on the boat, Ace and the others set off. There was a big fat man on board, Moria, who seemed to have expensive food. They set off, aiming at the Sabayati Islands, intending to return the same way. By the way, in the Sabayati Islands, stop for a while, I'm going to visit Rayleigh. Ace said.